The House is now in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 6, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marilyn Strickland to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to read a letter from the Duketovich family, which are originally from Ukraine and are now living in TKK, South Carolina. They still have family who refuse to leave their homes and their country, which, as we all know by now, is under brutal attack by the Russians. The father of the Duketovich family literally built their home with his own hands and which is now being destroyed for one reason and one reason alone: they desire freedom. The heartfelt letter reads like this: To President Biden and to members of the 117th Congress of the United States of America, we highly appreciate your legislative initiatives and clear stance against the cruel and diabolic Russian aggression against Ukraine. Today, I am urgently asking you to actively support immediate delivery of Eastern European fighter planes to Ukraine. The brave Ukrainian army and the country's heroic citizens are winning the war on the ground. The problems is that Ukraine cities are being destroyed and the citizens are being murdered from the air. I am requesting your urgent help in convincing the White House that immediate delivery of MiG planes to Ukraine should be the highest priority in support of a free Ukraine. What we are witnessing is a genocide against the Ukrainian people. We have an ability in this country and in the allied bases in Europe to stop these murderous attacks from the air. We have a moral obligation to do so. Our words are meant to reinforce President Zelensky's urgent demand for fighter planes. Ukrainian cities are lying in ruins and thousands of citizens are dead and will keep dying because Ukraine's denial of fighter jets. These planes will protect the Ukrainian sky from Russian air raids. These are MiG-29 air warplanes sitting at Allied bases in Europe ready for an immediate transfer. Ukrainian pilots are well trained on these warplanes and can use them to stop the murderous attacks from the air tonight. We can no longer sit back and watch schools, hospitals, homes, apartment buildings, bomb shelters, everyday people of all ages being mass murdered on a daily basis. The news that a mother in labor and her unborn baby died after a maternity ward was bombed in Mariupol broke my heart. It is a tragedy that could have been prevented if Ukraine had the planes to defend the sky. I know you deal with many requests, but this is an existential need. Ukraine will not survive without your support. Nothing means more to me at this moment. The world is in desperate need of American leadership. Signed, Mila Duketovich. This letter was mailed to me 12 days ago on Sunday, March 27th at 2:50 p.m. We all have seen the death and destruction that has occurred since this date, all which could have been avoided if this president had exercised leadership months ago by allowing for the release of the fighter jets, which he failed then and continues to fail now by refusing to honor the request of a desperate Ukrainian people whose only desire is to live in a free country which they are willing to fight and die. President Biden, the Ukrainian people, and all the free people around the world do not deserve this type of blatant incompetence and willful neglect by the leader of the free world. Historians will record this truly sad course of events for all the world to see in the coming months and years. Mr. President, the words that will be recorded in the annals of history will not be kind. I yield back.
Members are reminded to please direct your remarks to the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this weekend the world watched in horror as the retreat of Russian forces from the town of Bucha revealed the scope of the appalling war crimes committed by Vladimir Putin's military. Journalists in the Ukrainian military discovered mass graves, bodies left in the streets, and the evidence of a massacre of civilians. These are war crimes. We know now with certainty what fate awaits Ukrainians who are subjected to Russian occupation. The United States must open its doors to welcome Ukrainians who are fleeing this invasion. As co-chair of the Congressional Ukraine Caucus early on in the conflict, I and others called on the Biden administration to extend temporary protected status to Ukrainians already in the United States. I was proud when the President heeded that call and when he subsequently increased the refugee cap. We must do everything in our power to accept fleeing refugees expeditiously. This is a matter of life and death. Over 4 million refugees have already fled the violence in Ukraine. Half of those refugees are children. Millions more remain trapped in cities and villages without access to food, clean water, or medical care. And we know now what Putin's military is willing to slaughter any innocents left behind. It is absolutely critical that the U.S. do everything in its power to assist the people of Ukraine. This means military assistance, yes, but it also means providing for Ukrainians who make the difficult decision to leave their homes behind. We must support the nations that are already taking in refugees. Allies like Poland have already admitted more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees into their nation. And we should ensure that Poland and other countries that have opened their doors are able to help these Ukrainians resettle safely. This also means continuing to investigate the reports of refugees of color being turned away at border crossings. Here in the U.S., we have a long history as a safe harbor for people of the world. It has been inspiring to see Americans offer unwavering support for Ukraine from the outset of the Russian invasion. I am confident that this support will mean Americans will rally together to support any Ukrainian refugees who arrive on their shores. As they do, Congress has an opportunity to reform our immigration system to be more welcoming to individuals around the world who are in need. I share the outrage of my constituents who are watching what is unfolding in Ukraine. As an advocate for Ukrainians here at home and abroad, I am also reminded that there are other atrocities occurring around the world. We can and must extend the same outrage we have for the crimes in Bucha to the crimes in Syria, the conflict in Tigray, the famine in Yemen, and the violence in the Northern Triangle. And just as we open our doors to Ukrainian refugees, we can and must open our doors to refugees from around the world. In recent weeks, I have urged the Biden administration to end Title 42. This policy allowed the U.S. to use the pandemic as justification for expelling migrants without a hearing before an immigration judge. The administration just announced last week that they intend to end this policy. One immediate effect will be that Ukrainians arriving at our borders will be able to seek asylum more easily. But critically, it also means that migrants from the global South will no longer be stranded in the immigration process. The federal government should seek out other avenues in which providing recourse for Ukrainians will make our system more equitable for all immigrants. Since the beginning of the pandemic, foreign citizens seeking entry into the U.S. have faced months-long waits for consular appointments. That backlog now threatens to prevent fleeing Ukrainians from reaching our shores. The lengthy immigrant visa delays have caused many Ukrainians to turn to non-immigrant visas so they can reach temporary safety with family or friends in the U.S. Yet as Ukrainians and other foreign citizens have been increasingly forced to utilize non-immigrant visas, wait times have drastically increased. Reporting last month showed that wait times in Hungary, 275 days, Moldova, 329 days. On February 28th, the wait in Warsaw, Poland was 86 days. 2 days later, the wait was 134 days for visitor visas and more than 40 days for other types. I sincerely hope the State Department finds a way to dramatically increase processing times for Ukrainians who have fled their homelands. but we cannot simply prioritize Ukrainian cases and leave all others behind. These wait times impact immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers from around the world. Ukrainians are not the only one whose lives are in danger. The tragedy in Ukraine has shown a bright spotlight on the need for our entire immigration system to be more inclusive. Congress cannot allow this moment to pass without finally addressing the flaws in our system. Too many lives hang in the balance for us to do nothing. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, on December 25th, Volusia County, Florida lost a great businessman and valued community leader, Mike Gelati. Through Mike's hard work and personal approach to business, he received hundreds of industry awards. Serving as the president of United Way of Volusia and Flagler counties, Mike fought for the health, the education, and stability of every person in his community. He dedicated his time to the Futures Foundation for Volusia County Schools to better prepare students for their careers. As a graduate of the Leadership Florida Class 14, Mike used his skills as a leader to serve his community and was honored by several organizations, including the Volusia Association of School Administrators, the Daytona Beach Community College Foundation, and the Conklin Center for the Blind Lodging. Madam Speaker, Mike Gelati is a true example of a servant leader. He sought to inspire others, to make his community a better place, and he is missed dearly. It is my honor to recognize him on the floor of the House of Representatives today. Madam Speaker, Jackie Robinson once said, "A life is not important except in the impact it has on other lives." And on April 15th, 1947, Jackie Robinson created a lasting impact on the lives of generations of Americans when he stepped out of the dugout at Ebbets Field before a crowd of more than 26,000 spectators. This moment would change the course of history and have a lasting impact for generations as he broke the color barrier as the first African-American player in professional baseball history. Jackie Robinson is a true servant leader, and his life and legacy has had a major impact across the country, including in my own congressional district, where I am honored to have a piece of his legacy at the Daytona City Island Ballpark, where in 1946, Jackie Robinson played in the very first integrated Major League Baseball spring training game. In 1990, in honor of the life and legacy of Jackie Robinson, the Daytona City Island Ballpark would be renamed the Jackie Robinson Memorial Ballpark. Jackie Robinson's impact was felt across the nation. It was the first time a black player competed with a minor league team against a major league team since the color line was implemented in baseball in the 1880s. As we observe the 75th anniversary of his courageous act, it is clear the impact and legacy of Jackie Robinson on the advancement of human rights will be everlasting. Madam Speaker, of the approximately 4 million miles of byways and highways that stretch in all directions across the United States, there are very few that come close to the beauty, history, and serenity that encompasses the 72-mile stretch of A1A that runs from St. Johns County, Florida to Flagler County. Flanked by the Atlantic Ocean and crisscrossing the St. Johns River and intercoastal waterways, for more than 75 years, A1A has provided motorists with breathtaking views as it seamlessly intertwines Florida's most remarkable coastal landscapes and deep-rooted history. As a kid growing up in Northeast Florida, any drive along the A1A scenic and historic coastal byway was a reminder of how lucky we were to live in such a beautiful place. Now, as the representative of Florida's north central region, home to beautiful segments of A1A, I was proud to cast one of my very first votes in support of the Reviving America's Scenic Byway Act in February of 2019. This act requires the Department of Transportation to issue a request for nominations to be designated under the National Scenic Byways Program and make publicly available a list specifying the roads designated. President Trump signed the bill into law in September of 2019. I am pleased to insert in the congressional record that on March 29th of 2022, the ribbon-cutting ceremony occurred for the Federal Highway Administration's designation of this beautiful stretch of A1A as an all-American road. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time.
The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to remember the life of a remarkable public servant, leader, and educator, Dr. Terrence Newton. Today, family, friends, and his beloved Warner School community are saying goodbye to a person that they called Newt. Dr. Newton was a fixture in the Delaware education system for decades, himself a product of Wilmington's East Side, and a Kappa Alpha Psi man, and a Delaware State University man. Newt would become known to his students as their most fervent advocate and ally. Every morning, he would stand on the front steps of Warner Elementary and greet students as they passed through the front doors, hugging them, high-fiving them, and inspiring every child. Dr. Newton was always looking for unique and impactful ways to connect with his students. Thank you. Going so far as to open a barber shop where he could cut the students' hair in school, giving them a safe space to talk about their academics, their communities, and their lives. It is no exaggeration to say that Dr. Terrence Newton was a powerful pillar of the community, a real-life superhero who spent every day devoted to the next generation of Delawareans. We've lost Dr. Terrence Newton far too soon. But because of all the energy, inspiration, and love that he poured into his students, his family, and community, his legacy will live on for a lifetime. To his family, colleagues, students, friends, I send sincere condolences. Madam Speaker, I close with some words from Dr. Newton himself. He said of his students, "When I see them, I see me. So my goal is to change the world." Indeed, Dr. Newton, you did. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been speaking a little bit lately about our supply chain issues and the effects of inflation on real Americans, real families, and talking a lot about food grown in this country and the effects of some of the decisions made by government on the ability to grow food, and especially in my home state of California, which affects so much of the supply chain for fruits, vegetables, nut products that the whole country and even the world export market enjoys and uses. So what we're wrestling with right now is decisions made by federal and state agencies on the effects of water supply in California and the ripple effect that has on so many products. So for example, earlier this year, a decision was made to withdraw what is called a TUCP, a Temporary Urgency Change Petition, for the amount of water that would be flowing from our storage in California out through the Delta into the Pacific. This is geared towards how much water is going to be there for Delta salinity and for fish habitat situations in the Delta and upstream somewhat. So there was an opportunity back in December, January, to curtail some of the water flows that were coming out of limited storage we already have in this state, in California, mainly Shasta Dam and Oroville Dam. This on the heels of drought last year. Lake Oroville, for example, hit its lowest number ever. It didn't even make hydropower for the first time in 50 years because the lake was so low. So decisions were made based on a pretty decent amount of rainfall in October and quite a bit of rain and snowpack in December. to withdraw what was called the TUCP, the Temporary Urgency Change Petition, which would have the ability to let less water out through the delta and a little less for the salinity and fish habitat issues. By the way, the fish, one of the ones we're talking about, is called the delta smelt. They haven't found one in what they call trawls looking for the fish in 3 years. They're pretty much non-existent, yet we're still allowing hundreds of thousands of acre feet of precious water to go out through the bay to somehow try and mitigate that situation. So they decided to withdraw the change petition, the TUCP, a decision made on January 21, to say, we're going to go ahead and let the water flow at a higher level than is necessary, and water will be trickling out of our dams, out of our storage, at a rate much more than is needed for a perception of salinity or fish. So at the time when we're looking at drought in California, low water supplies, and all the unrest we have in the world food supply chain, Hungary, for example, is not going to export grain this year. Russia and Ukraine had been world market participants in grain, especially Ukraine. Ukraine's a very, very rich country in wheat and many other ag products. And their farmers right now are out there trying to plant a crop amidst all the bombs being dropped upon them by Russia. God bless them. But farmers in this country are having their bombs dropped on them by federal and state agencies, taking their water away. So at a point where we could have curtailed a little bit of the water going out through the delta and kept it for ag use, to grow rice, to grow almonds, to grow olives, to grow tomatoes, many things that we need, they decided on January 21, nah, we're just going to let the water go out the same rate. So at that point, Lake Shasta was only at 35% of its capacity. Lake Oroville was only at 45% of its capacity. And they thought, well, we're going to bank on the idea that more rain is going to come post-January 21 up until maybe April 1, when historically the rainfall tapers off. So these lakes are both well under half full. They decided, we've got plenty of water because we had a massive amount of rain and snow in December. I mean, they threw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, in making this decision, because anybody could have seen that we needed to keep every drop in those lakes that's coming in there to build them up. Now, had they reached the flood stage, where they have to allow a buffer of space in the dams to provide for flood control, which is approximately about 850 feet of elevation in Oroville at about, I'm going to guess, about 75% of capacity. They're well below that. They thought, we're going to have so much water coming in that we'll meet these marks. Well, guess what? The rain did not come in the latter part of January or February or March, and now we're in the first few days of April. And so here at this point,
Gentleman's time has expired.
we're going to be short on food, short on water, and they're just now thinking about putting the TUCP in here in early April. Very short-sighted and appalling. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to celebrate the life of an inspiring leader, a great visionary, and my friend, Dr. Tom Rivera. Dr. Tom was born on September 22, 1939 in Colton, California. After graduating from Colton High School, he attended San Bernardino Valley College, California State University, Los Angeles, the University of California, Riverside, and eventually UCLA, where he earned his doctorate in education. It was at Cal State LA that he met the love of his life, Dr. Lily Rivera, who shared his passion for service. Together, they served in the Peace Corps in Colombia, South America, before marrying in 1965. In all that he did, Dr. Tom strived to inspire his students to achieve their dreams. As Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies at CSU San Bernardino, he was a pillar of the community. He devoted himself to the empowerment of local youth and maintained leadership roles in organizations including the Kiwanis Club of Greater San Bernardino, LULAC, the Pure Land Foundation, and more. Dr. Tom was relentless in his advocacy. Even in the face of his own health challenge, he continued his pursuit of a better future where Hispanic youth could achieve their dreams. In 1984, just 3 years after contracting a virus that left him paralyzed, he helped found the Inland Empire Future Leaders Program. Joining forces with fellow educators Susan Castro, Frank Acosta, Henry Vasquez, and Bill Allison, Dr. Tom founded the organization to address dropout rates among Hispanic students. His vision was to encourage youth to be proud of their roots and to make a difference in their communities. All these years later, that vision is fulfilled in the Inland Empire Future Leaders Program's tremendous success. It's fulfilled in the educators, lawyers, doctors, and countless other Inland Empire Future Leader graduates who have gone on to achieve so many great things. And it's fulfilled right here in the halls of Congress with my good friend, Congressman Pete Aguilar, as Democratic Caucus Vice Chair, and with me as Chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. I stand here because of Dr. Tom. Back in the early years, in 1986, I attended one of IEFLP's leadership trainings at Camp Sealy. That summer left a lasting mark on me and changed the course of my future. I learned the tools of leadership and returned home motivated to serve the community. I became the first in my Coachella Valley High School to be class president and ASB president all 4 years. And I learned to identify problems that needed to be addressed and to become a part of the solution. The experience strengthened my dream and my resolve of becoming a doctor and serving the community. You see, Dr. Tom's guidance fueled with me a passion for social justice, a passion I lived as a pre-med student organizer at UCLA. And it's with Dr. Tom's encouragement that I applied to Harvard Medical School to earn my medical degree and graduate with my master's in public health and my master's in public policy from Harvard University. I am forever indebted to Dr. Tom for his unyielding devotion to my growth and the success of my peers. He was always there for us. He was always there to motivate us, to celebrate us, and to give us a smile when we needed it most. He gave us a family, a familia, in which we found reassurance and strength. All IEFLP graduates share a common bond because of him. And to this day, when I meet a fellow Inland Empire Future Leader graduate, we reminisce about his kindness and grace. We said goodbye to Dr. Tom just last month in March 2022. However, we know that his legacy will live on in each and every one of us. And we know that his memory will survive in the hearts of his beloved wife, Dr. Lily, his brother Ray, his children Evelyn, Patricia, and Tom, and all of his wonderful grandchildren. Together we mourn his passing and celebrate his full life, knowing that he was a good man and an extraordinary public servant whose impact will be felt for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to follow the words of my good friend, Dr. Raul Ruiz, as we honor this towering figure from our region, the Inland Empire. For more than 50 years, Dr. Rivera served our community as an educator, administrator, and community leader. His passing in March was felt by all of us, and it left too large of a void for just one of us to fill. Back in 1985, our region suffered. More than half of the Latino students in our region didn't finish high school. While others ignored the problem, Dr. Tom rolled up his sleeves as an elected school board member, as a lifelong educator. He joined with community leaders to form the Inland Empire Future Leaders Program to help these students stay in school. As a result, more than 99% of the students who go through this program have graduated high school. 90% have gone to college. His positive influence, his beliefs in what we could become if given the opportunity, helped shape doctors, lawyers, teachers, and yes, a couple members of Congress. Dr. Tom gave working class kids like me a chance for a better life, for ourselves and for our family. And he taught us that no matter where life takes us, never lose sight of our heritage and our culture, and always give back to our community. It's a testament to his unwavering faith in our young people that Dr. Raul Ruiz and I are standing on the House floor today. I was proud to call Dr. Tom a mentor, a friend, and importantly, a constituent. He would always ask me how my grandmother was doing. He went to school on the south side of Colton with members of my family, and he always took the time to ask how they were doing, what they were up to, how he could help them. My thoughts go out to his wife, Dr. Lily Rivera, his children and grandchildren. And Madam Speaker, now it's our responsibility. Those of us in roles of making policy, those of us in our communities who strive to make our community a better place, it's up to us to carry his legacy forward and to lift up the next generation of Latino leaders. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to emphasize my concern about President Biden's U.S. Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson, commonly known as KBJ, and to express my deep disappointment for any senator that votes for her confirmation this week. While I do not have a vote on KBJ's confirmation, I do have a voice, and I will continue using my voice to tell the American people the truth. The truth is that Ketanji Brown Jackson is incapable of holding criminals accountable. Throughout her career, Judge Jackson's sentences have been drastically lower than the national average, even for individuals who have committed the most egregious crimes imaginable. When analyzing all criminal cases sentencing imposed by U.S. district courts, Judge Jackson issued significantly lighter sentences, almost 34% less than the national average. Specifically, the statistics reveal a more sinister pattern when broken down to child pornography and child sex torture cases. When sentencing criminals for possession of child pornography, KBJ imposed sentences 57% less than the national average. Additionally, she issued sentences 47% less than the national average for those convicted of distributing these atrocious images of child sex torture. Disturbingly, child sex torture, one of the most heinous crimes of all, is met with compassion and concession from Judge Jackson. In fact, here are some quotes from KBJ in the U.S. versus Hawkins case involving Mr. Hawkins, an 18-year-old adult man charged with downloading many images and videos of innocent children being tortured by sex offenders. During this case, KBJ said, and I quote, "I feel so sorry for you." And in reference to Mr. Hawkins himself and for the anguish that this has caused all of you, she feels sorry for the perpetrator. Excuse me, what about the victims and the anguish that this torture has caused them? In addition, KBJ stated, and I quote, "This seems to be a situation in which you were fascinated by sexual images involving what were essentially your peers." Peers? Really? The vile content Mr. Hawkins possessed depicted boys as young as 8 years old. Mr. Hawkins was 18 at the time, over twice their age. Keep in mind the sentencing guidelines called for up to 10 years in prison for Mr. Hawkins, yet Ketanji Brown Jackson sentenced this predator to just 3 months in jail. 3 months. Madam Speaker, we are not talking about someone who disobeyed traffic laws. This is a man convicted of possessing multiple images of child sex torture. This is sickening and wrong, plain and simple. But it's not just Judge Jackson's record that is worthy of outrage. Revelations from her recent testimony speak volumes to KBJ's interest in legislating from the bench. When asked to provide the definition for the word woman, KBJ absurdly said she could not, adding that she isn't a biologist. Can you think of a more illogical excuse? The word woman is a term I'm sure that most third graders can accurately describe with ease. By failing to define a woman, Judge Jackson has shown her true narrative to the American people, exposing her loyalty to the woke left. It's no secret that radical activists are waging a bizarre and dangerous war on women. From women's sports to large corporations, liberals are attempting to erase women while claiming to fight for women's rights. So by refusing to define a woman, Judge Jackson has revealed that she both accepts and supports the left's treacherous agenda. Furthermore, KBJ's inability to accept and acknowledge the differences between men and women raises serious doubt and questions about her ability to decide judicial outcomes regarding sex, such as Title IX cases. Bottom line, Ketanji Brown Jackson's resistance to the realities that exist between men and women is deeply unsettling and proves that she will adjudicate with an agenda, an immoral agenda that is blatantly wrong for our country. In addition to another disheartening display of her disqualifications, KBJ also refused to recognize America's natural rights. From the founding of our great country, both our citizenry and our government have acknowledged that we are provided unalienable rights by our Creator. It is unconscionable that a nominee to our nation's highest court would reject this foundational principle, and it is alarming that senators will still ignore KBJ's appalling testimony and vote for her to serve our judicial system for life. Mark my words, Ketanji Brown Jackson's refusal to acknowledge Americans' natural rights that come from God is a Trojan horse for tyranny, representing yet another glaring example of why she is unfit for the Supreme Court. We know she is soft on crime. We know she is a vessel for the woke left's dangerous ideology, and we know she cannot definitively defend Americans' God-given rights or precious freedoms. Yet despite KBJ's frightening record and recent testimony, the Senate intends to vote on her confirmation to the Supreme Court this week. If KBJ becomes a Supreme Court justice, she will serve for decades, solidifying and strengthening the left's menacing grip on our rule of law. Her decisions will impact future Americans for generations to come, setting precedent that will ultimately guide our nation once you and I are long gone. Without question, Americans from Maine, Utah to Alaska, from sea to shining sea, are watching intently, praying that
Gentleman
their
is no longer recognized. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before you today to talk about two topics, the confirmation of Judge Jackson, as well as the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. Judge Jackson is more qualified than the people with whom she will serve, and she is not soft on crime. It's why she has the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Police Chiefs, hardly the radical left. As we look at the opportunity to make history, we want to make sure that our Supreme Court is representative and reflective of our entire nation. Judge Jackson deserves confirmation. She has earned it, and it will be someone that we are very proud of to have on the Supreme Court. On another topic, this is one to celebrate this week. After almost a year of bipartisan, bicameral negotiations, the House will finally take up legislation to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund and move us one step closer to getting much-needed relief for restaurants across the finish line. The funds provided by Congress in 2021 were a lifeline for so many businesses in Washington state and across our nation. Restaurants were hit especially hard by highly transmittable COVID-19 variants, staffing shortages, supply chain issues, and inflation, which only added to the existing challenges and long-term effects that brought many to the brink of closing their doors for good. Restaurants have lost 2 years' worth of revenue, and it will take them years to recover and repay their debts. In fact, in Washington state alone, the average full-service restaurant reports being $160,000 in debt, and it will take them over 3 years to repay it. I know how critical this second round of funding is because I regularly hear about it from my constituents. The South Puget Sound of Washington state is the proud home of so many small local restaurants, including Vian Dong in the Lincoln International District and Bud Bay Cafe in Olympia, to name a few. Many businesses are still struggling to get back on their feet, and most were shut out from ever receiving relief in the first place. This is why on February 10, I led the Washington state delegation in a letter to congressional leadership, urging them to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund and help those employers and employees in need as soon as possible. These businesses are often neighborhood anchors and family-owned. They are often owned by women, veterans, minorities, and immigrants. They're a critical part of the South Sound and Washington state's economy. We must do everything we can to support them and push for an equitable and inclusive recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield back.
The chair for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the full Agriculture Committee hearing that we held on March 16th, the focus of which was the 2018 Farm Bill and the role of climate change. Recently, the New York Times wrote a series of stories and produced several videos denigrating rural Americans for providing the country with the safest, most abundant, and most affordable food supply in the history of the world. Now, let's set the record straight. U.S. agriculture accounts for less than 10% of greenhouse gas emissions, and that's according to the Environmental Protection Agency. Over the last 70 years, U.S. agriculture has tripled food and fiber production while usage of land, energy, fertilizer, and other inputs has remained steady. Early in the first session of this Congress, several of my Republican colleagues and I introduced a slate of climate-friendly and farmer-focused bills. These bills are driven by common sense solutions to benefit our environment and our farm industry. Our farmers, ranchers, and foresters and producers are the original climate champions. While there is more to be done, we must prevent efforts to fundamentally upend our commodity conservation and crop insurance programs to appease Washington think tanks. We must also reject complicating our programs and making climate the focus of every title of the upcoming Farm Bill reauthorization. Madam Speaker, under the umbrella of natural land solutions, which includes farmers that grow crops, livestock, our foresters, these individuals, the research has showed that at this moment, based on the technology they use, they're responsible for sequestering 6.1 gigatons of carbon annually, greenhouse gas emissions. To put that into perspective, that takes care of all the greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted on those lands, plus sequestering an additional 10.1%. So truly, the American farmer, rancher, and forester are the climate change champions anywhere in the world because of our science, technology, and innovation. Now, we must ensure agriculture production remains viable in rural America to keep production from increasing in areas of the world with lower environmental standards, worse labor conditions, and fewer food safety considerations. And that is why a robust safety net is critical to keeping farms and production here in the United States while lowering overall global greenhouse gas emissions. Madam Speaker, our country and our farmers face enormous and immediate challenges, including higher food prices, record inflation and input costs, attacks on our energy independence, crop protection tools, and dependable labor. Now, these are the issues I hear about as I travel my district and the country. These are the issues we should be addressing. Now, I hope at the end of the day we recognize that our voluntary, locally led, incentive-based conservation programs is working as intended, and that we must not undermine its continued success in supporting the environment and the producers. American agriculture is science, American agriculture is technology, and American agriculture is innovation. The demands of a 21st century farm economy and the economically viable climate solutions depend on tools and policies that continue to unleash and increase United States agriculture productivity. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Virgin Islands and its people speak of great resilience. We are a people rich in history and culture, struggles and triumphs in the face of disenfranchisement. March 31st, 2022 marked 104 years that the Virgin Islands of the United States have been part of the United States. Our islands were acquired by the United States in the costliest per acre sale in U.S. land purchase. We became the most easterly point of the United States and served to protect the Caribbean Basin and the Panama Canal, particularly during World War I. The sale of the Danish West Indies pulled Denmark out of depression and gave them the capital, resources, gold bullion necessary for them to become the happiest country that we know today. The brutal slavery and serf system that they inflicted on my ancestors, however, was not a happy time. During the transfer ceremonies on March 31st, 1917, the people of the Virgin Islands, my people, were citizens of no country. All four of my grandparents were alive and living on the island of St. Croix at the time of the transfer. Only qualified Danish citizens living in Denmark were able to vote in the plebiscite. Of my 8 great-grandparents, I believe 1 may have met the land and income requirement mandatory to be able to vote. Only 1 would have been able to vote for his destiny. And after the purchase, those living in the territory my grandparents, great-grandparents, aunts, uncles, my family were citizens of no country, nowhere, for 10 years. Yet, after becoming citizens, Virgin Islanders came immediately to Washington and petitioned, pleaded to be part of the draft. You see, Virgin Islanders, like the other territories, serve and give the ultimate sacrifice in far greater number per capita than those Americans on the mainland. We wanted and still are willing to take on the responsibility, not just the privilege. Until the United States began ownerships of territories, largely comprised of minority, Black and brown people, disenfranchisement of territories was a temporary condition. From the 1787 Northwest Ordinance until the acquisition of Puerto Rico, lands were deemed territories with the expectation that they would become states. The disenfranchisement and unequal treatment of people in the Virgin Islands is de jure law. The insular cases decided at the turn of the century and Plessy versus Ferguson era Supreme Court established a doctrine of separate and unequal status for overseas territories. However, the disenfranchisement and unequal treatment continues today. Through court cases in the Bush, Obama, Trump, and now Biden administration, through their oral and written arguments to the Supreme Court, as well as my own colleagues, Congress's unwillingness to grant equal treatment requests made by representatives from the territory. My fight in Washington has been to level and create equity, to counter the many ways that such disenfranchisement affects our lives: federal funding, healthcare access, veterans benefits, structural damage after natural disasters due to longstanding unequitable funding. It's my deepest honor to be grounded by my history, my parents and my ancestors from the Virgin Islands, many of whom have played an integral role in the history of this nation long even before we were a part of this country. From Denmark Vesey, leader of the Charleston, South Carolina slave revolt, David Levy Yulee, the first Jewish senator in the United States, Williams Leisdorf, the founder of San Francisco, Edward Wilmot Blyden, one of the founders of Liberia. Even today, my predecessor, the first female physician of this body as a member of Congress, Donna Christensen, and even this weekend, NCAA women's basketball champion, Aaliyah Boston. Our contributions to this nation are undisputed, and 104 years after our transfer from Denmark to the U.S. possession, our claim to full and inviolable rights as citizens of this country are long overdue. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise as the proud member of the member to support the 13th Congressional District. My district is the third poorest congressional district in the country, and direct funding and aid to support our most vulnerable communities is so critical to communities like mine. I want to take a moment to uplift the work that my team and I have done to deliver for our residents through the community projects funding. I don't know if folks know, but we have the oldest Boys and Girls Club in the nation, and they are going to see $2 million investment to improve the facility in Highland Park so more of our young people can come into a building that is safe and a building that is going to be able to help them thrive. Also, the Urban Neighborhood Initiative Southwest Detroit Creative Connections Collaborative. They're going to be able to create a safe space, community space for our families, especially our youth. And this is a community I grew up in with 20 different ethnicities. We're also going to be able to help Detroit homeowners receive home repair grants for energy efficiency. Enterprise Community Partners is so eager to be able to work with my seasoned residents, and my seasoned residents are eager to see their homes become not only energy efficient, but also accessible, as many are struggling with access because of disabilities. The Eastside Community Network is going to be able to establish the Studemeyer Wellness Hub for the Eastside Detroit residents who are right now struggling to access health care. We're also going to be able to help some relief, and this is just the beginning, to help many of our families in Dearborn Heights, in Wayne County, address the number of families that continue to be impacted by flooding because of the Ecorse Creek challenges. We're also going to be able to support Prosper Us, Detroit Metro microlending, to support some of our small businesses and expand some of the work they've already done in Detroit all the way to Western Wayne and Inkster. I'm also so proud of the investment that we're going to have in the Ruth Ellis Center to provide safe, affordable, identity-affirming housing for marginalized Black and Brown Detroiters, especially my LGBTQ+ youth. I'm also going to be able to stand there with my City of Wayne residents to see finally the Gordie Howe Amphitheater space be able to be rehabbed. It's a space that many of our schools use for graduations, for gathering, and just really, truly coming together as a community. We're also going to be able to see over 300 of our high school students in the Western Wayne School District, along with the partnership with SEMCA, be able to access vocational technology, career tech programs. We're also going to see $2.5 million investment in our Inkster Senior Wellness Center. This is one of, again, Inkster has some of my spectacular seasoned residents, and they are eager again to have a space to come together, especially after the challenges during the pandemic. I want to thank Chairwoman DeLaura and the Appropriations Committee staff and the incredible hard work of my team for a thoughtful and engaging process that really targeted communities with the most needs. I am proud and committed to continue engagement with all of my 13 congressional district communities to find funding to address the needs because they truly deserve it. Thank you so much. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the incredible impact the bipartisan Affordable Insulin Now Act will have on Americans across the nation. It's no secret diabetes poses a major health burden to Americans across our country. Texas, in particular, suffers greatly from the effects of type 2 diabetes. Every day, new Texans are diagnosed. On top of that, the rate of new cases increases every single year. This topic, Mr. Speaker, hits very close to home. I've seen firsthand the hurdles diabetes creates for families simply looking to live a quiet life and be alone and have a good, productive life. In my family, my mother faced uphill health battles because of diabetes most of her adult life. She died eventually of diabetes complications. So diabetes runs in my family. In fact, my doctor tells me that no matter what I do, I may end up getting diabetes. I am one of 10 children. 5 of us have already gotten diabetes and are dependent on insulin. Sadly, this epidemic disproportionately impacts older adults, especially Latinos, minorities, and populations with lower levels of education. It remains one of the leading causes of death in Texas and the United States. In my own home county of Harris County, diabetes is the 5th leading cause of death. Even when purchased through Medicare, insulin is more than 3 times as expensive in the United States than in the UK. The bipartisan Affordable Insulin Act is truly needed to save lives. The Affordable Insulin Now Act caps insulin copays at $35 per month, or 25% of an insurance plan's negotiated price, whichever is lower. It's a great first step, and it will save lives, but more must be done. You see, Mr. Speaker, Americans without health insurance will not benefit from this bill. This will help those residents who are fortunate to already have health insurance, and we welcome this support. Again, it's a great first step, but much more is very needed. Texas is the state with the highest rate of uninsured individuals, and in my district, 33% of the residents in my district do not have health insurance. In fact, Mr. Speaker, my district has the highest number of uninsured people in any other district in the nation. To make matters worse, diabetes is highly concentrated in East Texas, the area where I live. It pains me that these folks were not included in the bill. The immense health and emotional challenges diabetes brings to households are burdensome enough, but its economic strain is ruthless to families not fortunate enough to have insurance. Because of corporate greed and companies focused only on profits, Texans without medical insurance face astronomical prices for insulin. In short, people with diabetes have medical expenses approximately 2.3 times higher than those who do not have diabetes. The out-of-pocket costs for health care and insulin have crippled hardworking Americans across our country. It's gotten so bad that 1 in 4 people have rationed life-saving insulin because they could not afford proper dosage amounts. This is unacceptable and wrong, and we must do better. No one, I repeat, no one, should have to gamble with their health by rationing insulin to make ends meet. The Bipartisan Affordable Insulin Act will save lives, and it is a great step forward. But I will continue fighting for residents across my district who do not currently have health insurance but do need insulin. We will continue the fight till we get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, a recently released Violence Project study has found that more than half of all mass shootings between 1966 and 2019 occurred since 2000. There have been more and more shootings. It is getting worse and worse. Mass shootings have occurred in the workplace, on college campuses, in our houses of worship, and in our schools. We must do better. These shootings cut off young lives and devastate families. We owe it to the victims to do more to combat gun violence in our communities. We owe it to Joaquin Oliver. Joaquin was 17 years old when he was shot and killed with an assault rifle at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. This is Joaquin. But this symbol of Joaquin is also an assault rifle. You see, this is an assault rifle that was purchased by Joaquin's dad, Manny, without a background check. Manny went to a gun show in Florida and bought a high-powered rifle without a background check. Then he went home and he melted it down to make this statue of his son, who was killed by a similar weapon in his school on Valentine's Day. The statue of Joaquin is now a powerful reminder of our weak gun laws and the countless American lives that have been stolen, families broken by gun violence. When Manny went to a gun show, the seller pushed him to buy the rifle, to buy ammunition, to buy a high-capacity magazine, all at one time without a background check. And Manny wondered, what's the rush? What is the rush? Why does anyone need a deadly arsenal in one afternoon with no questions asked? We have put a lot of effort into making background checks work well for legal gun buyers. The National Instant Criminal Background Check System, the NICS system, returns results in as fast as 30 seconds. Every gun buyer at a gun show, every gun buyer online, every gun buyer at a licensed dealer, every gun buyer should go through that system to keep our communities safe. But they don't, because of a dangerous loophole like the one that allowed Manny to buy an AR-15 at a gun show without a background check. The background check system is the foundation of gun safety in America, and when that foundation is weak, like it is today, it makes all of us less safe. We need universal background checks. States with laws requiring background checks on all sales have lower gun homicide rates than states that don't. And guns from states with lax background check laws often end up recovered on crime scenes in neighboring states without those tough laws. That's why we need a uniform national requirement to end weak gun laws that contribute to trafficking. The president visited New York City recently after 2 police officers were fatally shot and urged the need for universal background checks. He rightly said our country needs a comprehensive strategy to dramatically reduce gun violence, and the Attorney General of the United States has directed U.S. attorneys to confront gun trafficking across state lines and cities. And I strongly support the president's call for a comprehensive strategy. And as part of that strategy, Congress should do what many states are currently working on, to ban untraceable ghost guns, similar to the law that was signed in New York in October of last year. Congress can do this. Congress should also pass safe storage legislation to protect kids from being harmed by loaded weapons kept unsafely in their homes. We should ban weapons of war that don't belong in our community and are regularly used to hunt innocent people. Who needs to be able to fire off 50 or 100 rounds at a time? Congress should recognize high-capacity magazines have no place in our communities, and their only purpose is to make it easy to cause mass casualties. These proposals have significant support. 90% of Americans, including gun owners, want universal and stronger background checks. Would a stronger background check system prevent every instance of gun violence? No, of course not. Would ending large-capacity ammunition magazines prevent mass casualties caused by guns? No, but they'll make us safer. They'll make our communities safer. They'll make our schools safer. They'll make the workplace safer. They will make people feel safer as they attend religious services. And they will make it easier for law enforcement to do their jobs safely every day. Continued inaction on confronting gun violence will only lead to more innocent people dying from firearms. Congress must take action to get strong gun violence prevention legislation to the president's desk for Joaquin, for the 16 others who were taken at Stoneman Douglas, for their families, and for America. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the homecoming of World War II Private Andrew Ladner, whose remains finally came home 80 years after being killed in action. Private Ladner was assigned to the 126th Infantry Regiment, 32nd Infantry Division, and on November 30th, 1942, during a blockade to prevent a Japanese assault on the island of New Guinea, he was killed during the initial wave and was reportedly buried 26 yards west of the road the unit was blockading. After the war, his remains could not be found and eventually declared non-recoverable. However, between a little luck and the never-quit Army attitude and exhaustive research, they located his remains in 2016. Now, Private Ladner can be laid to rest in a way he deserves. I know his family takes comfort in his example of a life well lived and the legacy he left behind all those years ago. Private Ladner was part of the greatest generation of Americans. His family can find solace in knowing his legacy will never die, but lives on with every American who puts on the uniform of the United States military. On behalf of the 4th Congressional District of Mississippi, we honor the memory of Private Andrew Ladner, who gave his life for his family and the country he so dearly deserved. Love. Private Ladner, may you rest in peace. God bless you and Semper Fidelis. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to applaud President Joe Biden's executive order to bring down the cost of health insurance and expand health coverage. The executive order represents the most significant action to strengthen the Affordable Care Act since it was signed into law. Consistent with the administration's mission, my colleagues and I in Congress voted in favor of the Affordable Insulin Now Act, which will lower costs for hardworking families by capping the out-of-pocket costs for insulin at $35 per month. President Biden's executive order delivers a long-standing Democratic priority for strengthening the Affordable Care Act and fixing the so-called family glitch. Without this step, current regulations define employer-based health insurance as affordable if the coverage is provided solely for the employee and not for the family members. For families of an employee offered health coverage through an employer, the cost for that family coverage can sometimes be very expensive and make health insurance out of reach. The family glitch affects 5 million people and has made it impossible for many families to use the premium tax credit to purchase an affordable, high-quality marketplace plan. Fixing the family glitch builds on several steps Democrats have taken to lower health costs and build on the Affordable Health Care Act, including the American Rescue Plan, which was signed into law last year. The American Rescue Plan is saving families an average of $2,400 in annual premiums and has helped enroll 14.5 million Americans in the Marketplace Plan. Thanks to Democratic leadership, healthcare is more affordable and accessible than ever. Our American Rescue Plan dramatically lowered the cost of marketplace plans and helped enroll millions of Floridians into qualified, affordable coverage. As House Democrats fight to build a better America for all people, I will continue to work to lower healthcare costs and prescription drug prices for all Floridian families. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, nothing in all of creation is hidden from your sight. Your eyes, O Lord, are everywhere. You see everything from the wars that rage around the world and into the recesses of each heart. Everything is uncovered and laid bare before your eyes, that all must give account. Call to account then the wicked and the good. Unspeakable atrocities have taken place throughout Ukraine. Bring to justice those who have failed to demonstrate any evidence of human decency. Bring to your court those who have disregarded the precious life of the innocent. Raise up the good and strengthen the noble, and give success to their efforts to shield and shelter the displaced and the defeated. Embolden the voices of those who would speak truth to power, and amplify their words that your truth would reach even the hardest of hearts. Give wisdom to the leadership, our own, as they balance the moral responsibility to aid those in danger with the evident risk of escalation. And to President Zelensky and his advisors, that they would remain courageous and inspiring in their quest for peace and security in their country. Keep your eyes upon us, O Lord. Conceal not our sin from your sight, but let your righteousness be revealed and your justice accomplished. In the power of your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for up to 15-minute, one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the bipartisan supply chain provisions included in the House-passed America Competes Act. Every day we are hearing from our constituents about inflation and rising prices. And one critical factor contributing to these issues are continued disruptions in the domestic supply chain. The America Competes supply chain subtitle establishes an Office of Manufacturing Security and Resilience within the Department of Commerce to monitor, identify, map, and mitigate supply chain vulnerabilities. It also authorizes billions in grants and loans to support the manufacturing of critical goods, equipment, and cutting-edge technology that are essential to our national and economic security. The investments included in the bipartisan America Competes supply chain subtitle will allow us to preempt future shocks to our supply chain, and we must be proactive in strengthening our manufacturing capacity to secure our future. I hope that this critical subtitle remains in the bill, is retained in any final package the conference process yields. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-2123, an act to establish the Federal Clearinghouse on Safety and Security Best Practices for Faith-Based Organizations and Houses of Worship, and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute advising to say my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to report that the total export sales from the state of South Carolina topped nearly $30 billion last year. Increasing their influence, state exporters had reached in over 195 countries, with Germany and Canada tops. Korean investments are monumental by Samsung, and I praise today the Korean delegation of Dr. Jin Park and Tai Young Cho. Most notably, the Palmetto State leads the nation in export sale of tires as produced by Michelin, Bridgestone, GT Tire, Continental, and Trelleborg Wheel Systems. South Carolina also leads in passenger motor vehicle exports, including BMW, Volvo cars, Honda, and Mercedes-Benz vans. In order to further support this vital market, South Carolina Ports has invested over $2 billion in infrastructure. According to the Ports Authority President and CEO Jim Newsom, soon to be succeeded by COO Barbara Melvin, backed up by Governor Henry McMaster. In conclusion, God bless the Ukraine. God save the Ukraine. God bless Vladimir Zelensky as he fights to maintain his freedom for all the people of the world. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for generations, America's innovation from electricity to automobiles, robotics, and from plastics have shaped the course of history. We prevailed because we were preeminent because of our investing in science, research, and technology. But today, America's preeminence is being challenged. Other countries have followed our lead in research, science, and technology. As a result, more of the technology that we are relying on today are made abroad, driving up the cost at home, contributing to inflation, threatening our workers' financial security, their jobs, and eroding our nation's competitiveness. That is why Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, along with 13 other committees of the House, crafted a data-driven, results-oriented package to help our nation meet and win in the 21st century. I associate myself with the remarks of the gentlewoman from Michigan in support of the Competes Act. The House America Competes Act is precisely what is needed to ensure America's might in manufacturing and innovation while creating good-paying jobs and lowering costs for our nation, that prevails. Our bill helps brings manufacturing back to our shores, including $52 billion for chips, which are crucial for making cars, cell phones, and more. Our bill will help reinvigorate America's industry, securing $45 billion to strengthen our supply chain and reduce dependence on foreign nations and lowering costs. And our bill invests in research and education so that we diversify our STEM workforce with apprenticeships and the rest. And our bill will promote U.S. global leadership. In the spirit of patriotism and unity, the House will champion these priorities as we go to conference to craft a bold, bipartisan, bicameral package to send to the President's desk. I hope that we will have the opportunity to go to conference soon. We are waiting for the signal from the Senate, and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our strategic oil reserves are meant to be for emergency use, an emergency resource in time of war or other disaster. At such an uncertain time, what we have with Eastern Europe, embroiled in a big conflict, it'd be wise for us to keep the reserve full. Indeed, President Trump filled the reserve up at the time when prices were low on fuel, and now President Biden thinks that by releasing this oil, it's going to somehow affect the price of oil around the world and our own economy. It's not. So far, 80 million barrels have already been released, but it hasn't driven down prices. Instead, the reserves we have in the ground that oil people can produce for us are the things that are going to change oil prices, not tapping into our reserves that are only going to be a few days' worth to run the country on, or bleeding it out over 180 days, 1 million barrels at a time. Tap into our energy we have so abundantly in this country. That will affect the market for us, for our allies in Europe, and actually truly make a big difference instead of playing this little game with our oil reserves that doesn't do anything other than look like we're doing something. Let's get back to work on putting Americans to work, our energy dependability on us and not on others. I ask the President to change directions on this policy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I held an in-person town hall to hear how inflation impacts our community. Too many Pennsylvanians are making tough choices to put food on the table, gas in their tanks, or other budgetary choices. So today I rise to discuss why confronting Putin abroad helps address inflation issues here at home. It's no secret that we live in a global market. We became acutely aware of that fact during the pandemic. Ukraine and Russia provide us and the world grain, oil, and gas, and even things like fertilizer. And when we are at war in these areas, or people are at war in these areas, this impacts our economy colossally. We are again seeing how connected we are, this time not from a global disease, but rather from a diseased man. Vladimir Putin is infected, and he's inflicting untold horrors on the people of the Ukraine and simultaneously destabilizing our world economy and order. To fully address these rising costs and inflation, in part caused by this Russian war, our top priority has to be bringing a just, durable, and lasting peace to this conflict in Ukraine. The longer the war rages on, the longer it will take for our economy to recover. That's why we must impose strong sanctions against Russia, coordinated with our allies. We must expedite weaponry to Ukraine, and we must return our pre-pandemic domestic oil production levels to meet our domestic needs and to help bring down global market costs. For the people of the 6th Congressional District of Pennsylvania, I promise to keep doing everything in my power to make sure we can alleviate pressures that are felt home abroad. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate one Mr. Chris D'Alessandre on his retirement after a dedicated 41 years of service with United Way, Galveston County, Mainland, where he served as the executive director for the past 10 years. Not only did Chris serve Galveston County during his time with United Way, but Chris has also served as the president of the Rotary Club of Texas City. He was elected to the Roll of Fame for Rotary District 5910 and earned the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards Volunteer. Chris always prioritized giving back to his community, and as such, he has earned several awards through the Chamber of Commerce, such as Citizen of the Year in 2008 and the Leslie Haley Community Service Award in 2014. I commend Chris for his numerous accomplishments and his dedicated service to our district and congratulate him on his retirement. Chris, I am so glad to represent you and call you a friend. You deserve a great retirement. Have a good one, buddy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues for all the good work that we have done to support American small businesses during the pandemic. Democrats, working with President Biden, have helped businesses to keep their lights on and employees on payroll. Biden's plan has enabled a remarkable rebound in small business activity, with small business demand for labor and inventory near record high. The share of small businesses that have created new jobs in the first quarter of this year is higher than at any point in the Trump administration. Democrats are continuing to drive stability and growth in small businesses. H.R. 3807 is in furtherance of that. The bill provides $13 billion to establish a hard-hit industries award program to provide awards to small businesses across all industries and sectors that were hardest hit by the pandemic, regardless of industry or business. My colleagues and I are proposing solutions focused on assisting small businesses, the true engine of our nation's economy, to rebuild and help our economy be better than before. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak for 1 minute. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I visited our southern border 3 times since I've been in office, and the crisis is only getting worse. Not only have we seen the most illegal crossings on record over the past year,
But also fentanyl overdoses are the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 through 45, and the top source of fentanyl is the US-Mexico border. The Biden administration's decision to end Title 42 without a plan will only worsen this crisis. It's past time to stop playing politics with border security. Federal law requires the Department of Homeland Security to create and implement a border strategy on the northern border, but we currently don't have one that addresses the southern border crisis. So I introduced a comprehensive Southern Border Strategy Act to change that and direct the Department of Homeland Security to create a strategy to secure our US-Mexico border. Our economic prosperity, national security, and public safety requires secure borders. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Joe Biden has done an awesome job creating jobs. He is a jobs president. Last year, 6.6 million jobs were created. In the last 14 months, working with congressional Democrats, 7.4 million jobs were created, the most in United States history. Democrats are building a better America for the future and for the people. What are Republicans doing? I don't know. But last week, Republican Congressman Madison Cawthorn bragged about being invited to cocaine-fueled sex orgies by senior Republicans. Don't believe me? Search for Madison Cawthorn Republican Caucus on the internet. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The administration is removing healthcare workers, federal employees, and members of the armed forces from their jobs if they refuse to get vaccinated. Meanwhile, over 160,000 unvaccinated and untested illegal aliens crossed our border last February, the most on record in 2 decades. Now Joe Biden and his Washington Democrat allies want to make a bad problem worse. Last week, President Biden eliminated President Trump's Title 42, which allows DHS to deport illegal aliens if they pose a public health danger to our citizens. In other words, according to Washington Democrats, they believe American healthcare workers, federal employees, and service members deserve harsher treatment than those crossing our border illegally. This is unacceptable. Title 42 must be reinstated immediately and kept in place until this administration comes up with a plan to deal with the border crisis created by the administration's policies. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the mathematical and statistical sciences. Fundamental research in mathematics and statistics touches all of our nation's scientific and technological priorities, provides tools to address societal changes. As recent examples, mathematical scientists model the spread of the pandemic and help assess the effectiveness of vaccine programs. They produce research needed for artificial intelligence and help us understand and predict dangerous weather patterns. And their theoretical work fortifies imaging technologies used to detect disease, including cancer. We are at a critical time for building and ensuring a stable and more diverse STEM workforce in the future. Mathematics and statistics supports all of the STEM disciplines and are critical to our educational system. Everyday mathematicians and statisticians enable advances across science and technology, making our nation more secure and globally competitive, and training the next generation of researchers and educators. I hope you'll join me and my fellow mathematicians on the Joint Policy Board for Mathematics in celebrating April as a Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to shed light on an imminent threat to our country's recent economic prosperity. The Biden administration has created jobs and increased our nation's GDP at unprecedented rates. From day one, the president's economic agenda has been about generating more growth and more innovation by giving American middle class more opportunities and more financial security. However, oil companies are using the war between Russia and Ukraine as a pretext to engage in unlawful price gouging to rob American people of their hard-earned dollars. I applaud my colleagues for taking the necessary steps to address this concern by facilitating oversight hearings to maintain the integrity of the oil industry and holding these companies accountable for their unconscionable practices. Hopefully, these testimonies and hearings will lead to changes, and we can truly enjoy all the success of our current administration and keep dollars in the pockets of the American people. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5497, the Burma Act, which would provide badly needed resources to civil society actors in Burma and impose sanctions on the Burmese military for upending years of progress, democracy, and human rights for a self-serving and brutal agenda of repression and violence. Having visited Burma, I've seen the strength of its people as they've struggled to create and sustain democracy. Now under the authoritarian Tatmadaw, the divisions, prejudices, and violence have been exacerbated and progress has been reversed. The Rohingya and other vulnerable populations continue to be displaced and assaulted. Journalists are purposely targeted for harassment and violence. The political opposition has faced unspeakable violence and imprisonment. We must commit to holding those responsible for the collapse of democracy and human rights to account. We must support those that are working in dangerous circumstances to reestablish the rule of law. As we continue to work against global authoritarianism and for democracy and human rights around the world, let us stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Burma and their struggle for freedom. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize 7 amazing students from the Camden Central School District track and field team who recently traveled to Mayfield, Kentucky during their February break to help residents after a devastating tornado ripped through the state 2 months ago. Led by Coach Phil Lucasen, 7 members of the team volunteered their time. Lizzie Lucasen, Will Carver, Ryan Bolick, Joe Duran, Nate Hurd, Ivy Murphy, and Dylan Melchior. Incidentally, Dylan made a special stop at the University of Cumberland in Kentucky on the way back to sign a letter of intent to run track for them next year. But these students worked in a large distribution center helping hundreds of residents per day who were seeking food and other household supplies. The students also spent time working alongside contractors who were rebuilding the many buildings devastated by the storm. Their tireless efforts on behalf of those whom they had never met is a beautiful example of selfless service. The 22nd District is so incredibly honored to have these excellent students representing us and showing just how willing our community is to help people in their greatest time of need. I thank them for their tremendous service to our community, and I thank Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate House Democrats' effort to pass the affordable.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate House Democrats' efforts to pass the Affordable Insulin Now Act, which would cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month. This bill will be a game changer for the Rio Grande Valley and South Texas and the country at whole. We have the highest rates of diabetes in the country. 25% of the population is uninsured. The stark reality is that skyrocketing costs of insulin is crushing South Texans and people across our country. 1 in 4 Americans who rely on insulin have been forced to ration or skip the dose or choose between buying groceries and filling prescription drugs. Pharmaceutical companies who manufacture insulin for less than $10 sell it to the American people for more than 10 times that. I refuse to accept the status quo. This long overdue legislation is an important step to lower healthcare costs for families and hold Big Pharma accountable. I urge my Senate colleagues to pass this Affordable Insulin Now Act and send it to the President's desk to sign today. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
Wait, will the gentleman suspend?
I think McCall. No, Tenny is. Oh, Tenny's doing it?
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5497, the Burma Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5497, a bill to authorize humanitarian assistance and civil society support, promote democracy and human rights, and impose targeted sanctions with respect to human rights abuses in Burma and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York and the gentlewoman from New York each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5497 as amended. I also ask to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between me and Chair Waters of the House Financial Services Committee on H.R. 5497 as amended.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5497, the Burma Act of 2022, which I have introduced alongside Representative Steve Shabbat, the ranking member of the Asia Subcommittee, who I want to thank for working in a bipartisan way. And I also want to thank Foreign Affairs ranking member Michael McCall for working with me in a bipartisan way on this very important and very timely bill. Mr. Speaker, democracy is under severe strain across the globe, and the current crisis in Burma is a stark reminder of this challenge. It has been just over a year since the Burmese military staged an illegal and illegitimate coup d'etat, seizing control of the Union government and detaining a broad cross-section of democratically elected civilian leaders. As the military upended Burma's fragile transition to democracy, it began a widespread suppression of fundamental freedoms. Over the past 14 months, the military's brutal and senseless violence has resulted in more than 1,700 people killed, including over 100 children. Thousands have been unjustly detained, and nearly 500,000 people have been displaced by the military's violence. Congress cannot and must not stand idly by as the military brutally kills its people. As the war in Ukraine has reminded us, America must stand up with freedom-loving people everywhere. The Burmese people have courageously resisted the military's repression and violence. They have organized a civil disobedience movement to erode the military's ability to govern. And a shadow government, the National Unity Government, has emerged to restore democratic civilian rule. All they're asking of us is that the world come to their aid and their cause. The Biden administration has taken critical steps to stand with the Burmese people. And I want to commend Secretary Blinken's formal determination last month that the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingyas, something that was long, long overdue and which I advocated for in this current bill. But now it's Congress' turn to act. The important resolutions and statements of condemnation and letters of solidarity this body has sent over the past 14 months are important, but not sufficient. The people of Burma need us to do more. Frankly, the Burmese military's gross abuses demand that we do more. H.R. 5497 is a comprehensive, bipartisan bill that holds the Burmese military accountable through targeted sanctions, puts pressure on the junta by urging greater action at the United Nations, and calling for a special coordinator for Burmese democracy. It authorizes humanitarian assistance for the hundreds of thousands of Burmese citizens that have been internally displaced or fled across the border. And it calls on the State Department to document the genocide and the crimes against humanity committed against Rohingyas and other Burmese ethnic minorities. The same military leaders which perpetuated a genocide against Rohingya are now using the same tactics to unleash unprecedented bloodshed across the entire country. So we must end the impunity of the Burmese military and make it harder for it to enact its brutality. And to every member of the Burmese ruling elite that does not support the pathway taken by General Min Aung Hlaing, let me say to you loud and clear, now is the time for you to think about your country's future and defect. Defect. Because the Burmese people and the international community will remember which side you stood on. The economic and diplomatic pressure that this bill applies is essential to changing the junta's calculus and forcing it to the negotiating table. By passing this legislation, we will take a meaningful step, not just to stand up with the Burmese people, but also to help bring this crisis to an end. Therefore, before this bill becomes law, I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan way to refine the sanctions in this bill so that they remain relevant and effective. Thus, I urge my colleagues to support this measure so that we can move it one step closer to the President's desk. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to represent New York's 22nd Congressional District, which is home to generations of Burmese refugees, dating back to the first family arriving in the early 2000s, and where nearly 5,000 Burmese refugees reside. On February 1st of last year, Burma's military seized power in a violent coup ending 5 years of flawed but promising democracy, dragging Burma back into a brutal military rule. Over the last year, the world has watched in horror as the military targeted innocent Burmese men, women, and children. The latest estimates indicate that over 1,700 people have been murdered and more than 13,000 arrested by the junta. In the face of this violence and repression, the resilience of the people of Burma is no less than inspiring. The legislation we are considering today is an important step forward in standing with the people of Burma and holding their perpetrators accountable. The Burma Act will impose mandatory sanctions on the military regime as well as entities that continue to support it. While the White House has begun to take steps to reimpose sanctions, the sanctions regime that the former Democratic administration prematurely lifted, it is time that the Burmese military is again sanctioned as a matter of law, especially now that the United States has finally recognized that their crimes against the Rohingya amount to genocide. Now more than ever, I urge all to remain committed to the people of Burma's quest for democracy, for peace and freedom, to oppose this affront to human dignity. I thank Chairman Meeks and Congressman Chabot for their championing this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have any witnesses at this time, so I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, is recognized.
Again, I will yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, America stands with free people against dictators and despots. It's part of our values, and it's an important signal to the world that the United States stands firm against autocrats, whether in Burma or Russia. Last Friday, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi showed the world how true this is. He met with his counterpart from the Burmese junta regime and said that the Chinese Communist Party would back the Tatmadaw no matter how the situation changes. We are at a critical point in history. Authoritarian regimes like China are partnering with their autocratic allies around the world to make the globe less free, to undermine human dignity and individual freedom, and to oppress those who stand up and have the courage to speak out as the Burmese people have. It is sickening, and it is one more reason why this legislation is so timely. It is critical that America stands united in supporting the people of Burma and championing their fundamental human rights in the face of military oppression. I will continue to be a voice for this community as we fight to oppose this affront to the people of Burma's dignity and freedom and quest for peace. I once again urge my colleagues to support this measure and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Yes, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Congress must do more to address this crisis in Burma, and H.R. 5497, the Burma Act of 2021, will do just that. It will take concrete steps to hold the Burmese military accountable for its coup and for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and other unspeakable atrocities. This bill, Mr. Speaker, sends a strong and unequivocal message that there are severe consequences for subverting democracy and that the United States of America stands firmly with the Burmese people and their struggle for human rights and their democracy. So I hope all of my colleagues, all 435 of us, will join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5497 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass to H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7276, a bill to direct the President to submit to Congress a report on United States government efforts to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence and information related to war crimes and any other atrocities committed during the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine since February 24, 2022, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 7276 as amended.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act, introduced by my good friend and the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall. And I want to thank Mr. McCall for working collectively across the aisles as we do on many bills, but on this important bill, for your leadership on it, it's very timely and very important. Mr. Speaker, each day we see a growing body of horrifying evidence of atrocities that Russian troops have wreaked on Ukrainian citizens. Mr. McCall and I traveled to Poland, and we saw with our own eyes the refugees fleeing Ukraine because of Putin's war, not knowing whether they would see their husbands or fathers or uncles ever again, not knowing what their tomorrow would be. This week, the images, the videos, and the firsthand accounts from Bucha were nothing short of chilling. And it pains, as it did seeing the refugees cross the board in Poland, it pains my heart to know that this is likely just the tip of the iceberg of what Ukrainians have suffered. In attempting to justify his war of choice on Ukraine, Putin's relentless dehumanization of Ukrainians has laid the foundation for atrocities so vile it churns one's stomach. We've seen this before, Mr. Speaker. It's the same dehumanization that has led to every genocide before. And I fear what we've seen in Bucha is happening throughout Ukraine right now, and it will only get worse. Nothing we do on this floor today will erase the generational trauma that Putin's forces have inflicted on Ukrainians. But we can and we must ensure that the United States of America is doing everything in its power to collect evidence that can be used to prosecute Russian war crimes and other atrocities. And hopefully that will deter further systemic human rights abuses in this conflict. H.R. 7276 would require the administration to detail efforts to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence of war crimes, and to describe the process through which a domestic, foreign, or international court or tribunal could request and obtain information related to war crimes or other atrocities from the United States. Every day of this illegal and unprovoked war further unites the global community against Russia's aggression in Ukraine. The images we continue to see day in and day out are shocking to the conscious and also a call to action. To the leaders of the nations who have yet to condemn this barbaric war of choice, I ask you, please just watch these videos of civilians being bombed. Listen, as we did both in Poland and those that visit us here in the House of Representatives. Listen to the survivors who've witnessed their neighbors and their friends shot in the streets or in their homes, some bound with their hands behind their backs. History, the camera of history, is rolling, Mr. Speaker, and it will remember those countries that remain silent. Russia's aggression on Ukraine must stop. And we must unequivocally condemn the atrocities that's being carried out by Putin and his Russians invading forces. And those who are responsible, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, those who are responsible must be brought to justice. No matter how long it takes or how hard it may be, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes Deterrence and Accountability Act will help in collecting the necessary evidence so that we can do just that. Hold those individuals accountable for the atrocities that they have committed. And I ask all of my colleagues to join and support this crucial legislation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my dear friend, Chairman Meeks, for working with me on this important legislation. This is an historic time. It's an historic bill. The largest invasion in Europe since World War II. War crimes in Europe, the likes of which we haven't seen since my father's generation in my father's war. Mr. Speaker, the world is watching, and history will judge us all by how we act, by our actions. As the chairman said, the tape is filming. The reel is filming this. We are seeing these horrific images coming out of Ukraine as I speak. And sadly, there'll be many more. We've just hit the surface. Corpses littering the streets of Bucha, their hands tied behind their backs, bullets in their heads, some decapitated. A pregnant woman covered in blood as these monsters bombed a maternity hospital, for God's sakes. As she gets wheeled out, holding on to her womb, her baby. Sadly and tragically, both she and her baby did not survive that day. Mothers raped in front of their children. Young girls raped in front of their families. Girls. The bodies of families half buried together in shallowed graves with hands still sticking out of the ground. My God, what is happening in this world? I never imagined or thought I would see this in my lifetime. This is of centuries ago, not today. The bombing of apartments and public buildings, providing refuge to children and the elderly, including a theater in Mariupol that had the word children written outside so large in Russian that the satellites could see it. We could see it from satellites. What did the Russians do? They bombed it. They bombed it knowing that there are children inside. And today, just today, most disturbing, we have reporting out of Ukraine that Russia is bringing in mobile crematoriums. Mobile crematoriums to deal with the carnage because there's so many bodies in the streets. Bring in mobile crematoriums in an effort to hide the evidence of their crimes. These are Putin's war crimes, and he would be held responsible. He and his cronies and the Russian troops who have carried them out must be held accountable. Sadly, these are not the first war crimes committed by Putin's troops, as the people of Chechnya, Georgia, and Syria can attest. We cannot wait for the next atrocity before we act. We must do what we can now to deter Russian leaders, commanders, and troops in the field from committing further war crimes. That is why we introduced this legislation. It will ensure the United States helps the people of Ukraine gather, analyze, and maintain the evidence of these war crimes. It will also put Russian troops, I think troops is probably not the right word, these Russian monsters, and their leaders on notice that the world is watching. The world is watching them right now. And we're taking names. We're taking the names of these war criminals, and we're taking the photographs, and we're taking the surveillance, and we're taking the satellite imagery to document this injustice, this crime against humanity. And we will seek justice. I'm very proud of the bipartisan efforts that our committee has made. But on this topic, I just have to, my God, I can't believe we're here even talking about this. I can't believe this is actually happening in this world, in this century. These horrific atrocities in Bucha have made one thing crystal clear. No country can remain neutral in the face of this evil. The entire world needs to rally against Mr. Putin and these war crimes. And passing this bill is a step forward to getting justice done. I was a federal prosecutor for a good part of my life, and I've dealt with a lot of victims. And I've seen a lot of really awful things that man can do to mankind. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this is probably, in fact, absolutely the worst thing I've seen in my lifetime. And the world is watching, and history will judge us all. And all nations will judge us all by what we do here and now. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
War crimes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I now proudly yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from Texas, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker very much, and let me thank the leadership of our chairman. and the working relationship with the ranking member. I was in Lithuania as the Russians were coming in and spent a couple of days there with the hopes and dreams of many people that in actuality there would not be an invasion of Russia into Ukraine, even though we were being briefed on the 30 to 40,000 troops in Belarus. Even on that day, when we spoke to Ukraine parliamentarians who indicated that they were leaving the meeting we were in and taking a 17-hour trip back to Ukraine as their son was standing up to join the Ukrainian movement, the Ukrainian military. Little did we expect, as some people said, just a couple of days, that we would be at a point where we will not call it World War III, but we'll call it the most brutal, vicious, and murderous effort in Europe and the world almost since World War III. I cannot fathom the bodies found in a pit. I cannot understand moms and babies dying in the street. I cannot understand or accept the numbers of civilians targeted, their bodies strewn throughout the various cities. The movement to the east, the destruction of Odessa, and the unwillingness of Vladimir Putin to even think of being serious at the peace table. It is important to make pronounced war crimes have been committed, that he must be at The Hague. I believe Europe should be more pronounced in its denunciation, and I frankly believe that there is a heavier penalty that he must pay. I don't believe he should sit at another table of Western civilization. But most importantly, I rise to support this legislation and believe America is right to insist on Mr. Putin being tried for war crimes. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I certainly thank my friend, the ranking member. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7276, the Ukraine Invasion, War Crimes, Deterrence, and Accountability Act. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this important legislation and thank Chairman Meeks and the committee and working with Ranking Member McCall on this critical bipartisan bill. Last weekend, the world saw in Bucha what the Ukrainian people have been telling us since the start of this invasion, that the Russians are indiscriminately torturing and executing Ukrainian men, women, and children. It's important in these periods of conflict that the United States contribute to the collecting, analyzing, and preserving the critical evidence of war crimes and other atrocities. For 2 decades, Putin has gone unchecked and never paid a diplomatic or even economic price for his 22 years of mania. He's never faced, until he met the Ukrainians, true armed resistance. He leveled Grozny, destroyed historic Aleppo with his co-conspirator and partner, Assad, and he waltzed into Crimea, Mr. Speaker, in 2014 without firing a shot. The line has been finally drawn in Ukraine. This House, on a bipartisan basis, has worked to document Assad's mass murder in Syria. As a result of that work and the work of the United Nations mechanism, we've had a recent conviction in Koblenz, Germany, of the Syrian intelligence official for crimes against humanity. The UN recently approved an independent inquiry into Ukraine. That's precisely the same step of a decade ago in Syria. Enacting this legislation will ensure that the United States contributes to this effort. I encourage all my colleagues to support this important bill. I thank Mr. Meeks and Mr. McCall, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I don't have any further requests for time at this moment, so I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend for yielding, and I thank Chairman Meeks, both of you, for your extraordinary leadership on this important bill that's before us today. I want to thank you for your eloquent remarks a moment ago, summarizing the absolute atrocities that are being committed by Vladimir Putin and his military, and Lukashenko, who is enabler, the president of Belarus. You have described in vivid detail just how horrific this is. And as I think my good friend from Texas said a moment ago, my father fought in World War II as well in the South Pacific. But the crimes that were committed by Imperial Japan and by the Nazis are now being replicated on a grand scale by Vladimir Putin, and it has to stop. It has to stop yesterday. So I rise in strong support of this legislation. Madam Speaker, on March 8th, I chaired a hearing at the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission entitled Accountability for Russia's War Crimes and Aggression Against Ukraine. The day before, I also introduced a resolution calling for accountability for Vladimir Putin for his crimes against Ukrainian people and his aggression against Ukraine. The witnesses couldn't have been more clear that delay is denial, that we need to act now. I was very much involved with the court in the former Yugoslavia, very involved with the court for Sierra Leone, and David Crane led that effort, very involved with the Rwandan court, tried to get a court for Syria, but failed, and pushed hard for it with a resolution on this floor, and the House did pass it. But the key here is timeliness. Don't wait. The ICC, while it may do some good here, and they do have an investigation that they have instituted, the ICC has been notoriously slow. They have had less than 10 convictions over 20 years. Now, if that venue works, great. But my concern, and I think the concern shared by many, particularly in the NGO community, that there needs to be another venue stood up quickly that could make the difference. At the March hearing, David Crane, the founding prosecutor for the UN Special Court for Sierra Leone, talked about an international tribunal created by the United Nations General Assembly. We're all thinking, hey, when it gets to the Security Council will have 2 vetoes at least. It'll be Russia and it will be China. Not so in the General Assembly, and they can stand up a court and they can do it tomorrow that would indict Vladimir Putin on the next day. There's certainly enough evidence. Keep building the evidence, of course, but there's enough evidence to do it right now. And that hopefully will tell everybody around him the time will come when you'll be in the dock as well. I remember meeting with Slobodan Milosevic in Serbia and going to Bosnia and Croatia many times during that horrific war in the Balkans. Time and time again, he thought he was untouchable. Total impunity because of that. And he killed so many because there was no accountability. Well, he went to The Hague as part of the Ad Hoc Tribunal, and he died while the proceedings were underway, but he would have been held to account. So I urge my colleagues to support this. We've already had one vote in the General Assembly, 141 out of 198 voted, a number of people abstained. You only need a simple majority. And I did ask our number 2 at the State Department, at Gregory Meek's hearing earlier today, to take back to the administration the idea of look at all the venues, but let's get a court constituted immediately. If the ICC wants to step in at some point, fine. But indict Putin. Indict him. And you'll see some people running like rats from the ship who are a part of his regime, knowing that they too will be held accountable and sent to prison for the rest of their life. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from New York has no further speakers.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We rise today not as Republicans, Democrats, but as Americans, as a united Congress on behalf of the American people, condemning these atrocities. Madam Speaker, there's a group called the Mr. Putin has sent them to Africa to kill people in Mali and Libya, and they have been in the Donbass previously. They have a saying, these Wagner thugs, these monsters, that our business is killing and business is good. This is sick. They rape women and girls, and they kill for a living. And yes, now they're entering Ukraine. Sadly, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure Bucha is the last we're going to see of this. And when the dust clears from Mariupol, God knows what we're going to find there. God only knows. When they're talking about mobile crematoriums to hide the evidence of so much carnage, so many bodies to be burned, this has to stop. We are standing together, united as Americans, condemning this. And as a former federal prosecutor, yes, to indict Mr. Putin for his crimes against humanity. Mr. Putin thought his legacy after this fiasco was going to be reclaiming the glory of the empire. He would be known as great as the czars, or maybe Stalin, but maybe he is like Stalin. His legacy is not going to be reclaiming the empire. His legacy is going to be that of a war criminal. And that will impact his psyche. That will impact all those around him, including his oligarchs, that no one is safe here. That you will be indicted internationally, and that you will be brought to justice. For without justice, in the face of these crimes against humanity, what good are we? So this is an historic moment. And I want to thank the chairman, as always, on this committee for working with me to stand up against evil, because that's exactly what this is. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, what we are witnessing, Russian troops do in Ukraine, represents some of the worst of humankind. Right now, the world is watching horrifying war crimes taking place. The world is watching the extent to which Putin is willing to flout international norms and values in pursuit of its brutality. And the world is also watching what we as a nation are going to do about it. The Department of State has officially concluded that Russian forces have committed war crimes in Ukraine, which was made vividly clear by the horrifying images emerging over this past weekend from Bucha. Investigations into these war crimes are already beginning and must continue. And I'm saying today, as chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, working along with my friend and partner, the ranking member Mike McCall, we will work tirelessly to make sure that justice is delivered and that the administration works strenuously in concert with partners and allies to this end. Because meaningful justice for these crimes helps prevent such atrocities in the future. This legislation requires the administration to detail efforts to preserve evidence and hold perpetrators accountable for the atrocities they committed, and to detail the means for domestic, hybrid, or international courts and its tribunals to request for such information. This legislation, the Ukrainian Invasion, War Crimes Deterrence and Accountability Act, will ensure that victims and perpetrators alike know that the United States of America and the world, we've got to get those off the seat, those who abstain in the UN. They see the same thing. We need them to stand and have a voice. The world is watching, and the world will hold Putin and the Russian armed forces and those that are in their Dumas and those that keep pushing this war that is accountable by, that's caused by one man, Vladimir Putin. These abhorrent war crimes, which continues to go on. It's a war of choice that Putin has decided to place on Ukraine. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I am so proud to partner with Mike McCall in bringing H.R. 7276 to the floor today so that my children, my grandchildren, my great-great-grandchildren will know how I stood at this time in history and how the United States Congress stood at this time in history. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
All time having been yielded back, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7276 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes, gentlemen from New York, rise?
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed.
Call up House Resolution 1023, and I ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 72, House Resolution 1023, resolved that if House Report 117-284 is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, A, all points of order against the report are waived, and the report shall be considered as read, and B, 1, an accompanying resolution offered by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol shall be considered as read and shall not be subject to a point of order. And 2, the previous question shall be considered as ordered on such resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question except 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Representative Thompson of Mississippi, Representative Cheney of Wyoming, and an opponent or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I will yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1023. The rule provides for consideration of the resolution accompanying House Report 117-284 under a closed rule if the report is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Chairman Thompson, Vice Chair Cheney, and an opponent. Mr. Speaker, if 90% of success in life is just showing up, then 90% of acting in contempt of Congress is not showing up by failing to respond to multiple subpoenas you have been lawfully served. The rest of contempt is not turning over documents you have been ordered to produce and acting with open disregard and scorn for the rule of law, Congress, and representatives of the American people. Neither Dan Scavino nor Peter Navarro has shown up in response to repeated congressional subpoenas. They have blown us off completely. Neither Mr. Scavino nor Mr. Navarro has produced a single document or offered 1 minute of testimony in response to the subpoenas sent by the House of Representatives. While more than 800 Americans have come forward voluntarily or properly responded to congressional subpoenas, which are orders under penalty of law saying you must show up to testify under oath and invoke any asserted privileges in person, Scavino and Navarro have followed Steve Bannon in acting as if they are way too busy and way too important to bother with the mere United States House of Representatives. They think that having worked for a former president of the United States excuses them from complying with lawful orders. This is clearly false. This is clearly wrong, and we must make an emphatic statement about it today. Mr. Speaker, I ask America to consider this. If your son or daughter were subpoenaed to come testify before the Congress of the United States, would you advise them to sit home on the couch and blow it off? I know I wouldn't. Every year, thousands of Americans are held in criminal contempt for ignoring their legal obligations to comply with a lawful subpoena issued by courts or legislative bodies. Here in the District of Columbia, you can be sent to jail for 6 months and fined $1,000 for acting in contempt of a subpoena and not showing up. We have checked on multiple days and found on any given day 7, 8, 10, or a dozen people are being found guilty of contempt in the courts of the District of Columbia. That's the exact same criminal offense that Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro committed, and that is the exact same penalty they are facing for their misconduct. Each of these witnesses was given ample and repeat opportunities to comply, opportunities that continue to this day, and yet they openly and brazenly flout the authority of the Congress and mock their own personal duty to comply with the rule of law. Legal contempt exists for those who act with open disregard or disobedience of the law, especially when acting with scorn for the authority of government. It exists precisely for cases like this. Here's what's happened with Mr. Scavino. In September of last year, the committee issued its first of 3 subpoenas. We asked him to come testify before us on October 15th, 2021 of last year. When he could not be found to actually accept service of the first subpoena, we issued a second subpoena, asking him to appear before the committee on October 28, 2021. He told the committee that wasn't enough time for him. He needed 1 extra week. So we generously gave him a week, and we set a third deposition date of November 4th, 2021. But he didn't come on November 4th either. Instead, he requested another extension. And so, bending over backwards to accommodate this witness, we set a fourth deposition date of November 12, 2021. And still that wasn't enough time for him. we acted in good faith again, and assuming he was acting in good faith, we set a 5th deposition date of November 19. And when that day arrived, did he finally show up to do his civic duty? No, he did not. Instead, he waited until the eve of the deposition and now, for the first time, challenged the service of the subpoena. Out of an abundance of deference and caution, and to make every effort to demonstrate the respect for the rule of law that Scavino was not showing, we issued yet a 3rd subpoena, inviting him to come testify before us once again on December 1, 2021. And finally, with Scavino completely out of excuses and the committee out of patience, his final deposition date of December 1 arrived, and he simply did not show up. 6 times this committee invited Scavino to testify, and 6 times he stood us up. He stood the American people up. He refused to testify before Congress about what he knows about the most dangerous and sweeping assault on the United States Congress since the War of 1812, and that was by a foreign power. But even after he failed to show up in December, the committee held an open door for Mr. Scavino to come in and testify. But in the more than 6 months since the committee's first subpoena was sent to him, he has never once come in to speak with us. He has not given us a single document, Mr. Speaker. And it's the same basic story with Mr. Navarro. On February 9th, we issued him a subpoena to produce documents on February 23rd and to testify on March 2nd. It has been repeated evasions and contortions by the witness since then. Generous accommodations offered by the committee, and all of it leading to nothing but his open contempt and mockery for this process and for the rule of law. He never showed up, and he never produced a single document when more than 800 Americans have voluntarily testified and complied with the subpoenas rendered by our committee. The witnesses have nothing but excuses for their noncompliance, excuses you would not accept from a teenage child. Navarro says he wants us to send him written interrogatories, and he'll answer his questions in writing. Well, wouldn't that be nice? Any witness to a car accident, a murder, an assault, or an insurrection in the land would love not to have to answer actual questions under sworn oath. But that's not how our system works. The word subpoena means under the penalty of law. Sub means under, pena standing for penalty of law. Under the penalty of law, you show up and you answer questions in the United States of America. And if you think you have a legal privilege excusing you from answering questions, you assert your privileges under oath at the time of questioning that you show up to specific questions, whether it's the attorney-client privilege, the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, which a number of witnesses have asserted before our committee, as it is their legal right to do, the priest-penitent privilege, or the executive privilege. The court has been clear. The Supreme Court has been clear. If you think you've got one of these privileges, you show up and you assert it to the specific questions being asked to you. But the privilege against self-incrimination, the executive privilege, the marital privilege, none of these is a magic wand that you can wave from your sofa and not show up under a subpoena to a lawful proceeding. But Navarro continues to mutter the words executive privilege as if it is some kind of magic wand that would keep him from ever having to testify about anything, like Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. He even says repeatedly, the executive privilege is not mine to waive, which is high comedy, Mr. Speaker, because it is not his to waive, which means by definition it is not his to invoke in the first place. And we know it is not his to invoke. The Supreme Court's been clear about this too. The executive privilege belongs to the President of the United States of America, the actual President. And President Biden has specifically decided not to invoke executive privilege in Navarro's case or in Scavino's case. Yet Navarro says that the executive privilege here belongs to ex-President Donald Trump, which is not only extremely dubious, but totally irrelevant. It is dubious because the Supreme Court just rejected a claim by Donald Trump himself in Trump v. Thompson that his materials were protected from disclosure to the January 6th Select Committee and Congress by executive privilege. Even if Trump were still the president, the court essentially said there is an overwhelming public interest in these materials that dwarfs whatever dubious interest in executive secrecy may linger. So the claim would fail even if President Joe Biden were himself here to assert it on behalf of Navarro and Scavino. But Navarro's attempt to stand above the law by mentioning Donald Trump's name is also completely irrelevant. Why? Everyone please take note of this, because Donald Trump has never even asserted the executive privilege to cover Peter Navarro, not once. We've received no communication from Donald Trump, either directly or indirectly, from Navarro, showing that Trump is trying to exercise an executive privilege claim, which is doomed to failure anyway under the logic of the decision just rendered by the Supreme Court. So what do we have, Mr. Speaker? Two guys in the District of Columbia blowing off a congressional investigation and subpoenas into a deadly insurrection which caused multiple deaths, inflicted brutal, savage injuries on 150 of our officers who ended up with broken jaws, necks, vertebrae, noses, traumatic brain injuries, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and interrupted Congress from executing its constitutional duties by counting electoral college votes for the very first time in American history. Oh yes, and it nearly succeeded in overthrowing the 2020 presidential election and toppling the peaceful transfer of power, perhaps for all time, as United States District Court Judge Carter wrote in a blistering opinion last week, rejecting this exact same and equally ridiculous claims of John Eastman, who helped cook up the absurd legal camouflage for this attempted coup in the first place against the American constitutional system of government. The gentlelady, I think, said something about the Russian hoax or Russian collusion. I accept the heckling, Mr. Speaker, that's all right. Because if she wants to continue to stand with Vladimir Putin and his brutal, bloody invasion against the people of Ukraine, she is free to do so. And we understand there is a strong Trump-Putin axis in the gentlelady's party. If she wants to continue to stand with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, that is her prerogative. But please do it on your own time, forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I will reserve the balance of my time at this moment.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank the gentleman from Maryland for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I would yield to myself the balance of my time, or as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rule before us today provides for consideration of a resolution holding Peter Navarro and Daniel Scavino in contempt of Congress. From the very beginning, the Select Committee has been nothing more than a partisan tool used by House Democrats to attack their political opponents. Time and time again, they have run roughshod over our Constitution. They've run roughshod over the very rules of this institution, and to what end? To advance their own political agenda. We can look no further than the resolution establishing the committee to see their complete disregard for this chamber. House Res 503 states the Speaker shall appoint 13 members, 5 of whom shall be appointed after consultation with minority leaders. Neither of those shall clauses have been met. While this may seem insignificant to my colleagues across the aisle, it's certainly of consequence to the courts. Let's talk about some case law. Yellum versus the United States. There, the court reversed a conviction of contempt of Congress because a congressional committee failed to adhere to its own rules. The court explained, and I quote, "The committee prepared the groundwork for prosecution in Yellen's case, yet it is not too exacting to require that the committee be equally meticulous in obeying its own rules." I suggest that my Democratic colleagues heed those words. As a former Navy JAG, I'm deeply troubled by the committee's treatment of Mr. Scavino, including clear due process violations. The Select Committee repeatedly demanded almost immediate responses from Mr. Scavino while waiting for weeks to provide responses to his correspondences. Further, the Select Committee has shown complete disregard for Mr. Scavino's legal duty. His legal duty to invoke the executive privilege, which he was instructed to do by President Trump. There is no legal authority that the incumbent president is the final arbiter as to whether executive privilege may be asserted for congressional testimony of close aides to a former president. The Presidential Record Act applies only to presidential records within control of the National Archives. That's it. It's a very narrow statute. That act does not control whether testimony can be given. Let's talk about some more case law. The United States versus Nixon. The Supreme Court held in that case, and I quote, "Communications between a president and his closest aides are entitled to a presumption of privilege of confidentiality, which can be overcome only by a particularized showing of a need in a criminal case," end quote. I want to emphasize criminal case. This is not a criminal case. Finally, the Select Committee initially provided Mr. Scavino with 15 topics which they wanted to discuss. That list later grew to 33. The Select Committee then went so far as to place the onus on Mr. Scavino, stating that's his responsibility to, and I quote, "identify the specific topics outside the scope of his asserted privilege," end quote. As I'm sure my friend across the aisle knows, and any lawyer on the other side of the aisle knows, the burden is not on the subject of the deposition to identify the topics on which they can be questioned. The Supreme Court found, and here's some more case law, in Watkins versus the United States, the Supreme Court found in that case, and I quote, "A person compelled to testify is entitled to have knowledge of the subject to which the interrogation is deemed pertinent," end quote. If the Select Committee wanted to conduct a legitimate investigation, they would not be rushing to hold Mr. Scavino in contempt after imposing unreasonable and unattainable timelines, ignoring legitimate assertions of a privilege, and then refusing legitimate accommodations. It's clear the resolution before us today is not about a witness's refusal to testify or refusing to comply with the congressional subpoena. This is all about Democrats' needs to further their partisan agenda. I urge my colleagues not to vote no on the previous question and vote no on the rule. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not a partisan investigation. We were created under House Resolution 503 after, I'm afraid, the gentleman and his colleagues voted to thwart a totally bipartisan, independent outside commission made up of 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans with equal subpoena power, simply because Donald Trump exercised his veto within the Republican Party. The same Donald Trump who calls the madman mass murderer Vladimir Putin a genius. But we know that we've got some people echoing all of Trump's complicity with Vladimir Putin from the Georgia delegation back there. But this is a bipartisan committee. It's the only committee I'm aware of that has a Democratic chair in a Democratic-controlled House of Representatives and a Republican vice chair. Ms. Cheney, who was the head of the GOP conference. She was the head of the Republican study conference, is now the vice chair of this committee, and then they call it a partisan exercise. The second point I need to make is that executive privilege must be asserted by the president. This one isn't even asserted by the former president. It's just somebody going in and saying, I've got an executive privilege. Is that really the precedent that my colleagues want to set, Madam Speaker? I mean, that's pretty astonishing if that's the position that they're taking. You know what? At this point, I'm going to yield 2 minutes to my very distinguished colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you so
Gentlelady
much.
from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin, and thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been said before, but ours is a country of laws, not men. And in our democratic republic, The voters choose who leads, not a dictator and not a monarch. But in the wake of the 2020 election, a small group of people decided to reject the rule of law and the will of the voters. They rejected the unanimous conclusion of the courts, the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and law enforcement and election officials across the country. They tried to pervert the law and throw away the free choice of the people. And on January 6th, their plan almost worked. As the Select Committee investigates what happened that day and how it can be prevented from ever happening again, over 800 witnesses have come in to share what they know, because that's what should happen in a country ruled by law. Only a handful of people, all of them in the former president's inner circle, have refused to obey the subpoenas. Their baseless claims that they're immune have been rejected by the actual president, by Congress, and by the courts. These entitled few have refused to honor Congress's subpoenas, just like they rejected the results of the election, because they believe they're above the law. They are not. And that's why it's so important that we pass this rule and the underlying bill and hold those in defiance of these subpoenas in contempt, because their conduct is not just unlawful and unpatriotic, it's contemptible. Our Constitution, not any person, is what makes our country great. Nobody is above the law, and certainly nobody is above the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I strongly support the rule and its underlying legislation, and I urge all my colleagues who truly love the country more than performative antics to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
The lady from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My good friend from Maryland was talking about some case law. I'll talk case law all day. Here's three real fast. Quinn, the Supreme Court said that Congress cannot issue a subpoena for a law enforcement purpose. Here's Watkins. Congress has no authority to issue a subpoena to compel exposure for the sake of exposure. Here's McGrain. Congress may not issue a subpoena in an attempt to try someone before a committee for any crime of wrongdoing. I have ample case law up here that will show, at the very best, from my friends across the aisle, the case law is unsettled. But it's very likely on the side of Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro. But for now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico for the purpose of a UC request.
Madam Speaker.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair would advise that all time has been yielded for the purpose of debate. Does the gentleman from Maryland yield for purposes of this unanimous consent?
No, I don't yield for that purpose, which is an extraneous and irrelevant distraction from the resolution. All time yielded is for the purposes of debate only.
The gentleman from Maryland does not yield, therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Illinois for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect the Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Kansas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman from Kansas, recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman and fellow Rules Committee member, in fact, ranking member from Oklahoma for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Idaho for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Indiana for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentlewoman from Iowa for the purpose of a UC request.
Madam Speaker,
Madam
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman, fellow Rules Committee member, the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield to the gentlewoman from Illinois for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to the
gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Arizona for the purpose of a UC request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman.
Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Illinois for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Michigan for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAUSE Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Alabama for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Chair recognizes that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Ohio for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Kansas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Well, the chair recognizes that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from South Carolina for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Again, the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yet yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Georgia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from my home state of Pennsylvania for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Again, the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Utah for the purpose of a UC request.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Alabama for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent. Call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to another gentleman from Alabama for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yet yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the Pause Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Gentlemen, the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Washington for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471,
the PAWS Act to protect all Americans from the Biden border crisis.
Gentlemen, the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The House is not in order. Please take all conversations off the floor. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Ohio for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from the Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Minnesota for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
It is my understanding that the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to another gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Florida for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Arizona for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from South Carolina, also for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Alabama for the purpose of a UC request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Nebraska for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to
to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has chosen not to yield for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Virginia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Arizona for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Virginia, also for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Person Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Well, the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from California for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman, the Republican whip from Louisiana, for the purpose of a UC request.
Republican whip is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to bring up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, so that we can protect all Americans from President Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yet yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from New York for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from California for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentlelady from Oklahoma for the purpose of a UC request.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentlelady from Missouri for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to my good friend from Arkansas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to my good friend and fellow Pennsylvania native for the purpose of a UC request.
The chair understands that the gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, yes.
Madam
Gentleman is
Speaker.
recognized, so you can.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The House is not in order. All chatter needs to go off the floor. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Mississippi for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to my good friend, the gentleman from California, for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from New York for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from New York for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Florida for the purpose of a UC request.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Ohio for the purpose of a UC
Gentleman
request.
is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
Well, the chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up House Resolution 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from the great state of Texas for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up House Resolution 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The gentleman from chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yet been willing to yield for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Nebraska for the purpose of a UC request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the Republican leader for the purpose of a UC request. The gentleman from California.
Republican leader is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to protect all Americans from Biden's border crisis.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Maryland has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield to the Republican leader for 1 minute.
Gentleman from California, the Republican leader, is yielded to for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, two wrongs don't make a right. Let me be clear. The riot on January 6th was wrong. Any violence on that day should be punished, as I've said before. But make no mistake, the Democrats' response is also wrong. For 15 months, Democrats have used January 6th as a blank check to trample on civil rights and congressional norms. They broke every rule, violated every norm, bullied every skeptic simply to hold on to power. Let's be honest. This is a political show trial. The committee has sent hundreds of subpoenas to private citizens for phone records, bank records, and private communications. To those who invoked their right to due process, Chairman Thompson replied, "You are part and parcel guilty to what occurred." What a disgusting betrayal of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. But think for a second about what Chairman Thompson is saying. If you question his authority, if you disobey his demands, then you are a criminal and you should be punished. Congresswoman Loria, who is also on the Select Committee, agrees. Last week, she criticized Attorney General Garland for not putting her political opponents in jail fast enough. She told Garland, "Do your job so we could do ours." I'm sure some members got really excited by that. Democrats are using the power of the federal government to jail their political opponents and threatening the Attorney General for not doing it fast enough. In their twisted view, disagreement is immoral. Dissent is a crime, and they are to be obeyed without question. Today's resolution is also about criminalizing dissent. I could pause, Mr. Speaker, if he needs to listen more. I was going to tell Mr. Speaker, if the House is not in order and you need to listen to staff, I can pause.
Are you yielding?
No, I said to Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order There was no yielding. Your staff is continuing to communicate. I think if I'm speaking, the House should be in order. I don't know if that's a criminal offense, too.
You've not been heckled by any of our members. While
Mr. Speaker, I have the
gentleman from
time.
California
I would wish
is
you would have the
recognized.
gavel.
The
Mr.
gentleman from
Speaker, the House is not in order. He has not been
House will
recognized.
be in order. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the House to be in order, should people be in their seats or should be people talking?
They proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order. People are standing and talking.
The House will be in order. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Today's resolution is about criminalizing dissent. Democrats are threatening to throw in jail a good man who has done nothing but attempt to follow the law, simply because he's President Trump's closest aide. Mr. Scavino does not deserve that. He tried to cooperate with the Select Committee's request. He sent timely letters to the committee to clarify the vague scope of the requested testimony. He even offered to answer the committee's questions in writing, which the committee's rules allow for, so he could balance cooperation with fair concerns about executive privilege. But the committee rejected every compromise. It's their way or no way. It took them 2 months to reply to Mr. Scavino's letter, then another 6 weeks. Then they rushed to hold him in contempt? They also demanded the right to ask any question they wanted, including on the topics that have nothing to do with protecting the Capitol, like the 25th Amendment. Even if you agree with the Select Committee has a legislative purpose, the fact is that purpose is not unlimited. The committee must identify a specific nexus between its legislative purpose and the information it wants. But it never identified the nexus for the information it was seeking from Mr. Scavino. And I bet it won't identify that nexus today either. Why? Because the nexus does not exist. Without it, the subpoena is invalid. Congressional oversight is supposed to inform the legislative process. It must have a valid legislative purpose. It's not there so the swamp can bully its political enemies. Let's be honest, Mr. Scavino never acted like he was above the law, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong. If anyone has acted like they're above the law, it's the Select Committee. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, 2 wrongs don't make a right. The riot on January 6th was wrong. But Democrats' reaction to trample American civil liberties is also wrong. Do we really want to live in a country where politicians can seize your phone records, compel your testimony, and ignore your rights because they disagree with your politics? Most Americans don't want to live in a country like that. That happens in Russia, in communist China, in North Korea, and it should never happen in America. But, Mr. Speaker, under one-party rule, it is. But to all Americans, when we take back the House, it will stop. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. And the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. More than 800 Americans have come to testify before our committee. The minority leader should be notified before he leaves the chamber. Four of them have categorically refused and blown off the subpoenas of the U.S. House of Representatives. The minority leader attacks our committee as partisan and political, as some of his colleagues do. Well, we're a bipartisan committee with a Democratic chair and a Republican vice chair. But today, the minority leader gave the game away as he boiled over with rage towards our committee. He gave the game away. He's very upset that the former chair of the House Republican Conference has been telling the truth about Donald Trump's big lie, his incitement of violent insurrection, and the attack on American constitutional democracy. And that's why he is in the very embarrassing position of having supported, offered, and pressed for an independent 9/11 style commission about the January 6th attack. And as the minority leader, he asked for 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats. He asked for equal subpoena power on both sides, equal staff on both sides. And Chairman Thompson, who now chairs the January 6th Select Committee and chairs the Homeland Security Committee, he agreed to it. A lot of Democrats were upset about that. They said, we're in the majority, why should we agree to have everything 50-50 right down the middle? But he agreed, and the Democrats agreed because that's what the Republicans offered. Great, we were going to have a 9/11 style independent commission, and then you know what happened? You know who vetoed it? The fourth branch of government, Donald Trump, who some of their members slavishly report to, like sycophants. And Donald Trump said he didn't want any investigation into the attack on this body, the Congress of the United States. He didn't want any investigation at all. And you know what the minority leader did? He walked it back. They pulled the plug on the independent commission. And that's why we ended up with the January 6th Select Committee in the House of Representatives, which the Speaker has made sure is bipartisan and has operated, in my experience, Mr. Speaker, as the most bipartisan committee I've ever been on. Why? Because we don't spend an hour at the beginning of each meeting with a bunch of empty partisan gimmicks and stunts, the kind we just saw wasting the taxpayers' money and time. 20 minutes of that nonsense going nowhere. At the same time, there's an actual hearing taking place in Canon 310 right now by the Committee on Homeland Security on the question of the border. But instead of attending the hearing, I counted at least 5 or 6 different members who were in that conga line. I'll be interested to know whether they're even going to go to the hearing afterwards. Instead, they come and participate in that empty, absurd ritual, wasting the time of this body. But the minority leader comes here and amazingly attacks our committee when he sabotaged his own idea. But this committee is closing in on the truth, and that's why we get all these circus antics and all the attempts to distract the American people. My friend from Pennsylvania, if I'd been dealt the hand that you've been dealt today, as a lawyer, as a member of Congress, I suppose I would have done everything in my power to distract the House of Representatives also from the business at hand. We have 2 people who are flagrantly, brazenly defying the authority of the House of Representatives of the United States in order to avoid coming here to tell the truth. They are acting in contempt of Congress, and we must hold them in contempt of Congress because of that. I reserve.
Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. And to my colleague from Maryland, I'll argue this case any day of the week. And I think that ultimately this will be resolved by the courts. I've got stacks, like I said, of case law to support my argument. But to call what you just saw absurd or a waste of time, I don't think the American people think it's absurd to care about the crisis at our southern border, the amount of illegal immigrants coming across the border, the amount of fentanyl that's coming across the border that's literally killing people in the interior. Let's look at some numbers on this. Just last week, the CBP confirmed more than 300,000 illegal immigrants evaded Border Patrol just in the last 6 months alone. Alarmingly, Border Patrol warned that the Biden border crisis is already worsening in anticipation of the administration's rollback of Title 42. You just heard 68 Republicans plus the Republican leader request to consider legislation that would provide for stringent enforcement of Title 42, which allows illegal immigrants to be quickly expelled from the United States. But clearly, House Democrats aren't concerned about the biggest migration crisis our nation has ever faced. So let's try this another way. If we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider H.R. 471, the Pause Act of 2021. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote for the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here to explain the amendment is the bill's author, my good friend, Congresswoman Yvette Harrell from New Mexico. And with that, I yield her 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider my bill, H.R. 471, the Pause Act, which prevents the introduction of new COVID cases as well as other infectious diseases from our land and sea borders with Canada and Mexico. This was the very first bill I introduced when I came to Congress, and recent events have proved it to be the most important ever. Just this week, the New York Times warned readers to prepare for a new wave of COVID. We also can prepare for a new wave of migrants, about 18,000 a day when they take Title 42 away. The Biden administration has consistently advocated mandates, masking, lockdowns, and other extreme measures on our American citizens. Yet they ignore the single biggest danger for the new wave of COVID to ravage America: unvetted, untested, illegal aliens who are allowed to flood our southern border unhindered. The Biden border crisis has exploded after 1 year under this president. His administration demonizes the men and women of Border Patrol and ICE, refuse to enforce immigration law or enhance border security, and allows hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants to disappear into the mainland without vetting. There were 165,000 encounters at our southern border in February, and we are on track to hit 2 million in fiscal year 2022. Despite this clear and present danger to the people of the United States and the integrity of our borders, the Biden administration still seeks to throw away the few tools available to fix the situation, like Remain in Mexico and Title 42. Title 42 has been an effective containment and mitigation strategy, resulting in the reduced introduction of COVID-19 into the U.S. from outside our borders by making it easier to turn away illegal aliens traveling from or through countries with continuing COVID cases. My Pause Act would keep Title 42 in place. All state and federal mandates, requirements, and limitations would also remain in place. All public health emergencies for COVID, once all public health emergencies for COVID are over, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reduced the traveler health risk level for Canada and Mexico to level 1, which they're currently level 3. Eliminating Title 42 at this point is reckless and harmful to our national security and our communities. It will lead to more illegal immigration, more drugs, and more hardship on everyday Americans. I urge my colleagues to support the Pause Act, preserve Title 42, and stand up to protect both the health and borders of the American people. And with that, I yield back.
It's back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I wanted to go back to something else that the minority leader said in echo of the minority floor leader's points. They cling to the suggestion that there's no valid legislative purpose being conducted by the January 6th Select Committee. And they also say it's unlawfully composed. Well, that's been rejected by several courts. In fact, all of the arguments that they're making have been rejected by the courts. I don't think they've won a single case in court yet. But check out Budowich versus Pelosi with Judge Boasberg, or Eastman versus Thompson, where these courts said not only is there a valid legislative purpose, but this is the quintessential legislative purpose that is guaranteeing the preservation of democratic self-government. If it's not a valid legislative purpose to investigate violent attacks, insurrections, and attempted coups against the government of the United States, then what is a valid purpose? The courts have said. The courts have got that right. They've written opinions. I guess we're going to have to send a copy to the minority leader because he's apparently oblivious to it. But even without the courts slapping down everything they're saying over there, just think about it. Would they really want to say that if there are violent attacks taking place against the Capitol, we can't investigate it? The Eastman decision also rejected the claim that we're somehow unlawfully composed. I've got to say something on behalf of Representative Liz Cheney, who I probably disagree with on 90% of the issues we vote on here. But she was just maligned and castigated by the minority leader in an utterly unfair way. She has operated with nothing but patriotism for this country and constitutional patriotism for the rule of law and the processes that define us. And they can overthrow her as the head of their caucus because she doesn't bow down on the altar of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin the way that the gentlelady who was heckling me from Georgia does. And they can attack her because she thinks for herself and doesn't act like a cult member, but we won't do that. Even though we disagree with her on a lot of issues, but she is a constitutional patriot, and I feel she's owed an apology. I'll reserve.
On reserves, gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Ben Shapiro says the facts don't care about your feelings, and they don't. And I'll say this, the case law doesn't care about what your political position is. So if we want to talk about more case law, how about Trump versus Thompson, 2022? Justice Kavanaugh ruled, and I'll quote, "A former president must be able to successfully invoke the presidential communications privilege for communication that occurred during his presidency, even if the current president does not support the privileged claim," end quote. I've got more and more case law that I could produce, but let's just go back to the fact that this select committee is a partisan political hit job. If this really had a legitimate legislative function, then let me ask you this. Where are the subpoenas for the former House Sergeant at Arms and the former head of the DC National Guard? We haven't seen those subpoenas. What about questions and subpoenas that are designed to elicit information? No, it's my time. Where are the subpoenas and questions that are designed to elicit information about why this Capitol was left unprepared and how to prevent it from happening again? That would be a legitimate legislative function. What we're seeing is this committee masquerading as if it's some kind of grand jury, which is wholly inappropriate and a violation of the separation of powers. To talk more about this, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Chip Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I rise in opposition to the previous question. The gentleman from Maryland, my friend, raised some issues about, saying that we're wasting time when we have stunts, he called them, I think, or I'm paraphrasing. And so here I am, and I'm going to be talking about an important issue, which I assume might be labeled as a stunt, to say that I oppose the previous question because there's something for me that is so critical and so existential to the people I represent in the state of Texas and to the people across this country, which is the decision by the CDC in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security Secretary and the President of the United States to end Title 42 enforcement on the border of the United States. Now, our mutual colleague and friend who was in the chair and the speaker from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, who's on the Judiciary Committee, raised the issue about the imminent harm that may befall us because of the continued and new strains of COVID in April. Well, if that's true, why would the CDC say that we should stop enforcement of Title 42 at our border? We have 8,000 people a day coming across the border of the United States and being apprehended. 8,000. Half of those are being turned away under Title 42. The estimates by Border Patrol experts are that those numbers will swell to over 10,000, maybe as high as 15 to 18,000 when you get to the summer months. And when that happens and you stop enforcing Title 42, then all of those individuals will be released into the United States. That is a major problem because those numbers, it's not just the numbers themselves, it's the consequences. When Border Patrol is processing individuals because of the failed policies of the administration, it means that you have, as we saw last year, 500,000 people that were known gotaways because Border Patrol is now at the locations to process individuals. But then you have known gotaways, which means you have massive numbers of people coming here with criminal records and from places all over the world, 150 to 160 countries, including dangerous individuals from known terror states. The point here is that we have legislation for this body, the People's House, to require Title 42 to be enforced. Yvette Harrell, my colleague from New Mexico, introduced that last February. I filed a discharge petition of that bill last April because for the people watching at home, the Speaker of the House controls the floor, my Democratic colleagues control the floor, and the only way we have power to change that is through a discharge petition. We have 211 signatures. We have all Republicans, I think save maybe one, who have signed a discharge petition, And we're just asking our Democratic colleagues to join us in defense of the United States, to call up this discharge petition so we can have a debate on Title 42 and securing the border of the United States, which is what that conga line was all about, trying to protect our country. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. Before he goes, I just want to tell the gentleman from Texas I would never accuse him of performing a stunt. I was referring to the people who should have been in the Homeland Security Committee hearing, actually dealing with the issue they profess to be talking about here on the floor under completely different auspices. But let me go back to the questions offered by my distinguished friend from Pennsylvania, who said, well, if they really did have a valid legislative purpose, as all these courts are saying, then they would be talking to the former sergeant of arms. Well, we have. We'd be talking to the National Guard. We have. Somebody's going to have to dust off the talking points over on that side, because we've heard from more than 800 people who were involved. This has nothing to do with any kind of ideological witch hunt. This has to do with an assault on American democratic institutions. So I'll reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes to my good friend, the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Kamak.
Thank you to my friend and colleague. And Mr. Speaker, I am here today to rise in support of ordering the previous question on Congresswoman Harrell's bill, the SHIELDS Act, that would stop the Biden administration from ending Title 42, the very necessary public health order used by CBP officials at the southwest border. Now, since President Biden took office in January of last year, Customs and Border Protection officials have encountered over 2 million illegal immigrants at the southern border. This number is more than at any other time during the Trump administration and still continues to astonish those of us who have actually visited the border to see what's happening there. You know, unlike our trafficker in chief who would rather retreat to his beach house in Delaware than face the American people, or the so-called border czar who visited El Paso once and figured that that was good enough, I myself have been to the border 3 times to see this crisis for myself. In fact, over 70% of my Republican colleagues have been to see the tragic crisis unfolding there. And you know, as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I have followed this issue from the very beginning and have feared the very day when Title 42 would be rescinded for political purposes. You know, speaking of political purposes, I find it exceptionally hypocritical that this very chamber is still utilizing proxy voting under the guise of a public health concern. In fact, on March 29th, the Speaker extended proxy voting through May 14th of this year because, quote, the ongoing public health crisis. Curious that the Speaker doesn't seem to think that our own border being overrun by 2 million undocumented people with has no bearing on the safety of the general American public, but a Congress of 435 members with an 80% vaccination rate does not seem to qualify. That, to me, screams hypocrisy. Furthermore, there are members of this chamber who have been voting present via proxy. The hypocrisy and the irony is not lost on me nor the American people, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, every single one of my colleagues who has decided to show up here today had to wear a mask to get on the plane. That mandate is still in place due to the ongoing public health crisis. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, we have 2 very clear instances here in this chamber where the quote-unquote ongoing public health crisis is used as a justification for policy decisions. Why not the safety then for all Americans and our communities across this country by securing the border? Why not uphold and keep Title 42 in place? If you've ever spoken to a CBP officer or Border Patrol agent, they'll tell you that Title 42 is necessary, that ending it will send even more people to the southern border. It is a magnet. Ending it will prolong the crisis. It will grow the crisis, and it will, once and for all, put an end to national security as we know it. Take it from the wife of a first responder who deals with this crisis every single day. I've had dozens of Border Patrol agents text and call me the last few days begging for help to hold the line on Title 42. They have said, please, Congress, hold the line on Title 42. It must be protected because it is the only policy in place currently in the slightest that will slow this surge that we have watched grow before our eyes. If you stand with our Border Patrol agents, if you stand with the American people, if you give a damn about our communities, then you will support the SHIELD Act. And with that, I yield back.
Florida yields back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Maryland reserves.
What's that? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member. 2 minutes to the ranking member of Homeland Security, my good friend John Katko.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the previous question and in support of H.R. 471, the Protecting Americans from Unnecessary Spread Upon Entry from COVID-19, or PAWS Act. This week, I joined Leader McCarthy and several of my colleagues at a meeting with the Border Patrol Council, representatives of 18,000 members of the Border Patrol, to discuss the crisis at the southern border. Just as we predicted, the number of daily border encounters has been trending dramatically upwards since President Biden took office in 2021. The administration has created an untenable situation from which it may take several years at a minimum to recover. The irresponsible decision to roll back Title 42 Public Health Authority, the halting of border wall construction, the lack of support for frontline law enforcement personnel, the undermining of the migrant protection protocols, and the total absence of a long-term border security plan of any sort have only made matters worse. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is now seeing over 7,000 encounters daily, and the Department of Homeland Security is said to be bracing for a significant massive influx of nearly 18,000 migrants daily when Title 22 ends. That is absolutely an untenable situation. As the U.S. finally gets a handle on managing the spread of new variants and moves steadily towards a post-pandemic recovery, now is not the time to end the use of Title 42 and jeopardize all that progress, especially as numerous countries continue to struggle with the rapid spread of COVID-19 and strengthening variants. The very purpose of Title 42 is to prevent the introduction of dangerous communicable diseases into American communities. We should be doubling down on protecting our communities and economy from these threats, not weakening them. Our border security and immigration system cannot handle any more pull factors as the Biden administration has proven unwilling to secure our southern border. As we are witnessing, the administration continues to strip every tool for managing the border crisis away from frontline law enforcement. Transnational criminal...
30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Transnational criminal organizations and drug cartels are taking full advantage by highlighting the weak border security posture of the administration while profiting from this crisis. The administration continues to roll back common sense border security measures, thereby feeding into a false narrative for would-be migrants and encouraging them to come to the United States to seek asylum. Many migrants who make this dangerous journey to the United States will not be eligible under the federal law for asylum, forcing them to seek other ways to enter the United States. We know for a fact that cartels control who crosses the U.S.-Mexico border. They charge migrants exorbitant fees, knowing that some will never be able to repay, leaving many of the migrants only one option, to work off their fees.
An additional 30.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
This work often leads them into a trafficking situation here in the United States. Drugs such as fentanyl, methamphetamine, and other fentanyl-laced drugs are pouring across the southern border and destroying our communities, ending the lives of thousands of Americans every year. This year alone, more than 100,000 Americans died of a drug overdoses for the first time. That's directly related to the border. It's got to stop. I appreciate the focus of my colleagues on this critical Homeland Security issue, especially my colleagues from New Mexico, who know firsthand the impact that the border crisis is having in our communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Maryland reserves.
Before the gentleman leaves, I just want to say a word about the distinguished gentleman from New York. You know, we are all blessed to have Mr. Katko as a colleague. He's a brilliant lawyer. He's a man of exceptional character and honor. And he was the one who had been tasked by the minority leader to negotiate with the majority about creating an independent commission to investigate the assault on American democracy that took place on January 6th. And he was given very specific instructions, and he came back a winner. He had gotten an agreement for 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats, equal subpoena power right down the middle. And alas for his caucus, alas for this Congress, alas for the country, The leadership pulled the rug out from beneath him. And we are going to be very sorry to see Mr. Katko leave Congress at the end of this session. We will all be impoverished by his absence, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, my good friend, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Behold the nonpartisan nature of the January 6th committee. It puzzles me why it would have been so different had the allegedly bipartisan commission been approved. In fact, in the January 6th committee's markup on the contempt resolutions, the Grand Inquisitor said in opening, quote, "I can say confidently that for the many involved in the run-up to January 6th, an oath, a statement of fidelity to our democracy, was nothing more to them than meaningless words. I fear what happens if those people are again given the reins of power." This sums up the purpose of the January 6th Inquisition in a way that is both cogent and terrifying. What the January 6th committee lacks in bona fide legislative purpose, not patina of legislative purpose, but bona fide legislative purpose, it makes up for in pure political vendetta. This investigation isn't about truth or democracy. It's a pure political power play. The immediate target is President Trump, but the ultimate target is those people, namely the millions of Americans who voted for President Trump. Why is there no dissent from this objective on this committee? Well, because the only members nominally representative of the minority, chosen by the majority speaker over the objection of the minority, shares the political objectives of the Grand Inquisitor. Accordingly, Liz Cheney said during the January 6th markup of these contempt resolutions, quote, "Our committee will continue to litigate to obtain the testimony we need." What need? To inform what legislative purpose does the committee need to obtain the RNC's contributor data and information? To discover who opened its emails and clicked through to donation pages? On the other hand, it could serve her purpose to demonize her political opponents, especially those who donate to President Trump. Additional minute?
You want an additional 30?
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
It is common for the zealot to lose the capacity for irony. Hence, Chairman Thompson says that laws prohibit doing politics on the clock. Quote, "It's important that taxpayer dollars don't support political activity," quote. And Ms. Cheney waives the Constitution even while she poses as the designee of the minority, imposed on the minority in an historically unprecedented trampling of the institutional norms. This is a kangaroo court, a court of the Star Chamber. They continue to trample the concepts and the institutional norms of the Congress, and I'm certain that the American people will have an answer for them very soon. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers at this time, and I would yield myself the balance of my time. I'm sorry, reserve. Reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland.
But I will yield to Ms. Jackson Lee for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady from Texas recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. The people of the United States deserve to know the truth. With all of the ranting of my friends across the aisle, the Constitution indicates that this nation was formed to create a more perfect union. There were those who incited January 6th. There were those who surrounded President Trump who did nothing to stop the violence and terrorism of January 6th. If witnesses come before a duly authorized bipartisan committee and refuse to provide the American people with the truth, then we need to stand here and provide them with a contempt order so that the truth can be found. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting for this contempt order for the truth for the American people and the sanctity of the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves.
I reserve.
And the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to check there's no further speakers that my friend from across the aisle has.
No further speakers.
Okay. Gentleman, Pennsylvania is recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I have no further speakers at this time, and I would yield myself the balance of our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I consider my friend across the aisle a friend, and it's certainly an honor and a privilege to debate law with him, given the fact that he's a renowned constitutional law expert. I mean that sincerely. It is fun being up here with you. So knowing that you have the last word, knowing that he has the last word, I do just have to cite one more case for my good friend. I just keep going back to Trump versus Thompson, 2022, where Justice Kavanaugh said there's only two very narrow exceptions to this privilege. Number one, which can be found in United States versus Nixon, relates to a pending criminal trial. There's no pending criminal trial here. That exception is not applicable. The second narrow exception is one found in Senate Select Committee versus Nixon. And there, it's whether the subpoenaed evidence is demonstrably critical to the responsible fulfillment of a committee's function. I'm quoting the precedent here. And that case law goes on to state there is clear difference between Congress's legislative tasks and the responsibility of a grand jury. Went on further to describe that Congress frequently legislates on the basis of conflicting information provided in its hearings all the time. So I would submit that that exception does not apply either. Reasonable minds can differ, but I'm very confident that the case law here supports the case of Mr. Scavino. But with that said, the law notwithstanding, it seems that my friends across the aisle have proven time and time again that they don't care about the separation of powers. They don't care about the protection of our constitutional rights. They don't even care about the rules of the House. They only do if those items fit a political narrative. It's very clear to me that from the Select Committee's treatment of Mr. Scavino and from the resolution before us today, that they would rather prefer to keep up their political theater rather than conduct a legitimate congressional investigation. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and no on the rule. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania. Sometimes when I hear him in committee, I think about another great Republican who served in the House of Representatives from Pennsylvania, Thaddeus Stevens. But today, you let me down a little bit because Thaddeus Stevens was a great enemy of insurrection and rebellion. And he led the forces in this Congress who insisted upon accountability for the people who would dare wage war against the Congress of the United States and against the Union and the people that were all elected to serve and to represent. Justice Kavanaugh, of course, was not ruling in the case that my good friend cited before. He was just opining. There was no ruling there, so that was one justice's opinion. My friend cuts me to the quick when he says, we don't care about the separation of powers. I think I'm going to have to turn that insult around and say they don't care about the separation of powers because the executive privilege of the Supreme Court has repeatedly held, going all the way back to 1953 in a case called United States versus Reynolds, that the executive privilege may be invoked only by the President of the United States. And this President of the United States, who represents the Article II branch, has said he's not invoking it on behalf of Scavino or Navarro. He's rejected it. The funny part is that the former president they talk about hasn't even shown up to try to invoke it. And what they're talking about doing could never be the subject of executive privilege anyway, because it's political activity, which is a crime under the Hatch Act, and it's criminal activity. It's a crime to engage in insurrection and coup. How could executive privilege, even if you had a president who wanted nothing more than to try to drape the activities of Scavino and Navarro in executive privilege, how could that president ever prove that it applied when Navarro's job, for example, was the trade advisor? This has nothing to do with trade. He was engaged in trying to overthrow a presidential election, as Judge Carter said last week. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of the utmost solemnity and seriousness to the American people. We're talking about the survival of American democratic government. For most of human history, people have lived under people like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, the kings and the queens and the dictators and the tyrants and the bullies that some people would want to flatter. But we got something else going on in here in America. We've got a project in democratic self-government. Lincoln knew how tenuous it was. He asked whether government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall last or shall perish from the earth. That's the question facing us too. So, let's deal with all the issues and controversies we want, but couldn't we get together and all stand up for the institutions of the country? We're doing that in our committee, which is bipartisan. I fear that sometimes we're moving into a Democratic-Republican caucus in Congress and a Trump caucus. There are those of us, like Ms. Cheney, like Mr. Kinzinger, like Mr. Thompson, on the committee who want to work together to get to the bottom of this and then to deal with the problems of the country. And there are those, like the minority leader, who will follow the will of Donald Trump if he says he doesn't want any investigation at all. And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but that's where we are today. These two witnesses have acted with contempt towards Congress and the American people. We must hold them in contempt of Congress and the American people. I yield back. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question now is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adoption of the resolution if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman and Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman David Scott, and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Reps. Washman, Schultz, Christ, Gomez, and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Cooper, Cuellar, Castro, and Josh Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as designated by the following members: Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Infume of Maryland, all vote yes. Question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. LaTurner, Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. LaTurner will vote no on the previous question.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I know. That's right. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
To wish the Speaker happy birthday.
Sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff of Washington, Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Suarez of New York, and from the House will, these three members will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Price of North Carolina. I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Connolly and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will be a nay on the previous question. Thanks, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on the previous question.
It's a 5-minute vote. Right. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on the previous question.
On this question, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question now is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This vote is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote no on adoption of the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman David Scott, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Representative Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on HRES 1023.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yea on HRES 1023.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, Mr. Chris, Mr. Gomez and Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jamie Comer, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer is a nay on the rule. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff of California, Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Connolly and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaTurner from Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. LaTurner will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Infume of Maryland. They vote yes on H Resolution 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cooper, Mr. Cuellar, Mr. Castro, Mr. Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yay on House Resolution 1023.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 1023.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 200. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary,
I'm instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
the chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 2629, an act to establish cybercrime reporting mechanisms and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1033 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 73, House Resolution 1033. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3807 to amend the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to increase appropriations for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-39, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, my colleague and friend, Ms. Fischbach, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1033, providing for consideration of H.R. 3807, the Relief for Restaurants and Other Hard-Hit Small Businesses Act of 2022, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business, self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairwoman Velasquez, and provides one motion to recommit. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to adopt the rule and support critical funding for restaurants and other small businesses across our nation. As we all know, small businesses, especially restaurants, are the backbone of our local economies, not only for the revenue they bring in, but for the many local workers they employ, families that need their paycheck now more than ever. But sadly, restaurants have been some of the hardest hit businesses throughout the COVID-19 crisis, and many have struggled to keep their doors open. Many of us here have made a promise to support workers, families, and businesses in their time of need, and that's why we established the Restaurant Revitalization Fund in the American Rescue Plan, which provided $28.6 billion in emergency assistance to eligible restaurants, bars, and qualifying businesses impacted by the COVID crisis. This program was clearly a success, providing relief to more than 100,000 restaurants and food and beverage businesses across the nation. Some recent estimates show that the program saved over 900,000 jobs, and 96% of recipients said the grant made it more likely they would stay in business. However, there is no question that our initial investment was not enough. The program ran out of funds in just 3 weeks, as the total funding requested exceeded $72 billion, far more than the $28.6 billion provided for in the American Rescue Plan. This funding gap resulted in 178,000 restaurants who were unable to secure funding in this program, even though they applied to the program and met all of the eligibility requirements. Let me say that again, 178,000 restaurants, many of which are in danger of permanent closure if Congress does not provide them with the relief they need. The underlying legislation, the Relief for Restaurants and Other Hard-Hit Business Act, would provide for $42 billion to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, giving the Small Business Administration the funding necessary to close this funding gap and process the applications of those entities who are deemed eligible in the initial application period, providing a lifeline for the restaurant industry that has faced so many challenges over the past 2 years. In addition to this critical funding, the underlying legislation also provides $13 billion for a new Hard-Hit Industries Award program, which will grant much-needed relief to other small businesses across industries and sectors that were the hardest hit by the pandemic, but were not eligible for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund or Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program. This new program would prioritize those eligible small businesses that experienced the heaviest pandemic-related losses, beginning with those that lost 80% of their revenue. To pay for both the establishment of the new program and the replenishment of the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, this bill would use funds unclaimed, reclaimed, seized, or returned to the federal government from bad actors attempting to defraud previous recovery programs. Back in October 2020, the Small Business Administration Office of the Inspector General had already identified $78 billion in potentially fraudulent loans and grants to ineligible entities, and more than 300 individuals have been brought to justice. This legislation also increases oversight and audit requirements, ensuring that this additional support goes to the businesses originally intended to receive assistance. Mr. Speaker, I have always been an advocate of additional support for the restaurant and hospitality industry, and many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have demonstrated support for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund as well. I hope we continue to see this bipartisan support for this effort on the House floor. I urge all of my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying legislation to deliver critical funding for restaurants and small businesses and communities across the country. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the representative from New York for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Today, we are here to consider a rule providing for consideration of H.R. 3807, the Relief for Restaurants and Other Hard-Hit Small Business Act. This legislation gives a check to the Small Business Administration without accountability or oversight mechanisms, or even taking into account SBA's feedback. Mr. Speaker, this bill appropriates an additional $55 billion to restaurants and small businesses, none of which is paid for. According to the Congressional Budget Office, as much as $340 billion in unobligated funds from various COVID relief legislation is available for expenditure. But we're not reallocating those. Instead, we would be relying on more deficit spending to provide these sums. Structurally, this bill is not going to work. There's a lot of money, and it seems that Democrats just want to throw it into the wind. Because when you look at how the funds are being distributed, this bill will not fix the problem. This is something that could have been addressed had the bill gone through the committee process. Because this bill is not immediately or responsibly paid for, it would be further fuel the inflationary crisis, which currently sits at a 40-year high of 7.9%. Inflation is the #1 problem facing small businesses, according to them. That's what they're saying. Instead of pushing through drastic increases in inflation-inducing deficit spending, we must work together to advance pro-growth policies that empower small businesses to operate independently without burdensome regulation. I need to point out the political game Democrats are playing this session. They are proposing bills that have titles that make them seem like common sense bills, but really they are disingenuous attempts to fix real problems. This was true of last week's insulin bill, and it's true of this bill. What's worse is they know that they are not coming up with a real solution. That's why we are now looking at yet another bill that has not been through the committee process. There's been no transparency, no opportunity to discuss, no public or minority input, and has real flaws as a result that will only exacerbate the problems my colleagues have created. My Democrat colleagues do not want to negotiate with Republicans or allow any input from anyone to come up with a bill that would actually help people. It is also why my colleagues did not take up the Entree Act, which was introduced last summer at a time when restaurants really needed it. That bill was also aimed at helping restaurants and small businesses recover from the damage done by the pandemic with proper oversight and constraints, and didn't include discriminatory language that prioritized certain groups based on criteria other than need. That eventually the Supreme Court had to put a stop to. Now we need to be focusing on the crises that are going on, that are going to become problems for restaurants this year: workforce and inflation. We are still seeing help wanted signs all over the country. Businesses are desperate for a workforce. Congress needs to stop paying people to stay at home and encourage them to work. And inflation is hitting every single corner of the economy. Between increasing prices on all goods and the effects we're already starting to feel in the food industry from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, consumers are going to start feeling the pain. And unfortunately, when you are trying to save money, going out to eat is not one of the first things a family typically does. We need to be getting ahead of these issues, not coming up with insincere attempts under the guise of COVID relief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the rule and the underlying bill, and I ask members to do the same, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate hearing from my colleagues and distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Fishbach. I do note, however, a couple of things before I yield some time. The first is that as it relates to how the bill is funded, as I indicated, the Inspector General himself, that office indicated there's $78 billion in fraudulent claims that are being recouped by the federal government. This bill will cost $42 billion for the restaurant revitalization replenishment, another $13 billion, $55 billion. There's plenty of money in that reclaimed dollars to be able to pay for this without having to appropriate new dollars. So this is actually should be in line with the principles of some of our more conservative members to reclaim dollars that are owed to the United States and to its taxpayers. Secondly, as it relates to workforce shortages, and I think we all know in every industry, I know that businesses I talk to back home are struggling to find workers. Yet I note yesterday in the Education and Labor Committee, of which I am a member, that we didn't get a single Republican vote for the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. We owe as reauthorization, which will do great things to try to continue to move people into the workplace as quickly as possible. Yet we received no support from that. So we're going to continue to work on these issues here in this Congress. We're going to continue to lead. This majority is going to continue to look out for small businesses, going to continue to look out for people looking for work, going to continue to look out for employers who face worker shortages. So we'll continue to support this, and I believe this bill will be a great, great victory for the 178,000 restaurants who desperately need our support. And with that, let me now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman and a fellow member of the Rules Committee from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend and colleague for yielding, and I also want to thank for the conversation at the Rules Committee and my distinguished colleagues on both sides. And I want to speak for a few moments, Mr. Speaker, as somebody who spent 35 years in the restaurant business, owning and managing restaurants in California, small businesses that were vital to the communities of where they were, and how important they are to restart Main Street America in every district. The multipliers of having restaurants open, and the difficulty and the cash flow of a small business like this, and why this initiative is so important. The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that in 2019, there were 12.1 million people employed in the restaurant and food service industry. So many of those people immediately lost their jobs and their incomes with no warning when the pandemic hit. In April of 2020 alone, the restaurant industry lost 5.5 million jobs. Through the American Rescue Plan, we established the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, which provided $28.6 billion in emergency assistance to eligible restaurants, bars, and qualifying businesses impacted by the pandemic. Although this program helped more than 100,000 restaurants and food and beverage businesses across the country in every district, the program received applications of nearly 3 times the amount of money that it had to give out. We cannot overlook the obvious need. The Relief for Restaurants and Other Hard-Hit Small Businesses Act, H.R. 3807, would inject $42 billion to allow the Small Business Administration to process the applications of over 150,000 eligible entities that previously applied for relief. I've met and talked to many of my former colleagues in the business who have applied for these funds and speak very positively about their experience and how helpful it was to get them through the pandemic. It helps these small businesses. Through the pandemic, at least 40% of pandemic-related revenue loss was suffered by businesses with fewer than 200 employees. Again, as a former restaurant owner myself, I have seen how restaurants can bring communities together. We owe it to these local business entrepreneurs, these owners, and millions of workers who depend on this help to pass this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The clerk is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized reserves.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Speaker.
continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I would just like to mention, we continue to talk about whether or not this is paid for, and I think that respectfully ask, where's the CBO score? That would answer the question. If we actually had done put this through any process, put this legislation through any kind of process, through committee, getting the CBO score. So I would question as to whether or not it was actually all paid for, as my colleague mentions, but I do think that if we had the CBO score, we could decide finally if it was paid for or not. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the gentlelady. I completely agree that we should be trying to help small businesses who have gotten absolutely railroaded and run over by the power of government, which amounts to essentially a taking. They've had their livelihoods taken away through the sheer power of government, federal, state, and local. It's absolutely extraordinary. It's one of the reasons that I worked with my friend Dean Phillips on the other side of the aisle with the PPP Flexibility Act 2 years ago. I would have preferred we not go down this road, that the government not go down and shut down our economy. But the government did. And I think that amounts to something akin to a taking. But now here we sit, and yet again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have not met an issue that they can't make worse. And that's what we're faced with right now. And so my colleagues are bringing forward a $55 billion bill, which they say is paid for, which is paid for and relies on recaptured fraudulent relief funds. We have fraudulent relief funds because you just dumped $2 trillion out in the economy when you came in here and did it by voice vote 2 years ago. And so you got these fraudulent funds that we may or may not recapture that is allegedly what is paying for this. This bill should be fully paid for out of existing COVID money that has not yet been spent. And that is what we're offering as an alternative. But the real problem that the American people need to understand, that my colleagues have got themselves in a pretty vicious box, is because the administration, with the full support of my colleagues here, made the allocation of dollars race-based. They made it criteria-based. And they got slapped down by the court. They got slapped down by the Sixth Circuit. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals found race and sex prioritization was unconstitutional and ordered the Small Business Administration to halt the practice. But most of the funding had been spent. It was unfunded. It was underfunded. But most of that funding had been spent. The court said, quote, "The case is about whether the government can allocate limited coronavirus relief funds based on the race and sex of the applicants. We hold that it cannot." Quote, "The stark realities of the SBA's racial gerrymandering are inescapable. It is indeed a sordid business," quoting our Chief Justice, John Roberts, "a sordid business to divvy us up by race. And the government's attempt to do so here violates the Constitution." That is the real story. I've introduced the Restaurant Revitalization Fund Fairness Act. We've got other bills on this side of the aisle that would pay for it, that would ensure that it won't be race-based, that would make sure that the 177,000 applicants who are left on the outside looking in because of race-based governing by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that would not occur, and that, again, I want to reiterate, should be paid for without relying on the possibility of collecting the fraudulent expenditures. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just reiterate, this is really a simple issue. And there may be attempts to distract from what is a simple issue, but the Inspector General office indicated that we had $78 billion in fraudulent claims. That's an estimate. Some estimates range as high as $200 billion. It seems silly to me that we wouldn't take advantage of those dollars which are being reclaimed to continue to try to get relief for the many, many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of restaurants and their employees across the country. And I dare say that when I talk to restaurants, I've sat down with many, many restaurant owners the last several months who had made application and simply didn't have the resources in the fund that we had allocated to get relief, continue to talk to me about this. So this is really a very, very simple question. I know there's a lot of complicated, nuanced questions around here in Congress that we're always dealing with, but this is a simple one. Do we want to help these small businesses, or do we choose not to help them? And I think we would argue here that they very much deserve and merit this support. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, another distinguished member of the Rules Committee, my friend, Ms. Ross.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to Congressman Morelli. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the urgent need for additional relief for our restaurants. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, restaurants in my district and across the country have been at the front line of our battle against COVID-19. The Restaurant Revitalization Fund offered a vital lifeline at a time when restaurants desperately needed our help. However, the funds quickly ran out, leaving hundreds of thousands of restaurants without any relief, including in my state of North Carolina. In a cruel twist. Many restaurants were approved for funding, but never saw a dime. For example, Kim Hammer, who owns Bittersweet in Raleigh, was approved for a grant by the Small Business Association. Despite this, Kim still hasn't received any relief and said it feels like no one is listening. Well, we're listening. Every time a new variant emerges and cases surge, the survival of countless restaurants is thrown into jeopardy. As I hear from restaurant owners in my district, they all tell me how essential the restaurant relief program was, but that it simply was not enough. During the peak surge of the Omicron variant, Chidi Kumar, the owner of Garland Restaurant in Raleigh, said she just hoped she could keep the doors open for both her customers and for her staff. Jennifer Kramer, the owner of Catalan Tapas restaurant in Cary, had to start a GoFundMe campaign to keep her lights on and her employees on payroll. Mr. Speaker, our fight against this pandemic is not over. It is unacceptable that we would leave the restaurant industry out to dry. Restaurants contribute to the spirit, vibrancy, and success of my community in Wake County, North Carolina, and many communities all across this nation. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying legislation and replenish this fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Excuse me. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of Congresswoman McMorris-Rodgers and Congressman Westerman's American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with the extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the fifth time, Republicans ask their colleagues to consider this bill. The average price at the pump 2 days before President Biden took office was $2.38 per gallon. They have been steadily climbing ever since. On February 14th, 6 days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the average price per gallon was $3.49. These prices are affecting every single American. When adjusted for the increasing prices on all goods, thanks to failed Democrat policies, wages and salaries are below pre-pandemic levels. My constituents are pleading with Congress to focus on this issue and are being ignored by the out-of-touch majority. Now, for the fifth time, House Republicans are urging the majority to immediately bring relief at the pump now. While my colleagues continue to bring flawed, misguided, and unvetted legislation to the floor, House Republicans stand ready to work on issues that directly affect Americans' pocketbooks. To further explain the amendment, I yield 4 minutes to the representative from Florida.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and friend from the great state of Minnesota. I rise today to defeat the previous question so that we may immediately consider H.R. 6858, Congresswoman McMorris-Rodgers' bill that would strengthen United States energy security, encourage and promote domestic production of crude oil and natural gas, and help return to and solidify American energy independence. You know, I get asked all the time, why? Why will Congress do nothing to lower the cost of fuel? Why do they continue to talk and do absolutely nothing? Well, right here. Right here is your answer. Today, Republicans stand for the fifth time, legislation in hand, to bring gas prices down and to restart our energy production right here at home. Legislation that would make us energy independent once again and that would get thousands of Americans back to work. Legislation that would be a collective sigh of relief for our seniors and those on fixed incomes who are making the decision between gas or groceries. This legislation is the answer, and it is ready to go. But you know what? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have already been given vote recommendations by the Speaker of the House to shoot this legislation down. They haven't even read it. They haven't even read it, and they're so blind to and beholden to their radical agenda that they won't consider a common sense solution to one of the most pressing issues facing all of our collective constituents, these fuel prices. Again, this is the 5th time that this legislation has been presented, and it is the 5th time that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have put Russia first and America last. The average price of gas today is $4.56 and climbing. For our truckers and farmers who fuel up on diesel, like many in my district, it's costing them well over $5 a gallon at the pump. In fact, it is $5.19 today for a gallon of diesel. All across our country, Americans, regardless of party, are making decisions, again, between gas in the tank or groceries in the fridge. Folks are canceling their first road trip with their family in 2 years or visits to grandparents because Biden has decided that Americans who put fuel in their own gas tanks and shop for their own groceries, they are not the priority. In fact, just 17 hours ago, the Biden administration was more concerned with presenting former President Barack Obama with a ceremonial pen than talking about how we are going to bring down fuel prices in this country. You want to talk about out of touch? There it is, in a nutshell. This is the Biden energy policy, soaring prices that hurt hardworking Americans and increasing reliance on foreign countries to meet our energy needs. We know that America's future will not be realized by sunshine and pinwheels. We will realize it by boosting domestic production and ending our dependence on countries that don't have our best interests in mind. Heck, they don't even like us. I've spoken to foresters and farmers in my district who have told me that energy costs alone are driving them out of operation and out of business. To illustrate this, one of the top timber producers in my own district said he is spending $18,000 more a week on fuel costs alone. If this continues, he will be suspending operations. All because this administration has issued our domestic energy industry a death sentence. And that happened even before they took office. This Biden energy plan, or lack thereof, is ruining the financial hopes and dreams of hardworking Americans, destroying farmers, foresters, families, ranchers, and small businesses. And we know that we can put an end to this energy crisis. We know we can, but instead, we're focused on ceremonial pens and issues that do not matter to the American people. It is long past time that we end this energy crisis, put American energy security and independence at the top of the priority list, and I stand before this body and the American people to say that we, too, have had enough. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can immediately bring my friend and colleague, Congresswoman McMorris Rodgers' legislation to the floor. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves.
Gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I frankly, am a little perplexed, and I think when I get home and talk to my restaurant owners, they're going to say, why were you having a conversation about something not related to the Restaurant Revitalization Act? And I'll explain to them that as much as I'd love to get into a conversation about how Putin's aggressive actions in Russia have affected gas, or in Ukraine have affected gas prices around the world, as much as I'd love to have a conversation about how oil companies have decided to continue to reap record profits and not increase supply to meet the demand around the world, as much as we could talk about all those things, that's not why we're here today. So we should have that conversation in an appropriate venue. But this conversation, and the venue right now that we're in, is to talk about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. It's to talk about the 178,000 restaurants owned by Republicans, Democrats, independents, all across America, in every single district that we have the privilege of representing. Every single district has restaurants. And that's what we're here to talk about, is how to get relief into the hands of those individuals who for 2 years have struggled under the most difficult economic circumstances any of us could ever imagine. So let's make sure we keep our eye on the ball. Let's continue to focus on the question in front of the House. And with that, let me please yield to the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, my friend and another distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlelady recognized. How much time?
I'm sorry, yield for 3 minutes, sir.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in southeastern Pennsylvania and in cities and towns across the country, restaurants are an essential cornerstone of our local communities and our regional economies. but these restaurants were hard hit by the pandemic. Despite the excellence of their cuisine, over the past 2 years, many independent restaurants in Philly and Delaware County, Montgomery County, struggled to stay in business, and some permanently shuttered. The Restaurant Revitalization Fund, passed as part of the American Rescue Plan, was a lifeline for the restaurants who received it. The program provided grants targeted to the hardest hit restaurants, giving restaurant operators financial relief to keep their doors open and to keep people employed. But the funds weren't enough to match the need. I've heard it from my constituents. Everybody who's listening has heard it from their constituents. And while roughly 300,000 restaurants applied for aid, only about 100,000 received grants. For months, I've joined Representative Blumenauer and my colleagues in calling to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, using only funds recouped from fraudulent claims that had been made in earlier small business relief programs. The Relief for Restaurants and Other Hard-Hit Small Businesses Act will provide additional financial support to restaurants and small businesses in the industries that are still grievously affected by the coronavirus pandemic. I'm glad this needed bill is getting a vote on the floor. I strongly support the rule and its underlying legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to recognize that this issue is still before us, and they should do the same. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate that my colleague from New York would love to have the conversation, would love to have the conversation in the appropriate venue, and I think we would also love to have that conversation, particularly in a committee, if we could hear the bill. But the majority has chosen to shut out almost every single Republican bill and not hold hearings where that would be the appropriate venue. But for now, and I would suggest to my colleague from New York that he talk to his leadership about actually hearing this bill in committee and having the conversation and having the transparency and the input that we could from the public. But until that time, Mr. Speaker, this is our venue. And with that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you to my colleague from Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of the previous question so we can amend the rules to immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independent from Russia Act. My friends from the other side of the aisle want to talk about restaurants, and restaurants are very important, but understand when families can't put fuel in their tank, they certainly cannot afford to eat in a restaurant. So we've got to get our priorities straight. And yes, we're bringing them up now because we cannot get our bills to the floor. We cannot get our message out. This is the fourth time the Republicans have tried to bring this bill up for a vote, and each time the Democrats have refused. Families are suffering, and the rising fuel crisis is making everything much, much more expensive, including bread, clothes, and everything, including meals at our restaurants. President Biden's so-called solutions do nothing to fix the problems. Tapping into our strategic reserves will do almost nothing to bring prices down. All it does is risk our reserves and endangers our national security. This administration is signaling to the oil and gas companies that they're going to come after them. Big government needs to get out of the way. Get out of the way of the business and let the business run themselves. For an example, where I'm from on the Gulf Coast, the Department of Interior has allowed one lease sale in the past year and a half. Under Trump, we had 2 a year. We had the one sale that I'm talking about in a year and a half, and the Biden administration refuses to uphold the law of 2 per year. Even though the court struck down the one that he refuses to challenge that to get those lease bids acknowledged. Biden has said, what he has said is a lie. I'm sorry. It is an out lie about what the drilling companies are. There are so many rules and regulations on the drilling companies. I understand it. We've got to get the foot of the government off the back of the necks of our drilling companies. Let's save this country. Let's don't give it away to Russia. Let's don't give it away to Venezuela. Let's stand firm and be Americans, both sides of the aisles here. I'm sorry. I'll cool off here on this one. Republicans have a real solution to get American energy back on the market and get prices down. This bill will restart the Keystone XL. It will end the moratorium, and it will boost the LNG exports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge a no vote on the previous question.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to just correct the record as it relates to the Energy and Commerce Committee. I think just this morning held a hearing with the heads of oil companies, multinational oil companies, to bring them in to talk about why they refuse to increase supply, which would bring down the cost. I didn't do exceptionally well in economics when I was in the State University of New York, but I do remember the old supply and demand issue, and when demand is high and supply is low, prices rise. So we're going to continue to work and push and urge those companies to increase supply to meet demand, bring the cost down. There's not much we can do about what's going on in Ukraine, although we're trying desperately to help our brothers and sisters there defend their democracy, which has had an incredible impact on gas prices. But let me also remind everyone who's tuning in, who watches what's going on, the issue before the House of Representatives today, the rule that's being considered is dealing with the difficulties that have been faced by restaurants across this country during a pandemic that has now lasted for nearly 2 years, and the displacement of workers and the impact that it's had on communities all across this country. And we're striving to achieve a solution here that will be good for everyone across all 50 states in these small businesses that continue to be the backbone of our local economies. And with that, I have been very, very grateful for the leadership of Mr. Blumenauer, who has led the charge on this issue for some time now, and I think I have probably bothered him dozens of times to ask what we can continue to do to advance his efforts, and he has continued to provide leadership. And with that, I'd like to give him and yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy, and I appreciate his leadership and tenacity in terms of trying to help our beleaguered neighborhood restaurants. Our friends on the other side of the aisle, even if they got their dream piece of legislation, would not make any difference on the price of gasoline this year or next year. We're dealing with global supply. One of the things that will make a difference to break the grip that we have with the oligarchs and the sheiks is being able to deal with renewable energy that is not going to hold us hostage. We've seen remarkable progress that is made, and I'm sad that our friends on the other side of the aisle have been resistant to these innovations in terms of solar, wind, electrification, the things that will really make a difference today and tomorrow and help fight the crisis that we face with climate change and global warming. But this legislation will make a difference to 177,000 small neighborhood restaurants and other distressed businesses. From the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, these neighborhood facilities have been the hardest hit. You've heard already that they were subject to over 4 million jobs lost in the first few months of the pandemic. The unemployment in the restaurant industry remains stubbornly high, and approximately 90,000 restaurants have permanently closed since the start of the pandemic, and we've heard from countless others that are teetering on the edge. Restaurants are the cornerstone of a livable community. They have employed nearly 60% of Americans at some point in their career. I'd venture to say many of us on the floor of the House have had that experience. They are a major source of employment for people of color and women, and they support a $1 trillion supply chain from farm to table. The federal government has provided help for those institutions through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, a program based on my Restaurants Act that I introduced in June of 2020. But the program was oversubscribed and underfunded. Only 1/3 of all applicants were funded, leaving $177,000 hanging in the balance. The relief for restaurants and other hard-hit small businesses will finish that job. More than 235 members of the House are co-sponsors of this legislation, the Restaurants Act, including 24 of my Republican colleagues. My legislation will provide $42 billion to help fund those restaurants that had not previously received awards, finishing everybody who's in line. $13 billion is a separate industry-neutral fund for small...
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield an additional minute to Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Getting carried away. A separate industry-neutral fund for small businesses that have been disproportionately hit by the pandemic, like live events, travel, hospitality, and fitness. We've all heard from them in our district. And finally, the legislation extends the period of time that shuttered venue operators grants can be spent to harmonize it with the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. And best of all, this bill can be paid for with fraudulent pandemic relief funds that are recovered. Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to finish the job protecting our neighborhood restaurants and other distressed businesses. I'm proud to have been a sponsor of this. I deeply appreciate the broad bipartisan support in the House and the Senate, and I hope we will enact it today. I support the rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, restaurants and small businesses are facing difficulties, and one of those challenges is high energy costs. Delivery costs go up. It costs more for their employees to get to work. It costs more for all of those things because of high energy costs. So this does affect restaurants and small businesses. And I think it affects restaurants, small businesses, and every American. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Mr. Speaker, last night I held a town hall with over 2,000 of my constituents. And do you know what was top of mind to those people? It was not the previous question. It was energy prices in America, and particularly the price of fuel. Mr. Speaker, it was heartbreaking to hear from constituent after constituent after constituent who said that they were unable to afford the energy required to get to work and back just to put food on the table for their families. And you can imagine how embarrassing and heartbreaking it was for me to have to admit to my constituents that the reason for those high energy prices was the actions of their very own government. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the current administration, there has been a concerted effort to constrain the supply of energy produced here in America. What we have is a classic problem of supply and demand. We don't have enough supply, and yet this administration, in its very first week, issued an executive order completely halting the issuance of new gas and oil exploration permits on federal lands in this country. It issued an executive order stopping the Keystone XL pipeline. And Mr. Speaker, that pipeline alone, if it were in operation today, would allow us to import more than enough oil to completely offset our oil imports from Russia. The tragic thing about this situation is that the administration is doing this out of the mistaken belief that it will make the planet greener. But nothing could be further from the truth. We produce energy more cleanly here in America than any other country on earth. So when we take actions that require us to import more oil from places like Venezuela, which has a 50% higher life cycle greenhouse gas emission per barrel of oil than oil produced here in America, when we increase oil imports from places like Russia that still utilize dirty practices like methane flaring, things we haven't done here in years, we are actually increasing global greenhouse gas emissions. So, Mr. Speaker, if we increase energy production here, not only will we lower prices for our constituents who are suffering, not only will we increase our national security, but we will also make our planet a cleaner place. I urge immediate consideration of the America Energy Independence from Russia Act. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Texas, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the manager very much.
The
and I thank him
gentlewoman
for
from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker for his indulgence. I thank the manager and thank him for his leadership as well. I thank, of course, the chairwoman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Blumenauer, and the many supporters that have provided the support for this legislation. I am hoping that as my colleagues begin to see the light, that they will understand that it will be far worse for all of the employees that are in restaurants that may close, that they will not even be employed to think about paying for any gas prices, no matter how much they might be. I stand with them to ensure that inflation goes down and that we respond to gasoline prices, but they are not clear in what we are doing today. We're helping small and hard-hit businesses, sole proprietors, independent contractors, businesses that are not over 200 employees, to keep these employees who have suffered from the devastation of the pandemic. We're doing more. We're not spending an extra penny because we were capturing those dollars from those who fraudulently used dollars before. And so we are making good on our promise to spend the American tax dollars correctly. We're having a data collection. We're going to have oversight on this particular program to ensure that it is spent effectively. We're going to respond, if you will, to the needs of the mom and pops, the really old, distinguished restaurants like This Is It in Houston, Texas, Burns Barbecue, J&J's, people who have stood the storm, but yet have kept employees, but have figured that they didn't know whether they could keep their doors open. This is an important, vital piece of legislation. I support the underlying legislation, which is the bill that deals with relief for restaurants and other hard-hit small businesses and the underlying rule. Don't you get it? We're keeping businesses open and keeping people employed. That is what we're doing today. Support the rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding me time to speak on this critical issue. I urge all of my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can take up H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This common-sense legislation, introduced by Representatives McMorris, Rogers, and Westerman, would require President Biden to submit an energy security plan to Congress to evaluate U.S. oil and natural gas imports, identify importing countries that pose an energy security risk to America, and encourage domestic production of oil and natural gas to offset imports from Russia. In fact, in contrast to our colleague's statement, Iowa is a leader in renewable energy. 50% of our energy comes from renewable sources. We even pay restaurants for their unused and old cooking oil. We are an energy exporter, and it is all done without a government mandate. All of the oil imported from Russia could be offset by ethanol made from corn in Iowa. In order for the U.S. to become energy independent and secure, we must have an all-of-the-above approach to energy policy. We must unleash our natural resources and produce our own clean, efficient energy here at home to ensure low energy prices and promote American jobs in our communities. Rather than promoting policies that hamper U.S. energy production and ceding security to adversarial nations like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, we should promote exploration here at home and unleash our potential. We must ensure that the current ban on Russian energy is sustainable by prioritizing U.S. energy production, including biofuels. Just last week, the President released a budget proposal that included $45 billion in new taxes on domestic energy production. This comes on top of other disastrous decisions over the past year and a half, such as those that halt the Keystone XL pipeline and the current delay over the 5-year program for offshore energy leasing in the Gulf of Mexico. These policies are not working for hardworking American families and businesses who are dealing with high inflation and skyrocketing gas prices. The Energy Independence from Russia Act would immediately approve the Keystone XL pipeline, remove restrictions on U.S. LNG exports, restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters, protect energy and mineral development. These are key steps we can take to promote U.S. energy security, and we must take action now. For this reason, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and support H.R. 6858 to make American energy independent, as secured by voting no on the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. And I will say this, that I suspect when hopefully this bill becomes law and we have helped save the 178,000 restaurants around this country, that a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be taking credit for it. I hope many of them vote for it, despite their unwillingness to really have a conversation about it today and to talk about extraneous issues. But before I reserve the balance of my time, I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a January 24th, 2022 article from CNBC entitled "National Restaurant Association Asks Congress for More Grant Money as Omicron Hits Industry." With that, I reserve.
Without objection. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that my colleague from New York talks about an extraneous issue, but gas prices and the cost of energy in America is a serious issue, and it is facing every American. Every American is paying more at the pump, and they are facing the decision of their family budget of how they are going to use that. In 2020, the last administration added 30 million barrels of oil to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now the Biden administration is weighing a plan to release roughly 1 million barrels of oil a day from this reserve for months on end. And this is after he released 30 million barrels in early March and 50 million barrels of oil back in November, which did nothing to prevent a spike in energy prices. Congresswoman McMorris-Rodgers and Congressman Westerman have introduced the American Energy Independence Act to reverse President Biden's disastrous anti-American energy policies. This bill is a real solution, and it needs to be heard. We need to talk about this to the American people. This bill, 6858, that we have before us, is not going to help restaurants and small businesses. But of course, that is not the Democrats' intention anyway. If it was, they would have brought this bill through the committee and worked with Republicans to build an effective piece of legislation. Instead, their intention is to push this legislation through that sounds good so that they can use it as a talking point to distract from their failed policies. This bill is just another example of the Democrats' reckless spending habits. Their solution to the effects of inflation is to throw even more money at it. When will my colleagues learn that the spending is what causes the inflation? It is time for the more pro-growth policies, not government handouts. And Mr. Speaker, I oppose the rule and the underlying bill, and I ask members to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank my colleague and friend, Ms. Fishbach. We spent a lot of time together in the Rules Committee, and I always appreciate our conversations. And while we may not agree on issues from time to time, I always appreciate her earnestness and appreciate her good work. So thank you. And I want to thank all my colleagues for their words of support of the rule before us today. As I mentioned earlier, Congress acted last year to provide much needed relief for restaurants and other small businesses, but we must do much more. Our economy simply cannot survive without small businesses, and it's paramount that we redouble our commitment to ensuring their continued success. I pledge to always be an ally in that fight. I know my colleagues join me in that, and I look forward to voting in favor of this effort to bring much needed relief to local restaurants and the small business community. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule in the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr.
What
Speaker.
purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, I call up House Report 117-284.
The clerk will report the title.
Resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Peter K. Navarro and Daniel Scavino Jr. in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1023, the report is considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, I call up House Resolution 1037 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1037, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Peter K. Navarro and Daniel Scavino Jr. in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1023, the resolution is considered as read and shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, and an opponent of their respective designees. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, and the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's time is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start our debate by talking a little bit about what the American people ought to expect of their leaders, of those who hold positions of public trust, the responsibilities that come with it. I've been thinking about these responsibilities for more than 50 years, and all the time I've been fortunate enough to hold a position of public trust. It doesn't matter if you're an alderman, a mayor, a member of Congress, President of the United States, or a staff member working as a civil servant or a political appointee. When you work for the public, when the people taxes pay your salary, these jobs come with serious rules and serious obligations. Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro both held positions of public trust. Mr. Scavino was a top communications official in the Trump White House. Mr. Navarro was a trade advisor. They each drew salaries paid by the American people to the tune of over $180,000 per year. They both were to abide by certain rules and obligations. They both swore oaths of allegiance to the Constitution. The Select Committee wants to talk to them, but about a lot more than their White House jobs. We want to talk to them about their roles in trying to overturn the 2020 election. We subpoenaed them for their records and testimony. They told us to buzz off. Not a single record, no shows for their deposition. Their excuse was, as former White House employees, the information we wanted, again, information about overturning an election, was shielded by executive privilege, a protection for the president to make sure sensitive official conversations stay private. In other words, they're arguing that their roles in trying to overturn an election had to stay secret because they had official roles as advisors to ex-president. If they want to make those claims, ridiculous as they sound, here's what the law requires. They need to show up and make those claims on the record under oath. They refuse to do that. That alone means they are in contempt of Congress. But I want to dig a little deeper into the argument these men are making. As I mentioned before, these are rules and obligations that bind public servants. One of the most important rules is that you can't do campaign work on government time or using taxpayers' money. Pretty straightforward. Plenty you can do on your own time, but not when you're on the clock. That's the law. If you've heard of the Hatch Act, it's probably been when a cabinet secretary or White House official had crossed the line from their official duties into political matters. In fact, in 2020, Mr. Navarro was dinged by a government watchdog for violating the Hatch Act by using official role to attack President Joe Biden. That law prohibits, among other things, someone from using, and I'm quoting, official authority or influence for the purpose of interfering with or affecting the results of an election. Sounds familiar? And in the case of Mr. Navarro and Mr. Scavino, trying to affect the results of an election wasn't knocking on doors or putting signs in people's front yard. They were trying to help a defeated president stay in power. It's not conceivable that their involvement in that effort could have legally overlapped with their official duties. But beyond that, it was a betrayal of the oath these men took. It was a betrayal of the public trust. Even if you do it on your own time, trying to overturn an election is still trying to overturn an election. And when we know that people who stormed this building on January 6th had the same goal, trying to overturn an election, that's what the Select Committee is investigating. That's why we need to hear from Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro. But as the Select Committee works to provide answers to American people, these two are saying, I worked at the White House when all this took place. Even if I was plotting to overturn the government, I was collecting a government salary at the time, so I don't have time to talk about it. Can you imagine? I've served my community and my country most of my life. Like my colleagues in this body, I've labored to uphold my oath and do right by the people I serve. I know my constituents expect that of me. To run into this kind of obstruction This kind of cynical behavior, as we investigate a violent insurrection, is just despicable. It can't stand. Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro must be held accountable for their abuses of the public trust. They must be held accountable for their defiance of the law. They are in contempt of Congress, which is a crime, and I call on my colleagues to do their duty, to defend this institution and the rule of law, and to vote yes on this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the Select Committee has now conducted over 800 interviews and depositions of witnesses who have knowledge of the events of January 6th. This includes more than a dozen former Trump White House staff members. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear my colleagues make political, partisan attacks on the Select Committee, I hope that all of us can remember some basic facts. Through these interviews, we have learned that President Trump and his team were warned in advance and repeatedly that the efforts they undertook to overturn the 2020 election would violate the law and our Constitution. They were warned that January 6th could and likely would turn violent. And they were told repeatedly by our state and federal courts, by our Justice Department, and by agencies of our intelligence community that the allegations of widespread fraud sufficient to overturn an election were false and were unsupported by the evidence. And yet, despite all of these specific warnings, President Trump and his team moved willfully through multiple means to attempt to halt the peaceful transfer of power, to halt the constitutional process for counting votes, and to shatter the constitutional bedrock of our great nation. As a federal judge has recently concluded, the illegality of President Trump's plan for January 6th was, quote, obvious. We're here today to address two specific witnesses who have refused to appear for testimony before the committee. The committee has many questions for Mr. Scavino about his political social media work for President Trump, including his interactions with an online forum called the Donald.win and with QAnon, a bizarre and dangerous cult. Mr. Scavino worked directly with President Trump to spread President Trump's false message that the election was stolen and to recruit Americans to come to Washington on January 6th to, quote, take back their country. This effort to deceive was widely effective and widely destructive. And Donald Trump's stolen election campaign succeeded in provoking the violence on January 6th. On this point, there's no doubt. The committee has videos, interviews, and sworn statements from violent rioters demonstrating these facts. Mr. Navarro will also be a key witness. He has written a book boasting about his role in planning and coordinating the activity of January 6th. We have many questions for Mr. Navarro, including about his communications with Roger Stone and Steve Bannon regarding the planning for January 6th. And as Judge Carter recently concluded, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. In the case of both of these witnesses, Mr. Speaker, the committee would rather have their testimony than have to move this contempt citation. When you hear my colleagues attack the Select Committee, remember, Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro have chosen not to appear. They did not have to make this choice, but they did. In America, no one is above the law. Neither Mr. Trump, nor Mr. Scavino, nor Mr. Navarro is some form of royalty. There is no such thing in America as the privileges of the crown. Every citizen has a duty to comply with a subpoena. And Mr. Speaker, when you hear my colleagues challenge the committee's legislative purpose, remember, the D.C. Circuit and the Supreme Court of the United States have affirmed our legislative purpose. Too many Republicans are once again ignoring the rulings of the courts, as many of them did in the run-up to January 6th. Mr. Speaker, the tale of what happened following the 2020 election, resulting in the violence of January 6th, is a tale of stunning deceit. It is a tale of lies about our election and contempt for the rulings of our courts. The election claims made by Donald Trump were so frivolous and so unfounded that the president's lead lawyer did not just lose these cases, he lost his license to practice law. The New York Supreme Court found, quote, "There is uncontroverted evidence that Mr. Giuliani communicated demonstrably false and misleading statements to courts, lawmakers, and the public at large in his capacity as lawyer for former President Donald J. Trump and the Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. Mr. Speaker, those in this chamber who continue to embrace the former president and his dangerous and destructive lies ought to take a good, hard look at themselves. At a moment of real danger to our republic, when the need for fidelity to our Constitution is paramount, they have abandoned their oaths in order to perform for Donald Trump. That will be their legacy. Madam Chair, this is not a close call. Mr. Navarro and Mr. Scavino have chosen not to comply with a congressional subpoena. They are in contempt. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I hope this is the last time that we do this. Just last week, we watched members of the January 6th committee criticize the DOJ for not jailing their political opponents fast enough. Now the committee is trying to refer 2 more of President Trump's advisors to the DOJ for criminal prosecution. The same DOJ, by the way, has slandered concerned parents as domestic terrorists. A DOJ overseen by a president who said President Trump should be prosecuted. So let's be clear, we aren't voting today to rename a post office. So please, let's be honest with ourselves. A vote to hold Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro in contempt of Congress is a vote to put them in jail for a year. Neither of these men deserve this. The party line isn't a good enough excuse today. Disliking their politics isn't an excuse. You know, Mr. Scavino has 2 boys. He's a good dad. He doesn't deserve this. His boys definitely don't deserve this. So before we vote today, I've got to ask, could anyone here explain to those boys why their dad deserves to be behind bars for a year? Mr. Scavino grew up in a working-class family in New York City. He's a former caddy who worked his way up to the White House through hard work and determination. Mr. Scavino lived the American dream. Now, thanks to the Select Committee, he's living an authoritarian nightmare. The Select Committee will say that it's Mr. Scavino's fault for refusing to cooperate, they say. That is simply not true. Mr. Scavino asked time and again for the committee to follow the rule of law and provide him with a narrow and specific legislative purpose for the information that they were seeking. He asked, "How is what you want from me pertinent to your investigation?" And they refused to explain. But remember what they said last week. The January 6th committee must enforce its subpoenas. But contempt is not enforcement, it is punishment. Contempt won't get the committee any information. Only the court can do that. But they don't want to go to the judiciary. They don't want neutral arbitration. They want political punishment. The Select Committee has never been interested in fact-finding. In fact, Jim Jordan and I were both blocked from sitting on the committee because we promised to fully investigate the security failure at the Capitol. The Democrat leaders don't want that. They claim they blocked us for being too partisan. Meanwhile, the committee's lead staffer signed his name to a false letter calling the Hunter Biden laptop Russian disinformation. Apparently, lying to undermine democracy is a key qualification for employment of this committee. If the January 6th committee gets its way, Congress will have referred 4 former Trump officials for prosecution in under 6 months. Another record for the 117th Congress. The Select Committee aims to do 2 things: silence legitimate questions about the breakdown of security at the Capitol and punish their political opponents. It's that simple. Dan Scavino is accused of listening to his boss, the former commander-in-chief, who told him to, quote, invoke all applicable privileges and immunities. Today's vote is not about wrongdoing, and it isn't about anybody's character, no matter what they say. Today's vote is about the character of this House. It's about abusing the seat of our democracy to attack American democracy. The question is, do we live in a country where you can go to jail for working for the wrong politician? Would you want to live in that country? The question is, will you help create that country? Because I think we've had a pretty good thing going for the last 240 years. And that's exactly why I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this resolution today. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, Madam Speaker, let me say that we are here for this contempt process today, but the president's own daughter complied with the wishes of the committee. And I would think that if his daughter complied with the wishes of the committee, everyone else should, even the people who work for him. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished majority leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Mississippi for yielding. I thank the gentlelady from Wyoming for her courage in standing for the truth. I disagree with many things that the previous speaker said. I disagree with his premises and with his conclusion in many respects. But I do agree with him on one thing. This vote is about the character of the House. I agree with him on that, which is why 435 of us ought to vote for this resolution, so that the House can do its duty. Mr. Speaker, once again, we are forced to take this step, asking the Justice Department to charge individuals with criminal contempt for refusing to answer subpoenas as issued by the committee investigating the attack on our Capitol and our democracy on January 6, 2021. The 2 gentlemen of which the previous speaker spoke, I don't know. I have no quarrel with them individually. But we are a nation of laws, not of men. And if we are to be a nation of laws, then we need to respond to legal process. And if we think the assertions are wrong, we need to make our case. On the merits of this resolution, there should be no doubt, and it is about the character of this House. The courage of this House to seek honesty, to seek truth. The individuals in question had intimate knowledge of the former president's actions and decisions on that day. No matter who their children are, no matter what their life has been, they have knowledge that it is important for the American people to have through their representatives in Congress. Americans must have a full accounting of what transpired on January 6th and in the weeks leading up to it and perhaps subsequent. That is what the Bipartisan Select Committee has been tasked with undertaking by a vote of this House. Sadly, I expect maybe most of my colleagues across the aisle will vote against this resolution. It is about the character of this House. Perhaps they agree with the Republican National Committee, which has said that the violent, Trump-led insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, the deaths and injury of U.S. Capitol police officers, and an effort to prevent the certification of an election was, and I quote the Republican National Committee, legitimate political discourse. How can anybody make that assertion? How can anybody in the Republican National Committee vote for it? Why doesn't everybody on the Republican Party side of the aisle say that is not what we believe? Silence prevails. There is no doubt that the insurrection on January 6th itself was a danger to our democracy. But I agree with the Washington Post columnist and former White House speechwriter for Republican President George W. Bush, Michael Gerson, who wrote on December 16th, and I quote, "It is Republican tolerance for the intolerable that threatens American democracy." Very frankly, my friends on the other side of the aisle ought to be celebrating those in their ranks who have the courage to stand up for the truth. I've told Liz Cheney if John Kennedy were writing his book in Profiles in Courage today, I would urge him to include her and Adam Kinzinger in that book. January 6th was a peril, a day of peril for America. But the greater crisis is when one of our two main political parties has become so hijacked by extremism and so enthralled to a dangerous demagogue that it condones, even celebrates, insurrection and violence. Mr. Speaker, how can the same party that claims it honors law enforcement simultaneously declare that violent attacks against police officers are legitimate? How can one of our two political parties be so craven for short-term partisan gain that it is willing to encourage and condone insurrection? How can its members use their sacred votes in the House, the people's House, in an effort to impede the investigation of this dark and dangerous day in the history of our democracy? Because that's what this vote is about. Not only the character of this House, but the character of this country, the character of the people who demand, hopefully, truth, because that is what will set us all free. Because that's what this vote is about. Whether you believe that the violent attack on January 6th, one in which a mob threatened the life of the Republican vice president, legitimate political discourse, and threatened the life of the Speaker of this House, the Speaker of all the House, an attempt to overthrow our democracy, does that constitute legitimate political discourse? Mr. Speaker, I can't believe Americans believe that. And we must reject that theory that the violence that we saw on January 6th, the hate that we saw on January 6th, is somehow legitimate political discourse. Because if people believe that, then our democracy is in grave danger. This vote is about whether you believe a certain individual can be held above the law in our country. It's about whether you believe the American people deserve to know all the facts about January 6th and whether those responsible for the attack ought to be held responsible. And most fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, it is about whether the Congress can fulfill its constitutional responsibility and ability to determine the truth. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this vote will reveal to us who is willing to show tolerance for the intolerable. It will reveal to us who is willing to stand up and defend our democracy and the rule of law, irrespective of party, irrespective of personality. That is a call to patriotism, to love of country, and to love of Constitution. My fellow colleagues, let us do our duty to the Constitution, to the Declaration, to our democracy, and to the people we represent. Vote yes.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it's very important as our colleagues consider their vote on this resolution to keep in mind the facts. Number one, neither Mr. Scavino nor Mr. Navarro has appeared in front of this committee. As I mentioned earlier, we have interviewed over 800 witnesses. The vast majority of them have cooperated fully and answered our questions. Some of the witnesses have taken the fifth. Some of the witnesses have answered some questions and asserted a privilege on other questions. But the notion that somehow the former president can instruct someone not to appear, that is not sustainable. That is not found anywhere in the law. And so if Mr. Scavino or Mr. Navarro wants to assert some kind of a privilege, and again, our questions for them have to do with their activities that are political activities that are not covered by executive privilege. But if they wish to assert that privilege, they can appear and do so. I would also just note, Madam Speaker, that in Trump v. Thompson, the D.C. Circuit held, and then we were upheld in the Supreme Court, held that the committee's need for this information outweighs the former president's right to any kind of confidentiality. And I think it's important for those facts to be clear and to be on the record. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance for time. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Gas prices are rising. The border has become a turnstile. Inflation is crushing our fellow Americans. And here we are, back on the floor of the House, reliving January 6th. Some of the members of the January 6th committee come from the swamps of Washington, D.C. I come from the swamps of Florida, and I know alligator tears when I see them. And yet we are lectured about performing for the former president. The reason Scavino and Navarro shouldn't be held in contempt is that the January 6th committee itself is so performative, illegitimate, unconstitutional, kicking off the Republicans that Leader McCarthy sent to serve on the committee. You know, we were accused by the majority leader of having our party hijacked. Our party is ascendant, and time is on our side because when we take the majority back, this nonsense will come to an end. It's baffling to me that Democrats are so eager to conduct oversight over the last administration that is out of power, but it's hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil when it comes to the Biden administration. They're more worried about Trump's trade advisor than Joe Biden's son trading influence for foreign money. They're more worried about Trump's deputy chief of staff than deputizing the right folks to secure America's border. The January 6th committee is a sham. And if you took the position of the committee legally, no president would ever have privilege that would extend beyond the life of that presidency. And so no president would have the ability to have candid conversations with staff and advisors that might not immediately come back to bite them the moment they left the Oval Office. The American people see this for the partisan exercise that it is. Probably some folks at the Justice Department even see that it's a partisan exercise, because not all these contempt citations are well received at the Justice Department right now, and this contempt referral should similarly be ignored and rejected, and certainly is a stain on this House. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, a distinguished veteran of the Air Force and member of the Select Committee.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, for all practical purposes, Dan Scavino's career is Donald Trump. Scavino was 16 when they met, and he is to this day a Trump stalwart. Scavino was central to the Trump administration's social media program. He was, for 2 years, President Trump's deputy chief of staff for communications. Using social media to monitor trends and shape political views was Dan Scavino's core business. He did that for Donald Trump during the 2016 campaign, and he kept doing it right on through the Stop the Steal and the fraudulent challenge to the 2020 election. He also monitored extremist social media sites for the president. Dan Scavino was with the president on January 5th and 6th. He spoke with Trump by phone several times on January 6th and was with the president as many urged him to help stop the violence at the Capitol. So Dan Scavino could shed light on what then President Trump thought would happen on January 6th, especially the potential for violence. Did the president know that the rally could turn violent? That his rhetoric on the ellipse could send an angry mob to storm the Capitol? That what, on the evening of January 5th, President Trump called a fired-up crowd might take it literally when the next morning he told them to fight hard? That he was pouring fuel on the flames? Dan Scavino was there, so if he were willing to do his duty as a citizen, he could tell us a lot about that, but instead, he's chosen to stiff-arm the American people. President Trump acknowledged that Scavino sometimes helped shape his tweets. On December 19th, Trump retweeted a video that urged viewers to, quote, fight for Trump. The January 6th attack was then just 2.5 weeks away. Why did Donald Trump retweet that particular message? Dan Scavino could give us the inside scoop. And while Trump and his Stop the Steal gaggle were working hard to subvert the Constitution and steal the election for themselves, President Trump retweeted, after QAnon already had, a video called How to Steal an Election. What would Dan Scavino say about why Trump retweeted a QAnon-blessed video on how to steal an election? He won't risk telling us. And what did President Trump's extremist followers on The Donald and other hard-right sites make of Trump urging them to join a wild protest on January 6th? Posts show that some took it as marching orders. In fact, Dan Scavino had to know they would. Dan Scavino knew very well what his boss wanted. He knew that sites like The Donald attracted violent extremists. Scavino himself sent out a video that a user on that site understood as literal marching orders or literal war drums. President Trump and Dan Scavino had been in the White House for 4 years by then. They knew the January 6th crowd could turn violent. They knew exactly what they were doing. We are here today because Dan Scavino, a key witness, is unwilling to speak with us. He failed to produce a single document in response to the subpoena, and he has clearly demonstrated his complete and utter contempt for Congress. Dan Scavino's blatant disregard for our subpoena.
The gentleman's time has expired.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman's been yielded an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. Dan Scavino's blatant disregard for our subpoena is his effort to ensure that Congress and the American people never get the firsthand story that he has to tell. None of us should find that acceptable. It is contempt for the law and contempt for Congress. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to my colleague, the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Vice Chair for yielding. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been entrusted by the American people to investigate the attempt to overturn a free and fair election. That attempt to subvert the will of the American people resulted in a deadly attack on the people in this building. But it was bigger than just one day of violence and destruction that resulted in the deaths of U.S. Capitol police officers. For weeks, various schemes were hatched by individuals ranging from state legislators to the former president's senior aides to members of Congress with a singular objective: keep Donald Trump in office. These are the facts, Madam Speaker. Facts that were backed up last week by a federal judge who, after reviewing some of the evidence our committee has in its possession, said in part the illegality of the plan was obvious. We are here today to hold two individuals involved, Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino, in contempt of Congress. Peter Navarro has failed to comply with our investigation in any way, despite the fact that he's given multiple TV interviews. In fact, Mr. Navarro appeared on television in support of the former president's failed re-election efforts. So much so that he was found to have repeatedly violated the Hatch Act. But his political work did not stop when the election was over. We know Mr. Navarro led a call with state legislators about the efforts to convince Vice President Pence to delay election certification for 10 days. And we know Mr. Navarro spoke to Steve Bannon both during and after the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Mr. Navarro has publicly stated that he is protected by executive privilege, but he's never sought counsel as others have, and he has not filed any case seeking relief from his responsibilities to comply with our lawful subpoena. This is a textbook case for contempt, Madam Speaker. And while I'm not surprised by some of my colleagues who refuse to pull their heads out of the sand and face the facts of what really happened and continues to happen, I remain deeply concerned about what this country looks like if the perpetrators aren't held accountable. I urge my colleagues to support House Resolution 1037, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves her time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The fact is, President Trump has exerted executive privilege, and Mr. Scavino has raised the issue of executive privilege at President Trump's request. No matter how much my colleagues on the other side want to say differently, it is a legitimate assertion considering the D.C. Circuit Court and Nixon v. Administrator held that the executive privilege can be raised by a former president. A determination recently reinforced by Justice Kavanaugh and Trump v. Thompson by stating that the right of a former president to assert executive privilege exists even if the sitting president does not support that privilege. Concluding otherwise would in fact actually eviscerate the privilege in total. And keep in mind that the ruling on executive privilege in Trump v. Thompson deals with a narrow set of documents from the National Archives. It has no bearing on whether Mr. Scavino testifies. And the ruling does not apply to documents at issue in this case, nor does it testify to the testimony sought by the committee, or whether the committee has a legitimate purpose for conversations between President Trump and his aide. The Select Committee has refused to acknowledge President Trump's assertion of privilege as it applies to Mr. Scavino. And the committee takes an overexpansive view of what Trump v. Thompson actually says and fails to even acknowledge that the Supreme Court case of Nixon v. Administrator exists. This is not a settled question, and it is not nearly as clear-cut as some would have you to believe. And with that, I yield back.
And yields back his time. The gentleman from Indiana reserves his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, California, same neck of the woods, for 3 minutes, the chairlady of the House Administration Committee and a member of the Select Committee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. No one is above the law. You know, we've all heard that phrase. It's a bedrock principle, and we know it's what distinguishes democracies like ours from autocracies such as Russia. Sadly, a few of the former president's closest aides and allies seem to think they're special, that they're above the law, including senior communications official Daniel Scavino, Jr. Now, who is he? According to many reports, Mr. Scavino worked with the former president to use social media to spread lies regarding non-existent election fraud and to recruit a violent, angry mob to D.C. Mr. Scavino also followed violent extremist social media on behalf of Mr. Trump. We have reason to believe that doing so provided Mr. Scavino with explicit advance warnings of the violence that was to occur on January 6th. He may have shared these warnings of violence with Mr. Trump before the 6th, and we need to ask him about that. He reportedly attended several meetings with Mr. Trump and others regarding reversing the legitimate victory of President Trump. He was also with the former president during the Capitol attack when Mr. Trump failed to immediately try to stop it, despite urgent bipartisan calls for him to do so. You know, a federal court recently concluded that Mr. Trump likely committed a federal felony and that he and his allies, quote, launched a campaign to overturn a Democratic election that, quote, spurred violent attacks on the seat of our nation's government, led to the deaths of several law enforcement officers, and deepened public distrust in our political process. The court said that his effort was, quote, a coup in search of a legal theory. The court found that, quote, if President Trump's plan had worked, it would have permanently ended the peaceful transfer of power, undermining American democracy and the Constitution. Democrats and Republicans have agreed that the very foundation of our constitutional republic was threatened. We must prevent that from ever happening again. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell rightly explained that the public needs to know everything about what caused and occurred on January 6th. To inform both the American people and legislative reform proposals, the Select Committee needs to speak with Mr. Scavino. He has to fulfill his legal and moral obligation to provide testimony and documents, otherwise he should face consequences. We must vote yes on this resolution to find him in contempt of Congress. In the United States of America, no one, including Mr. Scavino, is above the law. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know my colleague and friend, Mr. Armstrong, knows very well that, first of all, the executive privilege is a qualified privilege. Secondly, former President Trump has not asserted executive privilege. Third, I have tremendous respect, obviously, for Justice Kavanaugh, but my colleagues continue to quote Justice Kavanaugh without noting that the opinion in the D.C. Circuit, which was upheld by the Supreme Court, in that opinion, the judge found a number of things, including, quote, to allow the privilege of a no longer sitting president to prevail over Congress's need to investigate a violent attack on its home and its constitutional operations would gravely impair the basic function of the legislature. The court also held that under any of the tests advocated by former President Trump, the profound interests in disclosure advanced by President Biden and the January 6th committee far exceed his generalized concerns for executive branch confidentiality. And I would just repeat again, Madam Speaker, that Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro both have chosen not to appear in front of the committee to answer questions that are clearly outside of any potential claim of privilege they may have. And even if they believe there is a claim of privilege, they're obligated to appear and make that assertion. They cannot simply refuse to respond to the committee's subpoena. And I would now like to yield to my colleague from Florida, the gentlewoman, Ms. Murphy.
The gentlewoman's yielding how much time?
Minutes.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for yielding. And Madam Speaker, as a member of the committee charged with investigating the attack on our Capitol, our Constitution, and our country, I support this resolution to refer Peter Navarro and Daniel Scavino to the Department of Justice for contempt of Congress. I'll focus my remarks on Mr. Navarro. You know, there's clear evidence that Mr. Navarro was involved in efforts to keep President Trump in power after he lost the election. We subpoenaed Mr. Navarro, seeking testimony and documents regarding the actions he took to discredit the election and prevent the results from being certified. Mr. Navarro made a blanket claim of executive privilege, and this claim lacks merit as a matter of law and common sense. No president, either sitting or former, has claimed privilege regarding Mr. Navarro's testimony or documents, and Mr. Navarro has no authority to assert privilege himself.
Beyond that fundamental flaw, since the election, Mr. Navarro has written and spoken widely about the subjects that are the focus of our subpoena. He's eager to tell his story, if he can do so on his terms, in a way that serves his interests. He published a book where he details the actions he took to change the outcome of the election. He writes that he worked with Steve Bannon on a scheme called the Green Bay Sweep. Its purpose was to encourage Vice President Pence to delay certification of the votes and send the election back to state legislatures. Mr. Navarro writes that he called Attorney General Barr, urging the Department of Justice to support President Trump's efforts to challenge the election in court, which Barr declined to do. Mr. Navarro notes that he kept a journal detailing this episode and other actions he took. And finally, while he was refusing to comply with our subpoena, Mr. Navarro made numerous media appearances discussing his roles in the events culminating on January 6. Mr. Navarro has significant relevant knowledge. He's happy to share it on television and in podcasts, but he won't provide this information in response to a lawful subpoena. Mr. Navarro is in contempt of Congress and should be referred for prosecution. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, 15 months have passed since January 6 of 2021, yet I have seen little evidence over that time to indicate the necessary progress has been made to ensure the Capitol complex is more secure. And I've seen no evidence that the politicized Select Committee is serious about identifying or addressing the issues that led to our Capitol being so unprepared on that day, which should be its top priority. On February 17th of this year, the GAO released a report detailing the lack of security preparedness by Capitol Police leadership and the Capitol Police Board on and in the lead up to January 6th. The rank and file men and women who serve Congress as members of the Capitol Police put their lives on the line every day. Yet the Capitol Police Board, controlled by Speaker Pelosi, failed them. They deserve better. Instead of working to ensure our Capitol Police officers have the tools and the training they need to prevent another event like January 6th, or taking long overdue steps to reform the Capitol Police Board, the House is once again voting on a contempt resolution because 2 individuals are not complying with another sham subpoena issued by House Democrats. I have a news flash for members of the Select Committee. You do not have limitless power. You cannot demand testimony, documents, or even view the information of your political opponents without their consent or without the law on your side. You have neither. Specifically, Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro are unable to testify on specific topics that are related to their work in the White House, nor can they testify on communications between President Trump and the president's closest advisors, as those communications are protected under President Trump's claim of executive privilege. As a reminder, the American taxpayer is spending millions of dollars on this Select Committee. According to the Washington Post, the Select Committee is on pace to spend $9.3 million by the end of December. To put that into perspective, that amount exceeds the current budgets for the Committee on Judiciary, Agriculture, Budget, Ethics, the Committee on House Administration, Rules, Science, Small Business, Natural Resources, Homeland Security, Veterans Affairs, and Intelligence. That's right. This Select Committee is using more taxpayer resources on their partisan investigation than Democrats have devoted to serving veterans, addressing rising prices and inflation, or helping our farmers during a massive supply chain crisis. This is nothing more than a sham investigation full of misuses of congressional authority, including Speaker Pelosi violating 230 years of precedent by refusing to allow the minority party to select its own committee members, failing to investigate pursuant to a valid legislative purpose, altering evidence to fit a certain narrative, lying to witnesses, falsely accusing witnesses, violating opponents' right to challenge subpoenas, and perhaps above all, refusing to investigate why Speaker Pelosi and the Capitol Police Board left the Capitol so unprotected that day. I urge my colleagues to oppose, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Virginia. a veteran of the United States Navy, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've come to the floor many times over the last 3 years and discussed the oath of office, the oath to protect and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Every member of this body swore that oath, and it's the same oath that our president and military officers, including those like Mr. Banks, swear in service to our nation. That's service. When an American enlists or commissions in the armed forces, when someone takes elected office in senior positions in the executive branch, they do so to serve the American people. Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro had the duty to serve the American people. Unfortunately, they instead chose to serve the interests of one man who sought to advance his own agenda at the peril of American democracy. They now have the duty to respond to the subpoenas of this committee, but they have apparently decided that they're above the law. The American people deserve the truth about the attack that attempted to prevent the peaceful transition of power, and the committee is united in our duty to investigate. This committee has conducted over 800 voluntary depositions and interviews with more schedules, including witnesses who worked in the previous administration and even close family members of the former president. The committee's received over 90,000 documents pertaining to January 6th, and we followed up over 435 tips received through the committee's tip line. Hundreds of witnesses have voluntarily come forward and cooperated with our investigation. But Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro have refused to do their part. They've been given every opportunity to come forward, yet they've attempted to obstruct the pursuit of justice and to stonewall the committee's work and conceal the truth, despite both publicly acknowledging their roles in promoting election fraud conspiracies and counseling the former president on changing the outcome of the election. Mr. Meadows, and today Mr. Scavino and Mr. Navarro, my question remains, what are you covering up and who are you covering for? Their failure to answer that question about January 6th is disregarding in the law, and they should be held accountable. That is why I will vote, and I will urge my colleagues to vote to hold Mr. Navarro and Mr. Scavino in contempt of Congress, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it's, again, very important as our colleagues are contemplating their vote on this resolution that they keep in mind the facts. And we're hearing a number of things that are not consistent with the facts. First of all, with respect to the establishment of the committee, Mr. Davis knows, my colleagues know, that we initially attempted to have a bipartisan commission, which in fact Leader McCarthy instructed Mr. Katko to negotiate with Chairman Thompson. Mr. Katko did that, secured everything the Republicans asked for, at which point Mr. McCarthy walked away from the bipartisan commission and then went over to the Senate side and lobbied against the establishment of a bipartisan commission. The establishment of the Select Committee, again, is not what we would have hoped. We all, the 35 Republicans who voted for the bipartisan commission, wanted a bipartisan outside commission, but we cannot let this attack go uninvestigated. Mr. Davis also knows that with respect to the membership of the committee, Speaker Pelosi said that she would not name 2 members who had been identified by Mr. McCarthy. That is completely consistent with the resolution. And Mr. McCarthy then himself withdrew the other 3 and determined that he would not participate. Finally, Madam Speaker, I continue to hear this allegation that the committee is not investigating what happened at the Capitol, not investigating what happened with respect to the Capitol Police, not investigating what happened with respect to security that day. That's just not true. The committee has an entire team that is very focused on and investigating what happened with respect to security at the Capitol. It is also the case, though, Madam Speaker, we must all remember that the former president provoked a violent assault on this body. And the extent to which there were security lapses, the extent to which people did not anticipate that there would be a violent assault on the Capitol provoked by the former president is not the fault of the Capitol Police. That is the responsibility of the former president. And I would also note, Madam Speaker, that Mr. Davis voted yes on the bipartisan commission when it came up. I would now, Madam Speaker, like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just want to underscore first the point that was just made by Ms. Cheney. The distinguished ranking member of the House Administration Committee was appointed to this committee, or the appointment was accepted by Speaker Pelosi, but it was withdrawn by the minority leader. It was not rejected by the majority. It was rejected by the minority. Madam Speaker, we're here in the broadest sense to defend American democratic institutions and the rule of law. And our colleague said before that if this investigation were valid, then we would be talking to officials from the Sergeant-at-Arms Office and the National Guard. Well, I've got good news for my friends. First, every court that has looked at their claim that this is an invalid investigation, either because of its composition or because it was intrinsically flawed in its pursuit of the facts about January 6th, has rejected those arguments. Every court that has looked at it has rejected the precise arguments our colleagues are floating on the floor today. But I'll go even further than that. We have, in fact, interviewed precisely the people that they set up as a test for the validity of our investigation from the Sergeant-at-Arms and the National Guard. And as patriotic public officials living out their oaths of office and not bowing down to the humiliating cult of Donald Trump, they didn't need a subpoena from this committee. They came voluntarily. They not only understood their legal duty to testify, a duty our colleagues, like my friend, the gentleman from Ohio, clearly understand when they wield the gavel, but they also have come forward and said that it is a patriotic honor for them. It's not just a legal duty, it's a patriotic honor for them to render truthful testimony on this horrific attack against America, which interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history. This is mandated in the 12th Amendment to the Constitution, which says that the House and the Senate must meet in joint session in order to count electoral college votes the first week of January, on the Wednesday following a presidential election. What's remarkable to me is that the caucus that's now so drenched in the Trump-Putin propaganda is not just trying to denounce the Democrats for searching the truth right now. Today, they've begun the utterly cannibalistic process of vilifying and castigating Republicans just because they disagree with the orthodoxy, the dogma handed down by Donald Trump. Ms. Cheney is the former chair of the House Republican Conference, and it's left to Democrats to defend her against the vilification and the castigating that we hear from...
30
seconds. 30 seconds.
An additional 30 seconds has been yielded to the gentleman from Maryland.
It is up to us to defend Mr. Kinzinger and to defend Ms. Cheney. Because if you don't go along with what Donald Trump says, if you don't act like you're a robot or a member of a religious cult, they will attack you, they will vilify you, they will denounce you. These people, Mr. Kinzinger, Ms. Cheney, are constitutional heroes, and they don't deserve your contempt. The insurrectionists and the lawbreakers deserve your contempt because they are acting in contempt of the rule of law and the Constitution of the United States. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves her time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague from Indiana for the time. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about two great patriots who I'm proud to call my friends, Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro. These two men have served our country honorably. Sadly, they are now targets of the political witch hunt simply because they served our country and they are loyal to our great former president, Donald J. Trump. The illegitimate January 6th committee's ruthless crusade against President Trump and his close allies is yet another smear on this great body. It will go down in history as another failed attempt by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to bring down good people simply because they disagree with their political beliefs. As someone who's been a target of the left and their ruthless tactics in the past, I know firsthand how damaging this can be. The American people are tired of this partisan January 6th circus. It's time to stop this nonsense now. I urge my colleagues to stand up against this charade and oppose this baseless resolution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The majority leader just a few minutes ago used the term danger to our democracy. Danger to our democracy. Think about this. Democrats have closed the Capitol, allowed proxy voting, kicked Republicans off committee, won't let Republicans serve on this select committee. First time in the history of the Congress, the minority leader was not allowed to put on a select committee the individuals he or she selected. First time in the history of our nation. Democrats are trying to end the Electoral College, trying to end the filibuster, trying to pack the court. This committee, the January 6th committee, altered evidence and presented to the American people as if it were true. And they accuse us of being a danger to our democracy? Mr. Gates was right. We got a border that is complete chaos. We have $6 gas in California, $4 gas everywhere else in the country. We have crime at record levels in every major urban area in this nation. And we have an inflation problem that's at a 40-year high. And this committee has more contempt resolutions for a purely political reason. I think the whole committee is purely political, designed to do one thing: keep President Trump off the ballot in 2024. The gentlelady from Wyoming, in her opening comments, used the term false message. False, she used to say big lie, now I guess it's false message. And I just jotted, I thought when she said, I started jotting things down. False, think about all the false messages we've got from them in the last few years. They told us the protests in the summer of 2020 were peaceful. Got $1 billion worth of damage around our cities that says it wasn't. They told us the dossier was real. They told us it was Republicans who wanted to defund the police. That's almost laughable if it wasn't so serious for our law enforcement and for the families who live in those areas where mayors and city councils did defund the police. They told us the FBI didn't spy on the Trump campaign. We know that wasn't true. We got Inspector General reports that tell us all kinds of things about what they did in front of the FISA court. They said Trump colluded with Russia. We got a Mueller report, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 30 million hard-earned American tax dollars in that report that said that false message was just that, false. They told us COVID didn't start in the lab. Sure looks like it did. They told us the lab wasn't doing gain-of-function research. Sure looks like it was. They told us the vaccinated can't get it. We know that's wrong. Every day there's a new announcement. A member of Congress is getting it. Fully vaccinated, boosted, everything else. They told us the vaccinated can't transmit it. They told us that was wrong. And you talk about the biggest false message that's just been confirmed in the last week, how false it was. The Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. The Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. October 22nd, 2020, 2 weeks before the election, candidate Biden, in a debate, is asked about his son's business dealings with foreign companies. He says, quote, nothing was unethical. He said, my son has not made money with business interests with companies with an interest in China. And we all know there are 4.8 million reasons why that statement was not accurate. And how do we know? Washington Post told us. Not me, not President Trump, not Republicans. The Washington Post told us last week, 2 stories last week, a week ago today, one at 11 a.m., one at 11:04 a.m. 2 8-page articles, 4 minutes apart, confirming what we knew, but what big media, big tech, Democrats colluded to keep from the American people just days before the most important election we have, the presidential election. Who's going to be our next commander-in-chief? The laptop was real, the eyewitness was real, the emails were real. The only thing fake was that collusion from those individuals, those entities, to keep important information from we the people in the run-up to the most important election we have. And oh, by the way, they were joined by 51 former intel officials, joined in the collusion. You know, it's also interesting, it's funny how that story has changed. 18 months ago, started off, wasn't his laptop, quickly switched to, well, it was his laptop, but it was Russian disinformation. And now it is, well, it wasn't Russian disinformation, but Joe Biden had nothing to do with it. Now it was, well, Joe knew what was going on, but he wasn't really involved in anything wrong. Ron Klain told us that. Chief of Staff told us that Sunday. We need to be focused on the issues that the American people want us to focus on. If you want to talk about danger to our democracy and the biggest false message, I would say what happened, one of the biggest dangers to our democracy and one of the biggest false messages is what happened 18 months ago, where that story was kept from the American people. We could dig into that, find out what went on there, why that happened, and we could also focus on the record crime, record inflation, record price of gas, and the chaos on our southern border that's about to get worse as the Democrats look to, as the Biden
Gentleman's recognized for 30 more seconds.
Title 42. I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Wyoming.
I have no further speakers either. I'm prepared to.
The gentleman from Indiana.
Speaker, prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it might feel really good today for my opponents on the other side of the aisle. It might feel really good in the vindictive sort of way to vote to put their political opponents behind bars. That might feel really good for my opponents across the aisle, but I guarantee you that history will not look back kindly on those actions in the years to come. I guarantee it. It couldn't be any more un-American what they want to do today to vote to put two men behind bars purely because they disagree with their politics and the man that they worked for. I can't think of a bigger reason for my opponents to vote no on such an un-American resolution. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no and do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it does not feel really good today. It feels sad, and it feels tragic that so many in my own party are refusing to address the constitutional crisis and the challenge that we face. The ranking member of the Judiciary Committee went to law school. I'm not sure if he passed the bar, but he knows that we all have an obligation to abide by the rulings of the courts. So yes, it was a false story. Yes, it was a big lie. In fact, former Vice President Pence has said that what President Trump wanted him to do was, quote, un-American. It was also unconstitutional, and it was illegal. Mr. Speaker, what gives me tremendous hope, though, is although so many in my party in this body have put loyalty to Donald Trump ahead of their oath to the Constitution, the committee has interviewed scores of Republicans from around the country who, in fact, have shown the kind of tremendous bravery and dedication to public service that every American can be proud of. Republicans who were appointed by President Trump to posts in the Department of Justice, Republicans who stood firm, Republicans who threatened to resign, and who refused to participate in President Trump's efforts to corrupt the Department of Justice with the stolen election lies, yes, lies, that led to January 6th. We've heard from Republicans serving in state legislatures and state and local governments who also stood firm. Mr. Speaker, it is crucially important that this body hold these gentlemen in contempt. It's crucially important that they have to abide by their subpoena. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say for the record, if there's any member on the other side who feel the strength to come and testify before our committee, I invite them right now to let us know, and we will gladly entertain whatever information they have as to what happened on January 6th. Some of them ran out of this building fearing for their life. So there's no question that something happened. And House Resolution 503 says, absolutely, we have to find the facts and circumstances as to what happened and why, and make recommendations. And that's what we have to do. We have the constitutional power to issue subpoenas. If people do not follow subpoenas, we have the right to bring them before this body and recommend contempt citations, and that's what that's what we're doing today. So it doesn't matter that if they were a father, a mother, a sister, a brother, had children. If they break the law, they break the law. No one's above the law, and that's what the point we're trying to make. We asked the individuals, subpoenaed them to come before the committee, and they chose not to come, and therefore they broke the law, and that's why we're here today. So, Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned when I testified before the Rules Committee, it's absurd that there should be any disagreement at all about why we're here for this contempt resolution. If you listen to the arguments from some of my friends on the other side, they have very little to say of substance of this matter. We hear excuses, we hear attacks about process, we hear scaremongering about the Select Committee. Let me remind my colleagues, we've conducted over 830 interviews and depositions. And again, I invite any of them to come talk to us if they want to. Now, if for some reason they are reluctant or afraid, then I feel sorry for them. Our constitutional democracy, we have to fix this. Over 200 years, we've operated in complete freedom, and all of a sudden, this institution was attacked, and we have to fix that. We are the #1 democracy in the world, but we lead by example. Democrats are leading by example. This Select Committee is leading by example by bringing these two gentlemen who broke the law, who decided that it's better to deal with the law of Donald Trump rather than the Constitution of the United States of America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, especially my friend from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. I urge every member to support adoption of this resolution. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution. Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on adoption of the resolution will be followed by 5-minute votes on 1. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1033, 2. Adoption of House Resolution 1033, if ordered, and 3. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7276. This is a 15-minute vote. purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stube, I inform the House that Mr. Stube of Florida will vote no on HRES 1037.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H-Res 1037.
Gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Connolly and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H-Res 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Infume of Maryland, Mr. Rush of Illinois, they vote yes on H Resolution 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on H.Res. 1037. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H.Res. 1037. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote nay on H.Res. 1037. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on H.Res. 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Gomez, and Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.Res. 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote nay on H.Res. 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Cooper, Cuellar, Castro, and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1037.
What's up, Pete? Trying to play the part. Purpose, gentleman from Arizona, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman and Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1037.
From Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on HRES 1037.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McCall, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote nay on House Resolution 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on HRES 1037.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Schiff from California, Mr. Swazi from New York, and Ms. Bass from California, I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on HRES 1037.
Yeah. He's talking. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1037.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on HRES 1037.
Yeah. For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 1037.
For what purpose the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on HRS 1037.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1033, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 73, House Resolution 1033, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 3807 to amend the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to increase appropriations to the Restaurant Revitalization Fund and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from Washington, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington State, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that those members will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlemen from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, Chairman Scott, and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the previous question.
From Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman and Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall would vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Infume of Maryland, Mr. Rush votes yes on H Resolution 1033.
The gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Connolly and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on the previous question.
Florida seek recognition.
North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ, Mr. Gomez, Mr. Cardenas, and Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
First gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Cooper, Cuellar, Castro, and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Schiff, Ms. Bass, and Mr. Swazi, and for the House that these four members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The woman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members are reminded, this is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Infume of Maryland, and Mr. Rush of Illinois, they vote yes on H.R. Resolution 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
I'll go with that. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose, gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House Representative Kilmer will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Goldberg of Gates of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Goldberg will vote no on the present rule.
For what purpose, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Cooper, Cuellar, Castro, and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Schiff of California, Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House those 4 members will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose, gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman and Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Connolly and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1033.
For what purpose, gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote nay on the roll.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Gomez, and Mr. Christ, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H-Res 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman Gregory Meeks, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H-Res 1033.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 1033.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7276 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7276, a bill to direct the President to submit to Congress a report on United States government efforts to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence and information related to war crimes and any other atrocities committed during the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine since February 24, 2022, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, Mr. Infume of Maryland, and Mr. Rush of Illinois, they vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Virginia, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Connolly and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Schiff, and Ms. Bass, I inform the House those 4 members will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Billarakas of Florida, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7276. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 7276.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the measure.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Owens of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman, Mr. Gomer, of Texas, designated me as his member. I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yea on 7276.
Gentleman from Arizona, seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
Gentleman from Florida, seek recognition.
Designated by Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Gomez, Mr. Christ, and Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, the gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Cooper, Cuellar, Castro, and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose does a gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose, gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kilmer, Washington State, inform the House that Representative Kilmer will vote yes on H.R. 7276.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairman Gregory Meeks, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7276.
This vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 7. Recorded as two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1297.
The request is accepted.
Thank you.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act 50 U.S.C. 1701, the National Emergency Act 50 U.S.C. 1601, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order in order to take additional steps with respect to the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14042 of April 15, 2021, with respect to the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States posed by specific harmful foreign activities of the government of the Russian Federation. The order prohibits the following. I, new investment in the Russian Federation by a United States person wherever located. I, the exportation, re-exportation, sale, or supply directly or indirectly from the United States or by a United States person wherever located of any category of services as may be determined by the Secretary of the Treasury in consultation with the Secretary of State to any person located in the Russian Federation. And I, any approval, financing, facilitation, or guarantee by a United States person wherever located of a transaction by a foreign person where the transaction by the foreign person would be prohibited by this section if performed by a United States person or within the United States. I am enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, April 6, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. May I have order in the House, please? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose? Well, we'll allow her to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate West Career and Technical Academy's We the People team. They're not only studying history, they're making it. 1999 was the last time a Southern Nevada We the People's team qualified for nationals. But now, 14 students from West Tech's We the People team have changed that. As part of We the People, these students are going that extra mile in their civic education to study our history, our Constitution, and our democracy. To Mr. Roser and all of the outstanding We the People teachers, we say thank you. I have no doubt that West Tech's success later this month when they compete here in Washington, but I'm even more excited to watch where this passion takes them as leaders in Nevada's future. Congratulations, West Tech's We the People team, and good luck in D.C. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Army veteran Mr. Lynn Lips from Roundup, Montana, for being awarded the Army Good Conduct Medal. The Army Good Conduct Medal is awarded for exemplary behavior, efficiency, and fidelity in active federal military service. Mr. Lips demonstrated exceptional skills and was a reliable and conscientious worker during his service as a medic in the Emergency Treatment Clinic in Irwin Army Hospital at Fort Riley. In addition to his skills, Mr. Lips displayed a genuine concern for the well-being of the patients that he tended to. Mr. Lips worked long, arduous hours to ensure that the best possible medical care was provided to the soldiers and their families, and he was always willing to serve above and beyond that which was required. Mr. Lips' accomplishments not only reflected well upon himself, but also upon his unit. Congratulations, Lynn, on receiving this noble achievement, and thank you for your service to our country. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it is with great pride I rise today to recognize Steve Kramer from Dyer, Indiana, as the 2020 recipient of the United Steelworkers Leo Gerard Visionary Award. Steve has been a proud union member in the United Steelworkers District 7 for over 36 years. He is the former president of the USW Local 9777 and now serves as vice president, and he is also a councilman for the town of Dyer in the 1st District. Steve's hard work and dedication to our steelworkers, labor unions, and his community is what makes his work truly visionary and commendable. I am proud that Northwest Indiana is home to so many hardworking and dedicated members of the United Steelworkers, and every day I appreciate their invaluable contributions to the strength of our economy, our workforce, and our community. Congratulations to Steve for your recognition and exemplary leadership for the steelworkers and all workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Library Week and National Library Outreach Day. This week is dedicated to promoting the importance of our local libraries. Our libraries serve as a place to connect. Some use the library as a place to connect to the internet. Others may use it as a place to connect with the new ideas or classes. Most importantly, our libraries connect our communities. Today's focus, National Library Outreach Day, otherwise known as National Bookmobile Day, highlights the important outreach activities conducted by our local libraries. Bookmobiles and other outreach events hosted by our libraries connect individuals who otherwise might not be able to access a local library. From events at elementary schools to senior living centers, these services are essential to our community. Madam Speaker, I encourage you all to make a visit to your local library this week and thank the librarians for the work that they do. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to honor the life of Henrico County Police Officer Trey Marshall Sutton. Officer Sutton was described as kind, confident, and someone who devoted his life to others. Originally from Chesterfield County, Officer Sutton graduated from the Police Academy earlier this year, and he was training to serve in the Henrico County PD's Patrol Bureau. He was also soon to be married. Last week, Officer Sutton's life was cut tragically short in a car crash during field training. In an instant, Virginia lost one of our best, someone who demonstrated both bravery and compassion through his actions. We will remember Officer Sutton for his service to our community. We will remember his commitment to our Commonwealth, and we will remember his story as one of purpose and inspiration for our country. In the words of the Hero's Welcome Prayer, through your selfless actions, others will hear the call. My prayers are with Officer Sutton's fellow officers in the Henrico County Police Department, his classmates at the academy, his fiancée Zoe, and all of his loved ones. Please join me in honoring the life of Officer Trey Marshall Sutton. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States of America, the most prosperous country in the world, has warned the American people that a food shortage is a real possibility in our near future. Much like our national energy shortage, this potential crisis has been made much more likely by President Biden's out-of-control spending and his unwillingness to tap into American resources, ingenuity, and its people. Since January of 2021, the prices of many of the key inputs used to produce our nation's food supply have substantially increased. Ammonia is up 203%, liquid nitrogen is up 162%, and farm diesel used in almost every piece of farm equipment is up a whopping 95%. Spending more money won't fix this. In fact, it has made it worse by causing the prices of everything to go up. If a food shortage does come to the United States, the sole person to blame will be President Biden, who has wasted no time spending our country into a crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
California. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to condemn Vladimir Putin for what he is doing to the children of Ukraine. Listen to these stories. Ukrainian mothers are putting the contact details of their relatives on the bodies of their children because they want to make sure that if the children survive and they don't, there will be some place for their children to go. Emergency service workers are teaching children how to identify Russian explosives made to look like toys. Thousands of children have been abducted in Ukraine and taken to Russia. And Ukrainian children have witnessed the murder and torture of their parents, including severed limbs, slashed throats, rapes, and burning bodies. I'm proud to co-lead an appropriations request with Representatives Schiff, Capter, and Quigley to ensure at least $100 million for Eastern Europe's demining budget in FY23. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the remarkable achievement of Pettigene Meats, marking 100 years of business in Central Arkansas. Pettigene Meats was established in 1922 by the late Felix Schulauser, searching for a better opportunity after escaping an inflation-ravaged Germany. He found that opportunity in Morrilton, Arkansas, and opened a small retail market, which now has expanded into a 48,000 square foot processing plant. The story of Pettigene Meats is truly inspirational, and today it's still owned by that same family. Current owner David Ruff says, "We still do things the old-fashioned way, which gives our meats that old-fashioned flavor." I commend Pettigene Meats for this outstanding achievement, and I wish them continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight outraged over the systemic slaughter of Ukrainian children by Russian murderer Vladimir Putin. Countless Ukrainian children are being murdered and orphaned. An entire generation is watching as everything around them is destroyed by Russia's war machine. Fathers and mothers are being ripped from sons and daughters. The littlest are being left to fend for themselves as Russia lays waste to everything Ukrainians have ever known. No little child should be left to weep next to the unmarked grave of their parent that they will never see again. No child should have to ponder how they will eat or where they will sleep due to the actions of a tyrant who derives satisfaction from their despair. We have a global responsibility to end this bloodshed. Fully arm Ukraine now. Isolate Russia from the community of responsible nations. Starve Putin and his oligarchs. Make sure that we help Ukraine withstand all that they must in order to win this war against Russia's killing machine. Let all democratic nations do everything they can to assure liberty in Ukraine is victorious. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I rise to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to educate my colleagues and the public one more time as what sort of disaster we are soon to have on the southern border. Recently, we have had frequently 90 to 100,000 people cross the border every month, people of whom we know little. People are skipping ahead of the line to people who want to come here legally, people from countries that are hostile to us. But as bad as it is to have 80 to 100,000 people come across, the Biden administration is claiming that within the next month and a half, they will remove Title 42, opening up the border to perhaps another 2 or 3 or 400,000 people a month above what we're already getting here. I personally think they're doing this because the Ukraine war is going on, and they think they can, really land a death blow to the future of this country by opening up the border to people all over the world. I call upon American citizens and my colleagues to not forget about what's going on the border. I call upon the press to treat this story with the gravity it should be given, and to report on all the people who are going to begin to come here in the second half of May. We cannot have 400,000 people a month coming here. Thank you.
Byron. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, while preparing remarks, I considered showing much more graphic photos of Ukrainian children brutalized at the hands of Vladimir Putin. But then I thought of some of the people who might see this. Refugees of war, war veterans who would be reminded of their own pain and suffering. The truth is, for survivors who actually see an end to war, the trauma never recedes, it never leaves. The cost of war is simply too high. I come to the floor tonight not as a congresswoman, but as a mother and a grandmother. My heart breaks at these sights of horror, of children lost or scarred forever. Last night, my son sent me a photo of a child who is nearly the same age as his daughter, my granddaughter. On her back, a Ukrainian child, her mother had written her name, her contact information, her birth date, in case the mother was killed or the daughter was left alone. I cannot imagine that planning, the fear, the despair, the trauma. No matter the war, we must think of the children in Syria, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Cameroon, anywhere on our planet. I pray for peace for anyone suffering at the hands of a brutal dictator. We must do everything we can to find a peaceful resolution. Slava Ukraini, Slava Heroem.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to speak before the House for 1 minute.
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'll start with associating myself with my colleagues who have just spoken and say glory to Ukraine, and to indicate that my heart is broken. The words will not elevate of the despicable actions of Vladimir Putin. Today we voted to secure and seek, I hope, an indictment. He is a war criminal and he is killing children. But I must, Mr. Speaker, suggests that we have a difficult problem at the border, exacerbated by Governor Greg Abbott, who wishes to make mockery of the desperate people coming, including Ukrainian refugees who gather at the southern border. Today, he has announced that he will bus these migrants to Washington, D.C. I'm embarrassed with the likes of George H.W. Bush, Ann Richards, Henry B. Gonzalez, as those Barbara Jordan, who are sisters and brothers of Texas. I have to now live with Governor Greg Abbott, who disgraces us by suggesting that we must put migrants and drop them off on the steps of the Capitol. I welcome them. Why don't we sit down and resolve how we deal with these desperate people? Why don't we find a way, as we were trying to do with George W. Bush, to have an immigration policy? But when he does that, he will also do that to Ukrainian refugees at the southern border. Enough is enough. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last election, the Democratic Party managed to win a razor-thin majority here in this House and a split Senate, 50-50. No objective person can look at those numbers and suggest that the president of this party, President Biden, was given any kind of authority whatsoever to try to radically transform our country. But, you know, that's exactly what he's tried to do, for the worse. And the latest offense, the latest overstep, the latest overreach is this president has made the most left-wing nomination to the Supreme Court in American history. For those who didn't see this over the weekend, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson testified in her post-confirmation hearing written questions for the record, quote, "I do not hold a position on whether individuals possess natural rights." You heard that correctly. President Biden's nominee for the highest court in this land cannot say whether individuals possess natural rights. We can hardly imagine a more un-American position than denying the first self-evident truth of America. The central and foundational premise of our great country is that all individuals are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among those are the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Listen, we have a newsflash for the judge. Those rights don't come from government. They don't come from any human authority. They come from our Creator himself. We are endowed with those rights by God. The fact that Judge Jackson cannot or will not acknowledge this simple fact is disqualifying for the highest court in this land, period, full stop. Mr. Speaker, the president's nomination is truly out of step with the country and this fateful moment. And the primary job Americans elected President Biden to do was to help unite this country. This is doing the opposite. His nomination to the Supreme Court is the latest example of just how badly he has failed. I am very thankful to my colleagues for joining me on the floor this evening to discuss President Biden's radical nominee to the United States Supreme Court, but also, as you'll hear, the myriad number of other crises the White House is creating at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I yield first to the gentlelady from the great state of Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Title 42 is the only thing keeping President Biden from fully handing our border to cartels and smugglers already taking full advantage of his incompetence and neglect. Last week, the Biden administration announced that they will be stopping Border Patrol from enforcing COVID-19 restrictions on illegal immigrants by ending Title 42. Title 42 must stay in place. It's a matter of national security, and my colleagues and I are calling on Democrats to act in a bipartisan effort to force a vote on the bill to keep it in place. Biden's open border policies are an unmitigated disaster. The crisis at our southern border is out of control, and our Customs and Border Patrol is already dangerously overwhelmed.
Ending Title II expulsions will signal to cartels and migrants that our border is now wide open, inciting more violence and lawlessness. It is also being reported that the Biden administration is going to divert resources from our veterans in order to give free medical care to illegal migrants. I wrote a letter to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to oppose these efforts because we must put our heroes first and stand up for our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield to Mr. Johnson the balance of my time.
Thank you for drawing attention to that, Ms. Miller, and you're exactly right. And some of the Border Patrol officials have said that they estimate that by rescinding Title 42, that the number of illegal boarding crossings will double overnight. So instead of having 7,000 a day, we'll go to 18, 20,000 a day. The numbers are just staggering. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you for yielding to the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee. Chairman Johnson, Mr. Speaker, a recent CNBC survey illustrates how Americans are feeling about inflation. 52% of adults reported they are under more financial stress today than they were 1 year ago. The poll also shows how consumers' spending habits changed over the last 6 months in response to rising prices. 53% say they're cutting back on dining out, 39% are driving less, 32% switched from a brand name product, and 29% canceled a vacation. The economy is in a tailspin, Mr. Speaker, thanks to President Biden's big government agenda. His failed policies are making the cost of doing business more expensive, and those increased costs are passed directly on to consumers. Many companies use catchy slogans and taglines to advertise their services, but in this economy, some businesses might rethink their marketing campaigns. Remember the $5 footlong at Subway? It costs at least $10 for a footlong sandwich from Subway these days, Mr. Speaker. Southwest Airlines' low-cost flight model is Want to Get Away. Flights are now so expensive, Southwest should change its offer to Want to Go One Way. Did you catch that? One way. Since that's all travelers obviously can afford. Walmart tells customers they will save money, live better by shopping at its stores. Americans are probably thinking more along the line of spend money, live worse after making a trip to Walmart in recent weeks. Finally, Mr. Speaker, lots of folks are doing their banking with Capital One, which asks, what's in your wallet? Pretty soon, Capital One will be asking consumers what's left in your wallet, thanks to rising prices. Mr. Speaker, Americans are really just fed up with President Biden's handling of the economy. From the same CNBC poll I referenced earlier, 61% disapprove of the president's response to inflation, and 81% fear a recession is coming in 2022. And I would dare say CNBC is not the most conservative folks out there. Earlier this week, thank goodness, Elon Musk, he swooped into Twitter to save the company from the woke politics that are running it into the ground, censorship being one of those. President Biden needs a similar hero who can come in and stop this administration from destroying this economy. Alternatively, he could simply give up on his big government agenda that's failing American citizens, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson. I appreciate your lackluster leadership and your constant mention of complimentary snacks, which are not here, coming forthward. And I appreciate you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, my friend. We always need a little moment of brevity, don't we? The news is so bad, but you pointed out and highlighted how difficult the times are, and that is a serious subject. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman who holds the distinction of being the highest-ranking military officer ever elected to the United States Congress, my classmate, president of our freshman class. I still call him the General, Mr. General Jack Burke.
Thank you to my esteemed colleague from Louisiana, who I rely on. If you're going to be worth anything as a military commander, you rely on the folks who work for you. And I can tell you, I spent a lot of time with lawyers, and Mike, you are the best when it comes to constitutional law. So I'm proud to be here with you today to talk about kind of a certain level of, you could say, lawlessness. You know, President Biden's favorite policy, public policy shop, also known as the CDC, announced that it would lift Title 42, which has been used nearly 2 million times since March of 2020 to remove illegal immigrants. When Title 42 is lifted this May, even more illegal immigrants will be incentivized to cross our southern border. This will spark an unprecedented surge, considering that we've already experienced record-high illegal border crossings under President Biden in his first year plus. As border violations rise, so does the number of violent criminals allowed into our communities. I regret these circumstances forced upon our nation by President Biden's careless policies. Because of this, we must be prepared for more illegal immigrant crime. For this reason, I will be introducing legislation next week called the Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Restoration Act, or the VOICE Restoration Act. VOICE was an office set up by President Trump to connect victims of illegal immigrant crimes, connect them to their legal representatives, to any witnesses, with supportive resources like a hotline to answer questions, local contacts, social services referrals, and information about the custody status of detained illegal immigrants. In 2021, President Biden dismantled VOICE. I repeat, dismantled VOICE. Think for a second what that says about him and his policies, and what he thinks about innocent American citizens. My legislation will permanently reinstate the VOICE office, and I look forward to sharing more of the details soon. We have an out-of-control crisis on our southern border, predictable and avoidable, but it is so massive that it is impacting cities and towns all across our country. The Democrat leadership in Congress and in the White House have done nothing about this. This must change soon. And I know it's going to change here in probably about another 8 months, because we're going to have some new leadership. And my promise to you, as a Marine who doesn't know the word quit, is that in the meantime, every day between now and then, I won't stop fighting, along with others, to secure our borders. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you for that fight and that very worthwhile legislation, General Bergman. We look forward to seeing that. And you're right, the surge in crime is directly related to the border in so many ways, because we know dangerous people have come across that border. It's completely open to MS-13 gang members, violent criminals, convicted persons, criminals who come from other countries. You have child predators, even terrorists who have come across that border. We know this for a fact, and still they won't change the policies. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate it. You know, President Biden recently announced his fiscal year 2023 budget. The proposal includes a plan to spend $73 trillion in a 10-year period. It will add $15 trillion more to our national debt. This at a time when government spending is already driving inflation and making all these items that much more expensive. Airline fares, lodging, gas, the cost of automobiles, new or used. I stopped in at a dealer the other day, and they're finding that people are actually willing to pay more for a used car than what the car cost new, or trucks. It's crazy. So the American people are suffering right now under these economic conditions, all man-caused, all government-caused, pretty much. So within record-breaking inflation and gas prices, we're instead having a budget that's crafted to not combat these issues, but add to them. It radicalizes our energy in the new Green Deal that these guys want to do, making more cost, making energy even less available to Americans. It includes zero mention of resuming the Keystone Pipeline, since that was something on the first day of office they decided to put a stop to. The budget should be focused on getting people back to work, to making America thrive, combating inflation, not causing it, strengthening our energy independence, which will bring prices down, not playing around with a strategic reserve and bleeding out 1 million barrels per day. That strategic reserve has a purpose, and it isn't playing economics with it. It's supposed to be there for, indeed, a time of crisis for our country. So instead of relying on Russian oil and relying on other imported oil from Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, whoever. We can do our own national oil independence with our own known reserves. So the direction the Biden administration is taking with all this spending, and it's starting to mimic my own home state of California, really, because our regulatory and tax policies there are already the model for what not to do. The federal government shouldn't follow that. So let's come back to common sense. I urge President Biden and the Democrats to not adopt this giant spending plan, but move in a direction of getting people back into production again. We've come out of this COVID crisis, put them back to work, have our economy thrive with our energy independence, food independence, as California's ag situation is being decimated by the water being taken away. I ask the President to help us on this. Help us grow food in this country and get prices back down and not have empty shelves. That should be the focus of how we help the American people, not more crazy spending. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lamothe. So much of that is just common sense, my friend, and I appreciate you pointing it out. But sadly, unfortunately, this White House shows no intention whatsoever of reversing its policies and positions which could fix these problems. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to yield next to the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Dr. Babin.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate my good friend from my neighbor, Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for having this special order. No, it doesn't look like things are going to change, as you said. Joe Biden has no interest in securing the southern border. He's proven it time and time again over the last 14 months. On day one of his presidency, our commander-in-chief stopped completely the construction of our border wall, which is, by the way, something that Congress appropriated funds for, and is something that we know for a fact deters illegal crossings. In fact, the Department of Homeland Security reported that illegal entries in areas with the new border wall system along the Yuma sector plummeted more than 87% in fiscal year 2020 compared with the previous year of 2019. President Biden's foolish decision to stop construction of this wall left millions of taxpayer dollars worth of steel just rusting away in the hot sun and the cold, wet winters. Millions of your tax dollars simply gone to waste. He ended the Remain in Mexico, a policy that the Washington Post reported made illegal apprehensions fall by 30% in its very first year alone. He's tied the hands of ICE, who last year deported the lowest number of illegal aliens since 1995, despite more than 2 million alien apprehensions. Interior enforcement is drying up to nothing, and now he's scrapping Title 42, the very last policy that saves CBP from drowning in a complete sea of chaos. But if all of this isn't enough to convince you that Joe Biden doesn't have your best interests in mind, take a look at his budget request for 2023. He wants $73 trillion, that's with a T, in spending. 58 trillion, another T, more in taxes. And our debt will increase by 16 trillion, with a T, over the next decade. I did a quick search for the phrase border security, quote unquote, in this budget. It's mentioned twice. We are facing the worst border crisis on record and a historic number of fentanyl overdoses from drugs illegally smuggled into our country, over 100,000 dead Americans from drug overdoses, and yet the president mentions border security only twice. Do you know how often he mentions the word climate? 187 times. Joe Biden claims that he's working to protect America, but folks, the facts actually say otherwise. The facts show that he doesn't care about keeping you and your family safe. The facts show he doesn't care about protecting the livelihood that you worked so hard for. And the facts show that he doesn't care about the sovereignty or the security of our great nation that we love, a beacon of liberty and freedom for all the world to look at and envy. That's why they're coming here. Shame on President Biden. Thank you, and I yield back.
Boy, John Adams said facts are stubborn things, and those are some tough facts, and they cannot refute it because everybody can see it for themselves. And by the way, Dr. Babin, I just pulled up the U.S. debt clock, this thing that everybody can see on their smartphone. Yeah. Currently, right now, as we stand here, the national debt is $30,367,412,800,900.
It's going so fast you can't see
it. You can't count it. You can't even follow it with the naked eye. Unbelievable. And he's proposing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to yield to another gentleman from the South, the great state of Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson. I really appreciate your leadership and willingness to highlight the issues facing our country, including the very serious issue of the possible confirmation of an unqualified person, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, to the U.S. Supreme Court. President Biden's Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, commonly known as KBJ, is simply unfit to serve our nation's highest court. Throughout her legal career, Judge Jackson has garnered a disconcerting record of being soft on crime, as evidenced by her lenient sentencing, particularly for criminals convicted of egregious acts involving child sex torture. Judge Jackson simply is incapable of holding dangerous criminals accountable. Additionally, Judge KBJ has revealed her allegiance to the radical left by refusing to define what a woman is, excusing her extremism by claiming she isn't a biologist. There are indisputable differences between men and women, and those differences must be both acknowledged and accepted in order for KBJ to properly adjudicate Title IX cases. Judge Jackson also recently declined to recognize Americans' natural rights, the precious rights granted to us by God, failing to accept the basic principle that individuals possess unalienable rights, a principle that is the very foundation of our American values, is supremely disqualifying for any individual seeking to serve our nation's highest court. Yet, despite Judge Jackson's frightening record and recent disqualifying revelations, the Senate intends to vote to potentially confirm her to the Supreme Court this week. And while it is true that Judge Jackson's confirmation will not immediately alter the makeup of the court, it is naive and cowardly to make excuses when the stakes are this high. Our country, our liberties, and the makeup of the Supreme Court are on the line. If Judge Jackson becomes a Supreme Court justice, she will serve for decades, solidifying and strengthening the left's menacing grip on our rule of law. Her decisions will impact future Americans for generations to come, setting precedent that will ultimately guide our great nation once many of us in these chambers are long gone. This is exactly why Judge Jackson's confirmation is much larger than just one vote. It is about preserving justice, protecting our freedoms, and defending our Constitution. I urge every solitary senator to contemplate their vote and the significant weight that it carries for our future, and I encourage them to vote no on this confirmation. Without question, Americans from Maine to Utah to Alaska, from sea to shining sea, are watching intently, praying their senators' vote will represent our nation's constitutional principles rather than appeasement to the left. America is watching. Will our senators defend America by voting no, or will they shrink back? We will not forget. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for highlighting that, my friend. It is a serious issue. The longest-lasting legacy of any president is who they put on those federal courts. And of course, the most important is the highest court in the land. We cannot overstate how important this is. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to my good friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson, for yielding for hosting this special hour tonight. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's budget is symbolic of his wasteful Build Back Broke agenda that was filled with partisan provisions. $73 trillion in new spending, $58 trillion in taxes, and $16 trillion in new debt all over the next 10 years. When hardworking Tennesseans get together and come up with a household budget, they have difficult conversations with one another about what exactly they can afford. If something falls under the category of unnecessary and unaffordable, the last thing they do is put it on their grandchildren's credit cards. But that's exactly what this budget does. President Biden and congressional Democrats praising his proposal are now on record seeming to have no issue with mortgaging our country and its children's future, even amidst the largest increase in inflation since 1982. There are many wasteful provisions in President Biden's budget proposal, like the $11 billion being sent to foreign developing countries to help adapt to global warming. But the one that I struggle with the most is the one that gives $400 million to Planned Parenthood and other entities that perform abortions. The Hyde Amendment has existed in every federal appropriations bill since 1976. It is one of the most long-standing and bipartisan agreements to protect federal taxpayer dollars from going towards abortion. President Biden's decision to purposefully keep this out of his budget proposal is wrong and will never get my support, nor the support of my constituents in Middle Tennessee who are firmly pro-life. Leaving out the Hyde Amendment is only another partisan attempt to advertise the president's anti-life position and satisfy those that support the horrible atrocities of abortion. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of the Congress to stand firm in their commitment to protecting life. We must restore the Hyde Amendment and reject President Biden's budget because no Tennesseans' tax dollars, nor dollars borrowed from our children and grandchildren, should go towards subsidizing Planned Parenthood and the immoral practice of abortion. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I yield back.
So well said, and I appreciate you highlighting that issue. It's one of so many that we have deep concerns about with this administration and their budget and everything they do. We have to protect the sanctity of every single human life. To defend the defenseless is the job that we have, the first job, the primary job. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. Our country is obviously in bad shape, and I think our forefathers, if they saw the way we operated today, would be quite stunned and wonder where in their Constitution they let us down to wind up where we are today. And I think of the three branches of government, the judiciary is the one which right now has let down the framers the most. Our forefathers realized that a country with elections usually eventually fails because a majority can either want or be manipulated into wanting more stuff or ordering other people around to order them to be obeyed the way they would like other people to be behaved. The Bill of Rights is almost exclusively about restricting the role of government in American life. Obviously, the Supreme Court has largely abandoned that function. Things got bad in the 30s and 40s, again in the 60s. Today, one wonders what the court will say, what the court will ever say no to. Where will Judge Jackson fit as we try to defend our Constitution? We look, her inability to say what a woman is, her inability to talk about for judicial philosophy, we know where she'll stand. She stands with woke America. I hate that word, but that's what it is. It's somebody who has no respect for tradition. And if you have no respect for tradition or common sense, you certainly don't have that near reverence, which should be a requirement for any Supreme Court justice. Furthermore, President Biden got himself in a position in which he said he is going to have to promote a black woman to that position. The very idea that you think decisions on a court should vary with the background of the person who's on that court shows you don't have that respect for the Constitution. All Americans should have an originalist view of the Constitution and consider it the great, almost God-given document that it is. I also have some concerns. Well, in any event, when you don't have the respect for the Constitution, you know you're not going to respect the Second Amendment. You're not going to respect the 10th Amendment. It's a disaster we've ignored it. You're going to continue to stretch the Commerce Clause all out of whack. You're going to continue to make America look like you're going to look at every individual as a member of a group, never as an individual in their own right. I wonder whether in any other areas of, well, right now, about 2% of the lawyers in the country are black women. So what Joe Biden did is he took 98% of the possible resumes for this very important job and threw them in the garbage. I wonder whether President Biden does that anywhere else in his life. Does he throw away 98% of the resumes or potential resumes when he's looking through for a new dentist, for a new plumber, for a new clergyman, throw out 98% willy-nilly? But that's what he's done in picking a new Supreme Court justice who could well be on the court for the next 40 years. Our forefathers felt that by giving us this Constitution, that they pointed out that this Constitution is fit for a moral and religious people and not fit for anyone else. Will Judge Jackson respect that? I don't know. Benjamin Franklin, when they finished the Constitution, said, "We're giving you a republic if you can keep it." We are right now being tested whether we are the moral and religious people that can keep the republic that our forefathers felt they described in the Constitution. It looks for me, from everything you hear about her, that Judge Jackson is not going to have that reverence to keep that Constitution, to keep that republic, and we will therefore, with judges like that, wind up collapsing. Thank you.
A lot of wisdom there, my friend. You're exactly right. If a judge begins with the premise that we have no natural rights, that does not bode well for where that logic leads. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. And Mr. Speaker, many times we have heard President Biden and his administration say that the crisis we're facing at our southern border is seasonal. There is nothing seasonal about 1 million illegal aliens crossing our southern border in just 6 months. There's nothing seasonal about 400,000 illegal alien gotaways going undetected into our country. The crisis at our southern border is the direct result of President Biden overturning successful policies put in place by Donald Trump. First, Biden halted the construction of the border wall. Then he rescinded the Remain in Mexico policy. Now he's taking aim at one of the final remaining Trump policies, Title 42, which allows law enforcement to expel illegal aliens who pose a health risk. The Department of Homeland Security predicts that as many as 12,000 to 18,000 illegal aliens will cross our southern border per day if Title 42 is lifted. 18,000 illegal aliens in 1 day. In 3 days, that would be greater than the population of Pennsylvania's capital city, Harrisburg, in less than 3 days. In a little more than a day, it would be greater than the population of Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the largest city in Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district. So, if President Biden removes Title 42, it goes beyond bad judgment. It is reckless, and it will turn the crisis into chaos at our southern border. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for that, Mr. Keller. And these words are not hyperbole. This is what the experts are saying. The Customs and Border Patrol agents, those officials who are there every day watching this chaos, this calamity that has developed, and they are the ones that are giving us these numbers. They project 18,000 illegals a day. It's just hard to wrap your mind around that.
And that's the executive branch, Homeland Security.
Absolutely. And these are the results of policy choices, and they could easily be reversed if the White House would wake up and do something. So thank you for bringing that to our attention tonight. Mr. Speaker, you've heard members from across the country, north, south, east, and west, who have expressed their outrage, their concern with all of the terrible policy choices that are leading to absurd results for our country. These are very dangerous times. There is no leadership from the White House. There is no leadership from the administration. There is no leadership from the Democrat majority in this House or in the split Senate down the hall. We can turn these things around. We can stop these crises if we make different decisions, but they will not do it. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful for my colleagues who have shown up tonight to articulate this for the American people. We can't say it more often enough or loudly enough. There is going to be a sea change in November, and we pray that we can hold and keep this republic until then. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my remaining time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to address some of the biggest problems facing the United States today, and quite frankly, the world. As the war between Russia and Ukraine wages on, many Americans have been quickly reminded of just how global our economy really is. Now, prior to the war, Russia provided the United States with 8% of our nation's oil and refined products. A war involving Russia can suddenly spike fuel prices at your local gas station. Like many nationwide drivers in my home district in western Pennsylvania, we have seen gasoline at over $4 a gallon for well over a month. The interruption of our nation's oil supply and subsequently skyrocketing prices is just the latest reminder that we need to refocus our energy policies in Washington and produce more energy right here at home in America. Now, let's go back to May 2021 when two things happened. The United States imported a record amount of Russian oil, and President Biden waived sanctions on Nord Stream 2. That's the Russian natural gas pipeline set to supply much of Europe with energy. Now, 4 months earlier, the president canceled the Keystone XL pipeline between the United States and Canada. That pipeline would have delivered an additional 830,000 barrels of crude oil a day. That's 830,000 barrels of crude oil per day. And that would have gone to U.S. refineries, and it would have created thousands and thousands of jobs. But that's more oil than the United States imports from Russia each day. Now, this is a no-brainer. Just bring back the pipeline. It's so easy to do and it's so easy to institute. Why would we not do that? Why would we not be energy independent? Now, we can't depend on bad foreign actors such as Russia, Venezuela, or Iran to help provide our nation's energy. And above all, I applaud the collective effort right here in Washington to stop bankrolling the Russian war machine by buying their products. Now, according to the Council on Foreign Relations, revenue from the energy sector is responsible for more than 40% of Russia's federal budget. Some quick back-of-the-envelope math, the 8% of Russian oil we imported equates to 672,000 barrels of oil per day. But this moment calls for a broader push to end our reliance on foreign energy sources. To start, President Biden should reverse his executive order banning the Keystone Pipeline. Next, we must return to Trump-era energy policies that made the U.S. energy independent. To amend the former president's famous tagline, let's change it to Make North America Great Again. And according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, 61% of U.S. crude oil imports come from Canada. Another 11% comes from Mexico. 72% comes from our neighbors to the north and our neighbors to the south. We should be exploring expanding oil imports from our allies and neighbors rather than paying our adversaries who can hold our energy sector hostage. Now, doing so not only makes economic sense, but it improves relations with those closest to us and further strengthens our national security by becoming less dependent on bullies like Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. Now, on the other hand, President Biden has single-handedly made Americans poorer and our nation's security weaker during his first year in office. His anti-fossil fuel, Green New Deal wish list has placed unnecessary burdens on the oil and gas industry. Even as gas prices are reaching record highs here nationwide, just last month, President Biden had announced that he is pausing decisions about new federal oil and gas drilling as part of his plan to tackle climate change. And that's just the beginning. So far, President Biden has announced the release of 80 million barrels of oil from the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Just last week, President Biden announced he will release up to another 180 million barrels of oil over the next 6 months in an effort to drive down gas prices. That doesn't drive down gas prices. That theory really sounds good, but I want you to think about where that oil is coming from, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, to be used in times of a national emergency when we don't have a supply. It's not used to just try and rack up some cheap political points by saying, I'm doing this so you won't have to pay that much at the pump. It's not working. It never will work. Now, on November 23rd, administration released 50 million barrels from the Strategic Reserve. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the average price of gas dropped by a whopping 2 cents. And in following days, and not by December 6th, it dropped over another 3 cents. So we saved a nickel, but we attacked our Strategic Reserve. Now, as of March 25th, the reserve supply is 568 million barrels, meaning that President Biden is ready to take 1/3 of our nation's reserve and use them for his short-term political gain that has already proven to not lower gas prices for America, but has weakened the reserve. Now, keep in mind, the purpose of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is to counter severe supply chain disruptions and enhance national security. It's not to make your polls look better, Mr. President. The 80 million barrels the President previously released are worth only about 4 days of U.S. oil consumption. Now, only the President can decide to withdraw oil from or refill the reserve. What's even more frightening so far is China has hardly tapped their oil reserves. President Biden's short-sighted decision-making is dangerously harming our national security. Now, I'm proud to represent the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a place once deemed and called the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. Pennsylvania produces 21% of the natural gas extracted in the United States. That is second only to Texas, according to the Energy Information Administration. In 2020, the Energy Information Administration adds that U.S. dry natural gas production was about 10% greater than U.S. total natural gas consumption. That means we can export natural gas that we produce, creating energy security for other nations, notably our European allies who are currently depending on Russia for their natural gas. And it forges a stronger foreign policy in the process. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the spike in fuel costs go hand in hand with American foreign policy. If we're dependent on bad actors for energy, we're subjecting ourselves to their demands. But if we can supply the world with affordable energy, we can strengthen our international ties, reinforce relationships instead of falling behind, and most importantly, we give the American people the greater sense of security that Russia so desperately seeks to have only for itself. On the topic of foreign policy, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote a great fellow Pennsylvanian, Benjamin Franklin, who said, "By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail." Now, I thought an awful lot about the Founding Fathers' words as we've watched current events unfold around the world. So much of what we're seeing right now mirrors history itself. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine is a stark reminder that bullies like Vladimir Putin will stop at nothing to achieve their endgame, to upend democracy and freedom while chilling all the opposition in the process. This type of takeover carries a precedent. Putin's quest to conquer Ukraine should remind all of us of what happened in the 1930s and 1940s, when Adolf Hitler began a similar pursuit across Europe. Now, for far too long, the free world watched from the sidelines, hoping that European forces could prevent further escalation, only to find that Hitler and the Axis powers were relentless. Now, thankfully, the Allied forces defeated the global bullies of that era. Now, over 80 years later, we can consult history for potential answers to modern power struggles. as Russia's military assault on Ukraine continues, the United States and NATO, as allies, we must respond together. After all, NATO, which is a collection of over 30 nations, was formed in 1949 after World War II to prevent what? Soviet aggression. NATO has a responsibility to step up. Those member countries have a responsibility to step in. All in all, hand in hand, the United States, which is always the first responder to anything that goes wrong in the world, needs to have help from other people, not America alone, but America with our allies. Now, NATO's purpose remains as important today as it was back then. A powerful, unified response has served the free world well throughout history. Now, much like World War II, we have existing or looming conflicts in multiple regions or theaters of the world, including Asia. Today, China is threatening Taiwan. Now, as we are deflected from watching what's going to happen in Taiwan and watching the dangerous situation in Taiwan by what's going on in Ukraine, and I don't say we should take our eyes off of what's going on in Ukraine, we should just not think that that's the only theater that we have to be concerned with. Taiwan's one of our major allies. And in recent months, multiple reports indicate that China has been quietly conducting combat readiness drills near Taiwan, an island territory that China still claims to own. Now, this matters for two reasons. First, the Chinese are watching the world's response to Putin's attempt at a land grab in Ukraine because China is threatening to take over their own neighbor as well. Secondly, this could directly impact the American consumer. 92% of the world's supply of advanced semiconductor chips, everything used from automobiles to cell phones, are made in Taiwan. If we have learned nothing from the COVID pandemic, it is that we cannot depend on other people around the world to supply us with those things that we need the most. It's a fool's errand to think that somehow this ends well. It does not. It ends terribly for us, and it ends terribly for the free world. Any large-scale attack on Taiwan means these chips would likely become very scarce, as almost everything else in the world is right now, and in some cases probably unavailable altogether. That's why I'm co-sponsoring the Facilitating American-Built Semiconductors, or the FABS Act, with Congressman Mike McCall. This piece of legislation allows for a new tax credit through 2032 for investment in any semiconductor manufacturing facility and semiconductor design expenditures right here at home. What an unusual concept to invest in American technology with American workers to make America safer and stronger. Not somebody a world away from us. Let's do it right here at home. Let's do it right here at home. Now, currently we make just 12% of the world's semiconductor chip supply. That's hard for me to imagine that we knew at the time how necessary the semiconductor chips were, but we had kind of a blind eye and a deaf ear to what it was that manufacturers were talking about and said, well, you know what, for a couple pennies we can save, let's send them over to Taiwan and have them make it. And we walked away from what's so critical to us. Now, the scary thing, that these are just the crises that are before us right now. Now, history reflects how a robust American foreign policy has significantly shaped the world, specifically the Western Hemisphere. So when we talk about the Western Hemisphere, and this is one of the things I think that probably is going more unnoticed than anything. In the 1800s, President Monroe knew that in its infancy, the United States was developing at a very quick rate, and it really looked like something that other places around the world would look at with envy and say, you know what? They're getting stronger every day, and they're getting better every day, and maybe we need to get over there and colonize. Maybe we need to get involved there. So the Monroe Doctrine came into effect, and the whole idea behind that was, you know what? Let's make sure that people around the world, people that could make an effort to come in and get into our Western Hemisphere, could cause us great danger. So the Monroe Doctrine came out. But then as things went on, and we got more powerful, and we had more and more going for us, and all of a sudden the world looked to us and just didn't take a slight glance at us, but they looked at us with covet. They looked at us and who we were and what we were becoming and all the valuable things that were right here in our hemisphere. So Teddy Roosevelt says, you know what? I'm going to put together the Roosevelt Corollary that really establish guidelines for any intervention in the United States or our Western Hemisphere. The content within these policies largely addressed actions by European nations or the inactions of Latin American nations, but I believe they are relevant once again and are worth further review, and here's why. So if you were to take a look at the Western Hemisphere and just take a real broad look at it and say, okay, fine, let's take a close look. So, South America, Central America, up into the Triangle, the deep water ports in Cuba, both ends of the Panama Canal, all have significant foreign countries in there, mainly China. And people tell me, you don't need to worry about that Panama Canal. China is not really taking it over. I said, you know what? If you don't read history, you don't study history, you're doomed to repeat it. Why would we not look at what's going on right now in our Western Hemisphere and said, we have put things into place to protect us from foreign intervention? I want to tell you, you look at the Western Hemisphere, South America, Central America, the Triangle, the deep water ports in Cuba, that would be ideal for heavy military use, and both ends of the Panama Canal. If you don't think that's a threat to American security, then you need to wake up. We're in great danger right now and not knowing it. First of all, the Chinese are not very quiet about what they're trying to do. They have a theory that they want to take over the world. And they don't whisper about it. They don't sneak around about it. They just do what they want to do. Their presence in Africa should be a great awakening for us. We have crippled ourselves with regulations and sanctions and so many things that we need. And I don't know for what reason, other than the fact that somehow we think that we're smarter than anybody else, and we know that we can protect ourselves, and the question is really how? And the answer is, well, you really can't. I guess our answer will be what it always is. We'll write a strong letter, and Xi Jinping will get it, and we'll tell him, please stay out of our hemisphere, and please quit trying to influence the rest of the world for evil. And we'll tell Putin, you need to stop doing what you're doing in Ukraine. And at some point, we'll actually read history and say we've been down this road before, but we failed. We failed to take action at a time that it was absolutely critical, and pushed it on and pushed it out of sight. And the price we paid was incredible. Let's not do that again. There's an old saying, that's to be foretold is to be forewarned. With everything going on in the world today, we hear a lot of people using the term World War III. I am not here tonight telling you that that's what's going to happen. I am here telling you tonight that America and the free world has to understand that we've seen this action before. We know what lies ahead of us, and we know the cost of not addressing it early. We can do it through policy, but peace always comes through strength, not through weakness. Diplomacy is one thing. As Teddy Roosevelt said, walk softly, but carry a big stick. I would just suggest to you that you go back to the years from 2016, actually 2017, when our 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, came into office. Please tell me why for the 4 years that Mr. Trump was in office, the rest of the world stayed at bay. The bad actors of the world didn't attempt to do any of the things that they're doing today. Certainly, last summer, in our demonstration of how we would leave a country high and dry, that we would take out our military first and leave our military equipment and citizens to face what was going on in Afghanistan, was a warning to the rest of the world that you better be careful with the United States, because if you're not, they'll pack up their bags in the middle of the night and leave. That's not who we are. That's not who we've never been, and that's not who we can be in a free world. And if our friends and allies in the free world take a look at what our actions have been later, because actions always speak louder than words, but we continue to use words thinking that somehow bad actors will cower and they'll walk away from us. That is not the America that we know. That is not the America that 1.4 million of our men and women in uniform have died to protect. And to send a message to the bad actors of the world, we will always be here. We will always be in guard. We will never walk away from our responsibilities. I don't know what has happened to America in a little bit over a year. People always say, I think it's better to be respected than feared. I think both have a great effect on everybody. I want both those to be in effect. I will tell you this, when Donald Trump was our president, nobody messed with the USA. Look, we have so many things going on right now, and we wonder, what is the future? What is the future, not only for America, but for America's friends and allies? We look at energy as one of the key issues that we're talking about today, and we know that in America, we have endless supplies of energy. What's holding us back now are our own regulations. I heard the administration say, well, you have thousands of permits. Why don't you just go ahead and use them? Which really shows that they have absolutely no idea that having a permit isn't the same as extracting energy. Somehow, I guess, if you say it long enough and loud enough and to the right crowd, they'll nod their heads and say, I know you're right. You know what? Get out into the field and see the people that actually do it. Talk to the people that know how to extract energy. Talk to the people that can go offshore. Talk to the people that go deep down into the earth. Talk to all of those people and then tell them, don't worry, you have a permit, just go ahead and use it. And by the way, if you don't use it, we'll start taxing you on your non-use. How upside down is this thinking? Well, the last thing I'm going to address tonight is probably the most important issue of all. Because everything we talk about right now, everything that we've addressed already, is about life. There was a tradition here that on Wednesdays, people would wear red, and they would wear red to remind people of the girls that had been kidnapped by Boko Haram, and we wanted those girls back. So we'd wear red and would walk around here and we'd say, we've got red on today because we want those girls back. Boko Haram has got to return those girls. So I started wearing red on Wednesdays. And friends of the other side would say to me, yes, so you're in concert with us. You believe the same things we do. I said, I absolutely do. I absolutely do. They said, so you want those girls back? I said, yes, I do, but I don't want just the girls with the Boko Haram took. I want the girls back that have been aborted. I want those girls back whose lives were ended. I want you to really face the truth of what's going on in America today. The wordsmithing that takes place here on the People's House, on the floor of people talking about abortion as health care. So taking the life of a little boy or a little girl is health care. Every night we see pictures of what Russia is doing to Ukraine. And yet we have a deaf ear to the cries of the unborn, and we don't look at all of those who are being lost every day. Because you don't see them, I guess they don't count. Now, Congress has long required that taxpayer dollars are not to be used for abortions, and President Biden has actively tried to circumvent this requirement. In April of 2021, under President Biden's leadership, the NIH announced it would no longer require fetal tissue research projects funded by the agency to go through an ethics advisory board. So the question then comes is, why do we have an ethics advisory board if we're not going to go to them to find out what it is that we are talking about? Then in September of 2021, we began the horrific allegations of illegal abortions being performed at the University of Pittsburgh for harvesting fetal tissue. And I can tell you, me being on the floor tonight will resonate in Pittsburgh, and unfortunately, it won't be by those who are pro-life. It'll be those who think that somehow this is an attack on Pitt and not an attack on unborn little boys and girls. So for all of those who do not like what I'm saying tonight, please take off your blinders and understand what's taking place. We began hearing all these horrible allegations of illegal abortions being performed at the University of Pittsburgh for harvesting fetal tissue. These abortions were performed as part of Pitt's participation in an NIH program for the university to operate as a fetal tissue repository for research happening around the country. The types of abortions Pitt is accused of performing are horrific. Babies that survived the abortion would be born alive and then killed. This was to preserve, this is really hard to understand. This is to preserve the fetal cells longer, a process known as maximizing warm and asysimia time. Now, so when you say, well, what is that? Well, when you talk to the scientist, well, the idea is, well, the warm tissue is actually more valuable for our studies. And so a baby, boy or girl, that survives this abortion, that's the tissue that's the most valuable to us. Now, I think if any of us came upon some kind of an accident, something, we saw somebody who was in grave danger, we would want to save them. Somebody who has survived an unbelievable process and survived it, we would save them. We would not take advantage of that. And all of this program was supported by taxpayer funding through the NIH program. So congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Taxpayer, for all the things that you hate. You're helping to fund it. This isn't the only abortion project the National Institutes of Health is funding, though. The NIH expects to spend $88 million on human fetal tissue research in this year alone. These allegations began coming out, which I thought was a real good move by the university. They hired a law firm to conduct an independent review of Pitt's abortion process. So somebody's questioning the process you do, so you know, here's what I'll do. I want to participate with you, so I'll provide the funding to an independent research group. That law firm was a Washington, D.C.-based consulting firm that employs Pitt grads. What a surprise. The review determined that Pitt was totally in compliance with the law. They didn't say what Pitt was doing was right. They said they were in compliance with the law. Even though that report completely failed to look into the Planned Parenthood or the UPMC, who were partners with this NIH program. And all of this came out. We sent a letter along with Representative Morgan Griffith and over 50 of our colleagues asking the NIH for answers on how it funds and oversees these abortion programs. And it took them months to respond to me, which is not unusual from any letter you send to any agency here in Washington, D.C. And when they finally did reply to us, they simply pointed out to me and to the rest of us, please look at Pitt's independent review. Now, this level of accountability into Congress is completely unacceptable, and it shouldn't take months for a government agency to respond to letters from any of us here in the House of Representatives. We are here representing the people who voted us in office. And when they do, they should respond with a substantive answer. I don't need to be horsed around and told something and said, well, you just don't understand, which is absolutely correct. I don't understand in the United States of America why we are doing things and then covering them up by saying, well, we did an independent review. We paid for it, and these guys actually come up with an answer that we were looking for. So they followed the money. A few weeks ago, Congress finally passed a budget, the first since President Biden has been in office. It was far from perfect, but it included strong protections for the unborn. Protections which have been in place since the 1970s. Less than 2 weeks later, President Biden released his 2023 budget proposal, which included a full wish list of Democrat anti-life priorities. Now, here's some examples from his recent budget. Number one, it eliminates the Hyde Amendment. The Hyde Amendment prohibits federal funding from being used to fund abortions. It became law in 1976. The Hyde Amendment has saved over 2.5 million lives. It also wants to eliminate the Dorn Amendment. The Dorn Amendment prevents taxpayer dollars from being used to pay for abortion in the District of Columbia. Now, without this protection, D.C. taxpayer dollars could pay for an estimated 1,400 to 1,500 abortions every year. Every year. And increased Title X family planning funding by $113 million. Now, Title X is a prime funding source for Planned Parenthood, providing it with 56 million taxpayer dollars annually. Now, on January 21st, 2022, the Biden administration awarded $6.6 million in Title X funds for the American Rescue Plan to abortion providers. $6.6 million in American taxpayer money to provide funds for abortion providers. Now, I'm Catholic, and oftentimes I've gone to my priest and I said, Father, is there some reason you cannot go into the pulpit and talk about the horrendous things that are going on in our country today? And you know what the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops said? The U.S. CCB remains gravely concerned about the continued efforts to expand taxpayer funding of abortion, which would occur if the Hyde Amendment or any other life-saving appropriations riders were to be removed from the annual appropriations bill. We take this stand because abortion is not health care, is the antithesis. Now, I know I'm out of time. But me being out of time here on the floor does not take this country from being out of time to address the most egregious actions that are taking place.
Gentleman's time has expired.
No, I just tell you, in the time, I am going to use up some time, and you can keep hammering me, but you know what? In the time we've talked, so far,
The gentleman's no longer recognized.
No, I'm not going to stop. As of April 5th, 2022, there were 235,808 babies aborted in this country.
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman is no longer recognized. I understand. There's a point of order. The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman is no longer recognized. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past Friday, Biden CDC, formerly known as the Center for Disease Control, but oftenly referred to now as the Center for Democrat Control, announced that it would be ending Title 42. At a time when liberal mayors across our country are extending mask mandates on our children in schools, and the American public is still being forced to mask up on airplanes, the Biden regime has decided that protecting the American people from diseases, including but not limited to COVID, is not a priority if it comes at the expense of their amnesty and open borders agenda. Now, it is no coincidence that the Biden regime has decided to drop Title 42, a policy that has been used to prevent communicable diseases from spreading into the homeland via illegal aliens entering our southern border. In fact, more than 2 million illegal aliens have been apprehended at our southern border since Joe Biden took office. And Border Patrol agents estimate another 70% of these illegal immigrants have not been apprehended. They call them gotaways. So in fact, that means nearly 3.5 million illegal aliens have come across our border on Biden's watch. Now, Republicans and Democrats from both the House and Senate have condemned canceling Title 42. Some have called it dangerous, and others have called it frightening. I call it an attack on the safety and security of the American people. And it's been reported that by the time the midterms roll around in November of 2022, nearly 7 million illegal aliens will have crossed the southern border this year. That's larger than the populations of Denver, San Francisco, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., Boston, Seattle, Miami, Las Vegas, New Orleans, Portland, Tampa, and Detroit combined. Can you imagine? We have a product here that's working. We have a policy that is working to deter some people away from the border. But we're going to take just whatever sliver we have that is keeping people out of our country illegally and do away with it. Maybe it's to overrun our system. Maybe it's to create chaos, 8 to 10 years of backlogs, so then the American people have to accept amnesty. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is, but it certainly is intentional. And that's what members of the House Freedom Caucus are here to discuss tonight. I have with me members from the House Freedom Caucus who are going to address what's been going on at the southern border. We have been to the southern border multiple times to see firsthand what is happening, the invasion that is taking place in our country. Unlike the border czar, who has failed to visit the most dangerous parts of our southern border. I think she made a trip to El Paso. And then, of course, the commander-in-chief, who is in command of nothing, he hasn't been there at all. But I would like to recognize the former chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, my good friend, Congressman Andy Biggs from Arizona.
I thank you. Thank the gentlelady for recognizing me. I would like to help set the stage here just for a moment. Imagine, if you will, 100,000 people entering the country illegally and stopped on our border just in the first 2 weeks of March this year. But because of Title 42, which allows the Border Patrol agents to immediately turn people away because of communicable diseases, that's the term used in Title 42, they sent 50,000 of them back away. But you don't have to imagine it, because that's true. That's exactly what happened. And if you extrapolate that out, because you can, just looking at from January, February, March of this year, they turned away over 250,000 people under Title 42. Now, when Title 42 goes away on May 23rd, because that's exactly what this administration wants, you will double the amount of people who are coming in through the apprehension route. So that means we had another record month in March. Those numbers just out. That means that you're going to be sitting on about 300,000 to 400,000 apprehensions that you're going to be releasing right into the United States of America. And what does that do? Everybody in here knows this, because you've been down to the border. I've been down to the border with you. The cartels are in it to make money. And as they see this opening up, more and more people getting freed into the United States, caught and released, what they will do, and what they're already doing, by the way, is they will advertise. The NGOs that we help fund, that the United Nations funds, will advertise. It will be chaos. Chaos on the border, and my prediction is somewhere around 400,000 to 500,000 people a month coming in. But it actually could be more. A lot of people are talking about the ceiling now being 18,000 people a day when that goes away. I don't think it's going to be 18,000. I think it'll exceed 20,000. If it exceeds 20,000, that's 600,000 a month coming in. That's bigger than the city of Mesa in Arizona, which is Arizona's second largest city. And you know what that means? The last half of this year, the last half of the year alone, you're going to be sitting at, as you said, 4.5 to 5 million people brought into this country illegally. And that's not counting the getaways. And the getaways last year were at least 800,000. It's enormous, it's dangerous, it's inhumane. I haven't even touched on the inhumanity of it. We're just talking up here. We're not getting granular. We're just talking about the overrunning of America, our culture and our sovereignty. We won't have much of a nation after this is done. And you say to yourself, is this incompetence? The answer is no. This is willful. This is willful. And this is what they want.
Mr. Biggs, do you believe that the cartel have been emboldened during Biden's first year as President of the United States?
Absolutely, 100%. And you know how we know they've been emboldened? Because it used to be they would have the coyotes take the people up and locate them in the U.S. They don't do that anymore. The coyotes take them up, they put them on the border and say, we don't have to go in with you.
Wow.
Go in. Go in with your cell phone. Oh, by the way, Biden administration says now they're going to give away a cell phone to every illegal alien crossing the border.
Yes.
But they'll just come across. I've seen it. You've all seen it. They're walking across. They're FaceTiming their friends back home. Yeah, I made it in. They're dressed nice. They're dressed clean. The cartels are emboldened, not just at the southern border any longer. This is spilling over into the country. And we're seeing violence along the border because of it. And you're seeing cartel membership all over. If there's drugs being distributed anywhere in the United States, you've got cartels there.
And what about these illegal aliens who are coming through with the help of the cartel? What do they owe the cartel for getting into the United States?
The average price right now is $4,000 to $7,000. Unless you're from China, and then it's $35,000. Very few of these people have that to pay. Guess what happens? They either they can work it off by delivering illicit drugs, helping to smuggle human beings, including sex trafficking, or they come in, they get a job, and they are indentured servants. They're effectively slaves to the cartel, and they'll never work it off because the cartels are taskmasters at this. They know exactly how to keep these folks under their thumb.
Yes, so Mr. Biggs, you also chair the Border Security Caucus, and you recently brought in Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you for bringing him here to the Hill so we could ask some questions. But now he was talking about Title 42 being a CDC issue, and that's not really his issue to enforce. That's not his policy to enforce. What is a policy that he could enforce that would effectively secure our border?
He could enforce the MPP, the migrant protocols. And what he could do is, that's the Remain in Mexico policy. Instead of enforcing that at 9 people a day, that's the number we heard earlier this week, 9 people a day, you could actually enforce it the way it was intended to be enforced, and that would be thousands a day because we have thousands of folks coming in. That would be another deterrent. That's just one of the things that he could do. He could actually go in and encourage us to fix the Flores law or the TVPRA laws. All of those things would be deterrents, but instead, he's opened it wide open. He's taken away any deterrent. Instead, he is basically encouraging people to come into this country illegally.
Thank you. Now, one final question for you here. You're a businessman. We may have 7 million undocumented workers in our country by November. What does that mean for our economy?
Well, first of all, the underground economy right now for people my estimate is about 25 to 27 million illegal aliens in the country. You're going to bring in another 7 million, so you're going to have an underground economy. Those people who are not skilled laborers are going to have a tough time getting jobs. A lot of these folks are going to go on social welfare programs, even though they're not supposed to be allowed to. They will get on social welfare programs. We're already we're on the verge of stagflation right now. High inflation and a shrinking GDP. As that happens, and you bring in that many people undocumented, you're going to actually exacerbate both those problems, and we may see the likes of something we haven't seen, might even exceed what happened under Jimmy Carter, who was probably the most unfortunate and incompetent president in my lifetime.
So we have more members joining us here from the House Freedom Caucus to talk about Title 42. Thank you so much, Congressman Biggs, for your insight on this. I know that you work really hard in studying what's going on at the southern border. Now, Mr. Norman, my colleague from South Carolina, do you believe that this regime is responsible for signaling to poor and desperate people that now is the time to take this dangerous journey, to break our laws, to come into our country and live under the freedoms and protections our country provides, but not as a citizen?
Well, first of all, thank you for organizing this discussion to inform the American people what's going on. This president is willfully, as Andy has said, and directly causing this to happen to the American people. You're a business person. You run a restaurant. I'm in the development world. Who would let anybody come into your business or to your home, not know who they were, not know why they were there? It's insane what this administration is doing. By taking Title 42, as has been said, it prohibits, that's the only tool that President Trump had at his disposal and President Biden has, but he's doing away with it because that's what he's encouraging. And Lauren, think about this. How unfair is it to that law enforcement agency, that law enforcement official, stopping a car, not knowing who's in it, not knowing what his background is, having no information? How safe is that for that law enforcement officer? How unfair is it to the municipalities and the cities who are going to have to pay for the hospital care, for the schooling? How fair is that? Well, it's not. It's intentional, it's willful, and as people ask me all the time, why is he doing this? Mm-hmm. He is burning the house down before, I assume, the November elections, which the House will turn over, and hopefully we'll elect Freedom Caucus members who have got the steel and the spine to do something about it. That's the only, he sold out, not only to the citizens, he sold out to China and those that he's indebted to. Mm-hmm. And we're going to find more and more out about that as we move forward. I will.
Well, I'm so happy that the gentlelady from Colorado organized this effort tonight. We need to be speaking about it. And of course, I would call on our friends from this side of the aisle. It's interesting that we're standing on this side of the aisle. I mean, thank goodness somebody's willing to stand over here and defend the country, right? So it's going to be tonight. So far, it's me and Chip. I call on my Democrat colleagues to start answering some questions and start defending their country from this invasion. But if the gentleman doesn't know this, if you do a quick calculation, DHS, this isn't Congressman Perry, Congressman Boebert, Congressman Roy, any of us up here, this is DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, are bracing for 18,000 crossings a day, 18,000 people coming across the border illegally each day. Now, I don't know each one of you the size of your town for where you come from, but I suspect 18,000 in any town would make a pretty big dent unless you're talking about one of the major cities like Los Angeles or something like that. But even so, 18,000 a day. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, that's over 6.5 million people. If we keep that rate up, 6.5 million people in 1 year illegally coming to our country. Ralph, or Lauren, Representative Boebert, could your business sustain something like that?
Absolutely not. The city of Rifle just hit 10,000 for our population. So, I mean, 18,000 people a day. I mean, that right there exceeds the little city of Rifle, Colorado. But this is something that we absolutely cannot endure. So I'm glad that we have this time tonight to discuss this. Representative Good, you have been to the southern border. You've talked to Border Patrol agents. Can you tell me what you've seen, what you've heard from Border Patrol agents?
Yeah, I've been there 4 times in my first year, the first 14 months here in this Congress. Thank you, Congressman Boebert, and thank you, Congressman Perry. You know, February a year ago was the largest February in terms of illegal border crossings in the history of the country. We had 101,000 cross, some 3,000 a day in February a year ago. We exceeded that by 64% this most recent February. We went from 101,000 to 165,000. Now, it's so bad with what this president has allowed to happen in the last year. 165,000 in a month doesn't sound like a really bad month for this president. That's because, again, it was 101,000 last February, but it increased as the year went on to where it was some 200,000 a month later on into the year, as we know, and 2 million in the first year this president was in office. And then, as others have already pointed out, with him rescinding Title 42, I guess he was afraid, well, that's a policy, a law that might help repel some illegals back across the border, might allow us to return some if we actually would enforce the law. So we're rescinding Title 42, which has already been said will take it from 7,000 to 2.5 times as large. 18,000 a day is the average, 500,000 in the first 30 days. This president is on pace for some 10 to 15 million illegal entries into our country in his first and hopefully only term. I was in a budget hearing today with you, Congressman Boebert, where we had Secretary Becerra there, the HHS secretary, which, as you know, has been called in. HHS has been called in not to help stop the border crossings, but to help facilitate those. Right. And I asked him today, I said, who do you think should be let across our border, or who should be prevented from going across our border? Are there any restraints you would put upon anyone that wants to come across our border? So do you think everyone should be able to come across illegally? And he said, well, quote, we're talking about violating the law. You're saying it's illegal. Why would we permit anyone to violate the law? Our president is violating the highest law of the land, the Constitution that we all, and he swore to uphold. Article 4, Section 4 says the United States shall guarantee to every state in the Union a republican form of government and shall protect them against invasion. As we look to next year, I want to go on record and say, some of you are on articles of impeachment with me. Lauren, Congressman Boebert, you've drafted those. How do we declare this the public health emergency that it is, the national security crisis that it is, the health crisis that it is, the social services crisis that it is, the education crisis that it is, and the unlawful process that it is, and not hold this president responsible when we have the House majority, Lord willing, a year from now? How can we not impeach this president?
I agree with you. That absolutely needs to be brought up in the next Congress. Now, these appointed secretaries, they really have turned our Border Patrol agents into travel agents. They're being shipped all throughout our country, these illegal immigrants, and every state is now a border state. You're from Virginia. We have Ralph Norman here from South Carolina. I'm from Colorado. But someone who has a front seat view here, the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Chip Roy, this has been a really hot topic for you, and rightfully so. Republicans and Democrats from both houses of Congress have said that they don't support ending Title 42, and yet no legislation or action has been taken to reinstate it. What are your thoughts on that?
I thank the gentlelady from Colorado. I thank all my colleagues here from the House Freedom Caucus joining here on the floor. Thank my friend from Virginia who joined me down in Del Rio in Texas just a month ago, where we saw firsthand what is actually happening in real time on the border, something that we know. And unfortunately, my colleagues on this side of the aisle refuse to acknowledge and refuse to do anything about. Now, as you all know, one of our Freedom Caucus colleagues, Yvette Harrell from New Mexico, filed 14 months ago a piece of legislation to require that Title 42 be enforced at our border. And for those listening at home, Title 42 is our power as a country to stop communicable diseases and people with communicable diseases from coming across our border. And it is an important tool that President Trump and his administration put in place in the last year of his administration to ensure that we stop the flow of people across the border and from inundating and overwhelming Border Patrol. We knew this was coming. Let's say 14 months ago, we knew this was coming. A year ago, we came together. I filed a discharge petition as part of this team to say that we can force a vote on the floor of the House while the Speaker of the House refuses to bring to a vote a measure to enforce Title 42. So everybody listening at home, the Speaker of the House has control of the floor, refuses to bring forward a vote on Title 42 to require enforcement at the border, so we're trying to change that. We've got almost every single Republican, I think save one, who has filed that, 210 signatures. We need 218. Where are my colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
Right. From the border states, even just the border states.
We have zero Democrats on that Title 42 discharge petition. Now, as the gentlelady from Colorado noted, there are at least 4 noteworthy United States senators who are Democrats who said we should not end Title 42. Mr. Tester, Mr. Manchin, Ms. Sinema, Mr. Kelly. Those 4 members, those senators have said we should not end Title 42. Now, I'll wrap and pass to someone else just to say this. How many dead migrants is enough? How many dead Americans from fentanyl poisonings is enough? How much money in the pockets of dangerous cartels is enough? How many bullets need to fly at the border? How many homes need to be destroyed? How many cars need to be wrecked? How many DPS agents need to be killed or endangered? How many people need to be harmed before this administration will do its job? How many criminals need to be let off into the United States and not prosecuted under ICE? When are we going to change this and actually secure our country? That's my question for Secretary Mayorkas.
Congressman Tiffany, We talk about this issue regularly in our meetings with the House Freedom Caucus. And one question that comes up regularly is, where is Kamala Harris? Where's the border czar in this? Have you heard of any plans for her to visit the southern border?
Kamala who?
Yeah.
In all seriousness, it's unfortunate that Vice President Harris has not fulfilled her mission to be the border czar. It's awful. But did you all see the news today in regards to the free phones that the White House press secretary talked about today? Free phones for migrants. So think about it. I was down in Panama almost a year ago, went to the Darien Gap. Who did I see? IOM, the International Organization for Migration. Where do they get their money? They get a lot of their money from the United Nations. Who puts the most money into the United Nations? Yes, Americans do. Back home on the farm, what we used to refer to this as, my colleague from Texas just said, how many? How many? I would say to you also, how much? We used to refer to it as eating your seed corn. So Americans pay an international organization to send debit cards for these people to make themselves up the Panama pipeline all the way to the southern border. Then you pay for a bus ride to get them to the airport. Then you pay for an airline ride, Philadelphia, Baltimore, wherever. They're going around the country. Then you pay for the education, the free education they're going to get. You pay for the health care. That's what you Americans are paying for every single day for over 2 million people, and it is about to get worse. And to highlight how it's going to get worse and how obtuse this side of the aisle is, we're sitting in judiciary today, creating another loophole in the Virgin Islands. There's another loophole that's being created for visa waiver privileges, something that we saw in these Mariana Islands that was created about a decade ago under the Obama administration, where they allowed parole for people to be able to come in. Chinese nationals, there was like maybe 8 births that were being done on those islands prior to this change that was quietly made in the law. It accelerated to there was like 600 births of Chinese nationals that happened in the Mariana Islands as a result of that loophole. And if you want to see the reporting on it, the Wall Street Journal did an excellent job. And it was our one of our intelligence agencies in 2017 that really dug into this. And yes, here's this huge loophole, and they want to now create it in the Virgin Islands. That's what we're voting on right tonight in the Judiciary Committee. They want to create another loophole, and they're like, oh, it'll only be a few people. You, the American people, do you believe that?
I appreciate my fellow border stater being down here. You hold those Mounties back up there, okay? You just keep them at bay.
Every state is a border state, including my state of Wisconsin.
Tom,
Amen.
Can I add something to that, what you just said? It's not just the phones. What about the gas cards that's in this latest, the budget that the president had? What about that? And just to put some context to this, Texas, I think, I think you got about 15 to 20 million people. South Carolina has 5.3. That's the number that's going to be coming into this country in the next 4 months if the pace continues. It's a travesty. It's something that Americans, we have got to be aware of and stop. God help us all if they do exactly what you said. And to fund all of this, America's at the breaking point.
So if I may extend my point a little bit, think about it. Tonight, we're debating in the Judiciary Committee creating another loophole. It shows how unserious they are, how they do not have the interests of the American people at hand. They want to create another loophole. And this one's in the Virgin Islands, not in the South Pacific. People are going to be able to be funneled in here by the thousands as a result of that loophole. Just another way to bring people into this country to compete against hardworking Americans who have to not only try to make their way up the scale, the economic ladder here in America, but now with inflation, they have to fight that too.
Mr. Chairman, we're wrapping up here. 30 seconds. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts is that there are Democrats that are decrying this We could do something about it, and they can do something about it right here in this house. They can walk right down into the well and sign this discharge petition. We don't need all of them. We need 8 of them. Bring the bill up. You don't believe that we ought to continue to try to secure our border with Title 42? Vote against it. But let us have a vote. We're just asking for a vote. Let's see what the vote count is. And then the American people will know who stands with them and who stands for a wide open border, because that's what we're going to have.
Sounds
so
like
think
a
about
just plan.
that. To the gentlelady from Colorado, we certainly appreciate you putting this together for us and provide the opportunity to come and talk on behalf of our constituents that are very concerned about this.
And Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
you
Chairman.
could lead the way. You could lead the way.
Congressman Roy?
I would only add that I've seen some reports that there's a number of Democrats in the Senate joining with Republicans in the Senate to try to do something about this. I hope that's true. But my little warning to that is I keep hearing words about, well, let's keep Title 42 in place until we see a plan. All right, like, I don't want one of these plans full of words, okay? I want the border secure. I want Title 42 enforced. And that ought to be the metric that we're gauging everything by.
Solution simple. Complete the wall, end catch and release, reinstate remain in Mexico and Title 42, require E-Verify, take amnesty off the table. Speaker Mervan, we'd love to have you on that petition.
Sign the petition. Have the courage to call your congressman. And folks, it's time, as Winston Churchill said, it'll be a time when doing your best isn't good enough. We got to do what's required to close this border.
Thank you all, my colleagues from the House Freedom Caucus, for joining me here on the House floor tonight to discuss this issue. And I would encourage all members of Congress, both bodies in the House and Senate, to talk to a Border Patrol agent. Ask them about the policies that they need to secure our southern border. I guarantee you they won't be telling you they need funding or personnel or even infrastructure. They just need the policy to do their job so they could go home feeling like they've accomplished something and protected American citizens. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.